Hello. Hmm. Hmm. Yo. Hi, JD. Everything been good with the Minecraft? Been all good? Nice. Yeah, I slept. I slept with no screens on. And I slept for 3 hours essentially. But like I woke up and I literally thought I had slept for like 8 hours. No, I didn't get a haircut yet. I just showered though. My hair is very like fluffy. Very fluffy and like I didn't like it's like just wet. It just like dried wet. You know what I mean? It dried wet. It just dried the way I haven't put like a hat or a hood on, and it just dried the way my hair dried wet. Hi Afro, hi B, hi Lemon. Yeah, yeah. So like I went to sleep with no screens or like audio on at all, and I woke up feeling well rested as fuck, and literally expected it to say like 7 p.m. It was 9. I went to sleep at 6 and woke up at 9. But when I woke up, I literally was expecting to check the time and have it be like 7 p.m. And it was 9 a.m. I saw 9 and I was literally like, I had to like look out the window and be like, wait a minute, 9 is 9 p.m.? Did I sleep for 10 fucking hours? Client older build than server, please update your I did. What? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, it's really weird because I've been sleeping for like 10 plus hours a night for the past 2 weeks and feeling like dog shit when I wake up. Not like dog shit, but just not feeling like I slept for 10 hours. It feels good. It feels good. No, I don't want to join anyways. Daisy server version. What the fuck are you talking about? What? That's local version. I just updated the game. Oh, I got it. Oh, I see. Oh, I fucked it up because I had the game running while it was finishing the download. Yeah, there's a Daisy update. Ow. Like sleep debt, but the opposite? Something like that, yeah. Also, I found my earrings and I tried to put them in and they're not going in. And I'm very confused. Because I've gone like well over a week without having my earrings in before since I pierced them, and they've gone in fine. But I literally cannot make them go in. I don't have any idea why. It's very weird. Punch another hole. Good idea. Fantastic idea. No, like your sleep debt is just overall fatigue. Why is it updating a map that I'm not trying to play? Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Just fucking install the game. Bruh. Yeah. No, so I've had them out for like well over a week and they've gone in fine. But they've only been out for 3 days. They've only been fucking out for 3 days. Which is crazy. The only thing different, I think, would maybe be that I've been wearing headphones. But, like, I don't know how the fuck that would do it either. Unless the fucking, like, soft part of my headphones has, like, fucking healing properties. I have no idea how the fuck that would happen. But there's a new DayZ mod out, which I think makes the map look a little prettier. And you can make, fox hats. And stuff. Don't tell Foxbox though. She's not going to be happy about that. But if you make up mid-cycle instead of at the end of a rhythm, you will feel more sleepy despite having more hours. Yeah, it's really weird. It's really fucking weird. Because yeah, I've been waking up around the time, like, I've been waking up like dinner time plus. For like 2 weeks straight now. Yeah, that might be the move. That might be it. I think it is. They got a little too puffy. Or maybe just because I showered a little bit ago. But they, so yeah, there might be like, just like, it might just be like too much room for me to be like poking the sides of the hole. Instead of it just going straight through. That's true, that's true, that's true. But yeah, so we're gonna play a little bit of DayZ, see what this update's like. I take the warmest of showers. Y'all give him cauliflower ear. That's right. You're looking like goddamn Mike Tyson out here. Isn't it more like MMA fighters that get that? Yep, great idea, Lemon. Only the most helpful and based idea. Any kind of wrestling contact sport. Oh, wait, what even does cause it though? Like, what part of that does it? We're just gonna do a little bit of DayZ before we get back into Elden. Elden Ring. Just gonna see what's up. Fuck up the structure. Oh, I see. It just gets like busted. Elden Russi. Yeah. Yeah. Do you think if I play this enough times, it'll give me cauliflower ear? Will this fuck up the cartilage in my ear? You kicked off the game. Client not responding. Oh. DayZ Badlands. Kicked off the fucking... God damn it. Fucking... God fucking damn it. You've gone past this regime. A new regime. A new regime. Yes. I have nowhere else on the screen to put them. It's the only place they can go. I'm not doing it for fun because I hate YouTube comments. I just can't, like... I don't have so much real estate on this tiny-ass second monitor. Okay, but we're gonna try. We're gonna try, though, right, JD? We're gonna try to see if we could get cauliflower ear from it. But we're still gonna try, right? It's okay if KN... What? Just get fucking dank, chat, Lemon. Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ. What if KN? What does that mean? What does that mean? You're being so quirked up being the only YouTube commenter ever. You're being so unnecessarily quirky. If KN. If not, send big messy if KN. I don't know what that means. Said KN. We got Lemon over here quirk maxing. Unnecessarily using the worst chat platform ever. And then fucking acted like a goddamn refugee. Like, could you come over here, please? I'm all alone. They forced me in here. Nobody forced you in here. You choose to be here. You're quirk chungusing. Le meow meow meow. Le meow 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 meow. I'm chunging my us. Is it gonna fucking load? What is happening? Hope is a fertile soil. Jesus. Oh, wait, because it's trying to join the wrong server. Why is the server kicking me? What is happening? Yes, the cishet white man who forced you into the YouTube comments and told you you are unable to go to the Google Play Store and download DengChat. Yes, that person did indeed do that. Whoever the fuck that is. Whoever said Lemon, never open Google Play and never download DengChat. That person did indeed oppress you and give you another identity. That's I saw it. I saw them do it. I saw them. I was there. Fishing pole. Oh, I gotta open. I gotta open G-Hub. Where's G-Hub? There it is. No, I get it though. I mean, I don't even have Discord on my phone. I get not wanting internet stuff on your phone. Healthy separation. Open. What is this over here? What the fuck are my buttons doing? What the shit is going on? Oh, fucking hell. Okay. Toggle. No, we don't do toggle. Free look modifier. This one. Eye focus. This one. Change camera perspective. V. No, we don't do that. Combat. Toggle aimed out sights. Left. Mouse wheel up. I think those are all good. Open. So apparently with this update, they fixed a lot of lag issues, and also there's like the terrain is supposed to look a little more realistic, especially like at distance.
Is this your boyfriend?
Help me!
This
Hey.
your boyfriend?
Help me!
What is he chasing you
This
for?
guy tried to
Help me.
kill him, beat his ass.
No, I'm not gonna get involved.
You're not gonna get involved?
That's what I said.
Zombie, you help, you troops. Ah.
Nope. Those vibes were not for me. Not for me. It's not my beef. I don't want anything to do with this. Check and see if the pharmacy, if my doctor sent the script over to the other one. The other pharmacy. Uh-oh. POV Europe when America launches a war against Iran and asks for some military support from you guys. Like, I'm not doing this. I ain't doing this. Hey. Oh, I started with a rock. You get the freshy rock. Is there a secret third door in here that I don't know about? I'm feeling like the zombies might be a little broken. I don't quite know what's happening here. That's too many zombies. That's too many. That is far too many. One at a time, please. I'm taking way too many hits. I'm taking way too many hits. I have to start. I have to start acting. I have to start acting like I got a fishing pole that I need to protect. I'm the owner of a fishing pole and a lighter now. I can't just be dying. That's crazy. What? Little shit. Following my shot, there will be a shotgun up here. There is not a shotgun up here. You gotta lay down to make the zombies go away. But happy whatever day of the week it is, everybody. Wednesday. Jesus Christ, it's almost Friday again. Bro, how even does this keep happening? Oh, I'm out of here. What is this, some kind of fucking zombie game, bro? Eye focus. Oh, right. Fuck is that sound? Others. I'll go quick slots. There we go. That button was doing two things. My God. Fire station, we'll check that out. See what's up. That okay? pants. Pants. No pants. Pants. No pants. In a full fucking suit. Embarrassing.
Hello?
Hello.
Are you guys friends?
Who? Oh no, I don't know this guy. What's it?
Oh, you're the guy who
Yeah, I'm staying out of it.
don't wanna get involved.
I don't want to get involved. Good luck though.
I'm gonna murder this guy, yeah?
Yeah. Why do you keep asking me if I'm friends with that guy? It's the second time I've seen him with that guy. Hi, Jackie. Hi. How are you? I am awake somehow right now, and I don't know how. I slept for 3 hours, but I woke up feeling really well rested. So I ate some food, and I was like, fuck it. Fuck it, how are you, Jackie? Uh-oh, Jackie's here. Everybody run! Just kidding. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm hiding. The zombies are gonna eat me. Why do I have 3 up arrows? 3 up arrows on my water, but I haven't drank any water. And it's while I'm sprinting full speed. That's... T.O. Fuck you! I'm so dead. I'm so dead. I've been getting beaten the fuck up. I don't know what's going on with these zombies today. I think I'm gonna play Elden Ring instead. Hey, no hitting. Why are you alive? Nasty ass zucchini, get this away from me. That'll do. That'll do. I might be able to go pick up my Vivans at some point today, which is exciting. I have to get the pharmacy to send it over to another pharmacy. Need to find a big rock now. Enough. Oh, quick slot 1. Full. Keep binding. Others. Slot 1. Mouse button 4. Button 4. Look at. Look at. Oh wait, do I need new pads? Well, good. I have to either haggle with the concrete guy or find a way to get 5k cash within the next couple of hours because my father-in-law decided that the haggle lower if it was cash only was a good idea and my wife went with it. Now I'm stuck finding a way to make it possible. Isn't that fantastic? All over $300. Wait, what? All over $300. The fee will be $200 if we go through Wells Fargo. So to make it cheaper, or to try to haggle, your father-in-law decided to offer up y'all paying with cash. But then to pay with cash, and you saved $300, but if y'all pay with cash, it's going to cost you $200. That's so fucked up. That's not haggling, that's Donald Trump haggling. That's... What in God's name is that? That is some zero head shit. What the like actual fuck? So his haggling is going to cost you more money. Him haggling in your defense, on your behalf, is going to cost you more money. I don't even know what... I don't even know what to call that. What is that? Other than just, like, stupid. I truly don't understand. I would crash out too, that's crazy. That's fucking bananas. Like, bro, what? Might save us $100 or it might end up costing us more because he raises it back to $5,400 and gives us a 4% surcharge for the card. Jesus Christ, bro. Oh, that's so fucking frustrating. Literally, what the hell? Ah, yes. Another knife. We could have just said, hey, hey, include the surcharge in the final, and it would be 4,500 flat. This is some shockingly stupid shit that you're talking about right now. Impressive stupidity. I was literally just, you know what's so fucking funny, dude, is I literally was just, this is what I was hoping for. I've been looking around this industrial area for this, and I was about to say it's gonna be in here. Like, the words almost came out of my mouth, but I got to the door too quickly. Bruh. Yo, that's so fucking annoying. Well. Calling my shot, there's gonna be a shotgun in here. Honey. Should be a water pump close by too, right? Calling my shot, there's gonna be a shotgun in here. Powdered chalky milk? Oh no. Can't believe you just got that hit. I can't believe you just got that hit. Calling my shot, there's gonna be a Mosin in here. There was not a Mosin. I feel better. I'm gonna keep cleaning the bathroom now. How much more work altogether do you got? Alright, I have 3 different pistol magazines. I got a Glock, a Desert Eagle, and a fucking IJ magazine. Now I just need a gun. Now, how about again? But was I already in this one? Calling my shot, there's gonna be nothing in here. You know what, for old time's sake, I should go over to the island. I should do it. I'm going to the fucking island. I need to clean the bathrooms, and I think I'm going to try to install a screen on the porch. When the concrete people leave, I'll clean that area too, and then I'll take shit to the dump to make this as empty as possible. Okay. Okay, okay. Bullets for Glock. New shoes. Hat that I can't wear unless I take the helmet off. It's all coming together. It's all coming together. Are those the same apartment buildings I was at before? Calling my shot, there's going to be a gun upstairs at this house. just more bullets. We're doing the assortment of bullets run, where I have every bullet for every single gun, but no gun. We love that. We love that. Or we're doing the everything is a battery run. Every item I find is battery. Give me a Desert Eagle. All I ask for is one Desert Eagle that I have 2 bullets for. And a crusty old magazine. Electric power. Ooh. Shut up, zombie. Ooh, give me that. Fuck you. Fuck you. Gun? More and more pairs of the same pair of shoes. I'd like to get a gun before I fish. Then I'm gonna come right back here and fish. Let's keep looking. This is why you need a gun. This is why you need a gun. Everybody has gun. Everything is gun now. I need to be a good guy with a gun. That's right. I gotta protect the fish. Step out here for the fish. I looked in here, didn't I? Which houses have I not looked at? This is the house with a gun. I'm gonna be the good guy, and I'm gonna have a gun. We'll restart in 15 minutes. Orange pen. I don't need that. I still can't believe Donald Trump fucking like debated us into thinking he was going to nuke Iran yesterday. I mean, I still think he might. You know. Some fucked up shit. Can't believe like that is what we had to do yesterday, is sit around and wait to see if someone was going to use a nuclear weapon. Unbelievable. Right. The flip-flop was crazy. The flip-flop was absolutely crazy. Right, from I'm gonna nuke you to, alright, we're not even gonna normal bomb you for 2 weeks. Just have to pay the toll. I can't even wrap my head around how stupid this man is. It is like borderline impressive that one can even be so stupid. One of these houses is gonna have a gun that I have a magazine for. I'm sure of it. That is a stick. That's... Everything is denim. I think maybe if we don't look at Trump for the next couple weeks, he won't notice we want him to take away the sanctions that are on this. And that this is something that's actually good. Yeah, maybe if we just, yeah, don't aggravate him. Don't fuck with him. So maybe he'll, oh, maybe no, we tell them it's a bad thing. Tell them we don't agree with him. Tell them we want more sanctions on Iran. Let's see what he does. Tell them there are far too few sanctions on Iran.
Yeah-huh.
We need more. We pray. We pray. Wasn't I gonna fish over there? There's a lot of water on this map. Fuck you, zombie. Unbelievable. What the fuck? You piece of dog shit. Bro, he just he fucking ended up behind me. God, dude. Crazy. I bet you he just destroyed my clothing. Hey, I got sick. Disinfect my wound. Mosin. Vodka. Hey. Hey. How you doing? How are you? Hey, I have a quick question for you. Do you need knives or bones or anything? Ooh, you got the backpack. I want your bones, I'm sorry. Uh-oh. Sorry, it did the thing. It's gonna glitch out one more time in a second too, and it switches back. Sorry. MB. It's the, I think we're back. Okay. There we go. Okay. We're back on the... Okay. There we go. Just a quick hiccup. I killed that guy, though. I don't know if you saw it, but, like, before it disconnected, like, as I finished the last swing, he went down, but he didn't go down. His body just got stuck in the, like, fall back animation. So his arms were just up in the air, falling backwards, standing still, and it gave me the option to draw and quarter him. It's not draw and quarter. Normal quarter him. The fuck? My iPad just connect to my phone. Skin in quarter, that's the thing. So I should log into a body here. Wait, no, he might have not been dead. Jesus Christ, I reconnected and it's doing it again already. Hi. So, for anyone that wasn't here yesterday, the reason this happens to my Wi-Fi, we found out yesterday, is because there is water leaking into the breaker box in the basement. And every single break, it's been happening for probably like years. Every single breaker is filled with water. Like every single like little plastic breaker, if you take it out, you can blow into it and you're gonna get fucking splashed. So that's why that happens. We kind of like used an air compressor and blew out as much water as we could yesterday, but the problem is it's not like water leaking from the floor. It's not good. It's not good. No, it's like it sounds like there's rats chewing through the wires when you go down there. It's like, tss, tss. We used an air compressor and fucking just blew out as much water from all of them as we could, but the problem is that the water is only coming in from one place, and it's the bundle of wires. Like, it's leaking through the fucking, like, weatherproof cable that goes to the outside. So, like, the water's not coming from, like, the floor or, like, the ceiling or anything. It's literally specifically draining straight through the bundle of wires that goes into the breaker box. And then through all of the breakers, and then into the bottom of the panel, and then out the bottom of that. It's insane. We don't have AC, but at least we don't put the important electronics below ground level. It's crazy. So yeah, we like kind of fixed it yesterday. To an extent. But evidently water keeps getting in from somewhere. It's not even raining. I have no idea where water would be coming back in from. But I just got an extension cord and plugged it into a because weirdly enough, the only fucking like part of the house that's like having like intermittent like little glitches with the power is the one that the fucking router is plugged into. Unbelievably. So I just plugged the extension cord into another outlet in a different room that I think is on its own breaker, on a different breaker, and hopefully that stops it. But Jesus fuck. Crazy. So hopefully we're just back now for good, but like also the fuck. The fa? Literally. Unbelievable. Anyway, sorry about that, guys. I'm back now. Like, it's below freezing out, and it's not raining or snowing. Okay, it's not below freezing anymore, but still. It's 42 out right now. It was 70 degrees last week and then hailing the next day. And then gently snowing the next day. And then it was 27 yesterday. And now it's 42 with a high of 54. It's disgusting. It is. We live in the most ridiculous area ever. Like, yeah, this place sucks. It is goddamn obnoxious. There is no making it make fucking sense. Whoa, windy. Well, storms in America have been making it either super windy or clear skies here. Really? How do you guys handle the wind? Does the power go out and stuff? Or are y'all relatively well adjusted? Or do y'all have like infrastructure that can maintain it? Because there are plenty of places in the US where if it gets even marginally more windy than usual, it will just fall to pieces. Or, you know, any other combination of things. Like if it rains like 1 inch of precipitation more a year, the entire city just destroys. Fucking wind, bro. I think Machine Gun Kitty had a branch fall on her house like 2 weeks ago and it wasn't even windy. But when it gets fucking windy, like, around here, it's not super often that we'll have, like, power outages and stuff, but, like, we'll get some aggressive-ass winds sometimes. Most we get the dumbass who falls off a dock and a few bins blood on the street. Yeah, we've had a couple really windy days throughout the winter. But usually that's the extent of it, because we get, like, shit on by snow every fucking winter, so most of the time we don't lose power and stuff. From, like, weather and shit. Which is okay, I guess, but also our roads are, like, in like, complete disrepair all the time. There's potholes everywhere. So it's not like, you know, like, we, like, a Buffalo in, like, the, like, Western New York area can, like, handle snow infrastructure-wise, but, like, also we don't repair our roads. So, like, we salt the streets, we plow them regularly. That body is gone because server reset, crowed. And then because of the salt and the plows and the cold, every single winter, like our goddamn streets are just destroyed. After every winter, the potholes are even worse. It's really obnoxious, honestly. It's like impressively bad for a place that gets the same. Has been getting snow every winter forever. Fuck the fucking wind, bro. But yeah. Hopefully this like holds up. I am loving that I found out just yesterday that you can resume interrupted stream. Like when the stream goes down, you can just resume. And it goes to the same VOD. I was under the impression before that you had to like literally make a whole new stream title and like thumbnail and do all the stream info and stuff. Yeah, I've been bitching about it since the YouTube switch, but it turns out it's like low-key kinda intuitive. I'm not super mad at that. Yeah, this whole time I was like missing that on Twitch, if your stream apps or whatever, you just press the button and go live again. It like separates the VOD and stuff. For the longest time with YouTube, like when it would go down, I would just make a whole new, like, I would literally go like create live stream, make a new title, new description, new thumbnail, all that shit. And then go live on that, and then the VOD would be like separated and stuff. But it turns out you can literally just click resume interrupted stream on OBS, and it will like just pick up where it was. Like, I'm pretty sure for you guys, this is like the same VOD from earlier, right? Like, it's the same stream itself. Which is interesting. Pretty cool system, surprisingly. Despite YouTube having, like, the worst shit. Yeah? Oh, that's awesome. You know, at least there's that. Anyways, I'm trying to fucking decompress from problem fix, look around every room and the garage for extension cord mode. Gotta chill. I gotta log back in. I think I was trying to find some water to go fish. Fish. Just hit for 5. F5 is the surrender button. Which, thank you for reminding me, I actually have to put that on T. So it's easier, it's quicker if you need to surrender. And because you look like a T, you know. Damn. I won that fight fair and square. I should have got to chop that guy up and take his bones. I wanted his bones. Why can't I pull this out? What's happening? Oh. What the fuck? This house is gonna have a gun in it. For sure this time. For real this time. Okay, it didn't. Cause you made my earthquake. The hell? Where the hell is the door to this house? Oh. A third water bottle. We love that. Don't leave, it's my fault. Cause when it all comes crashing down, I need you. This house is gonna have a gun. This house is gonna have a gun that I already have with 1 bullet in it. And no magazine. I'm gonna have one of the only pistols I don't have a fucking magazine for. That's okay. I ain't complaining, I guess. No, this one. Big gun. Doesn't this look delicious? Why am I wet? What's wet? Oh, that shit got ruined. Okay, I don't need 3 of these. Let me stop being stupid and reload this before... Oh, there's 3 bullets in it already. Wicked. Wicked. How do I do this? Oh, I'll eat this. What is going on? mouse is being caught in something. There we go. Yeah, we back. We back. And we back. Oh. I guess I can take that. Yeah, so, yeah, like I said, hopefully we're good with the power issues and stuff for now. Rage. Now we can go fish. Ragey. Oh shit. Good thing I gotta change that. Yep. Combat, hold breath. Shift. Raise modifier, right mouse. Zoom in objects, click, mouse wheel up. What? Or toggle aiming down sights. I think that's... Is this the... Oh. Oh, huge too. For corner peeking. Swapping. Combat. Q and E. E, Q. There we go. Run around. I gotta go find some water for fish. Right up this hill, I believe, unless I'm mistaken, is where Kitty mercilessly killed Vorlo that one time. Vorlo did nothing wrong but approach the car and not identify himself. Did literally nothing wrong. Oh no, it wasn't over here. Ow. Gulp. Who's stuck there? Do I head inland? I think I should probably head inland at this point. Definitely go give my earrings another try in a sec. Hopefully they're not as puffy. I can turn the gamma up so y'all can see. back. Oh, I need a new shirt. Yeah. Can you make a full shirt? This is such a waste of rags, but it's fine. I'll get more. No, no, no. I need to leave it on because I need the space. Yeah. He lives. What up, Gold? Yeah. Still having power issues and stuff. But I plugged an extension cord into another room, into an outlet in another room and plugged the router in there, so... hopefully that helps. Hopefully. We fucking pray. New DayZ update, yeah. Minor changes. Not really. They apparently fixed the lag. Like a 400% like performance increase or something. And the terrain is supposed to blend better or something like that. Something along those lines. I think is the idea. Also, what up, Gold? Nice. Yeah. I haven't noticed it yet, though. Like, I haven't really noticed any major difference, to be honest. Where'd the trail go? New Earl and Mike dropped? What? 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 How is it? Don't know. Haven't listened to it. Okay. The people aren't loving it? Oh shit, really? Interesting. I really like the trails on Trinaris. They're like really good for navigation, obviously, and like also just kind of like fun to walk. Lets you feel like you're like going in the direction of something, even when you're not like in a city. Whereas most of the other maps, it's just like endless. And like in fucking Deadfall, you can run forever just in the middle of the field or like the trees and just never see anything. But if you follow a trail in this game, you kind of get a very like scenic tour of the map. Oh, meant to make this backpack bigger. You know what I mean? Like, you know, if you follow the trail, you'll eventually get somewhere. You end up at like a stream or a river or something. Yeah. Cause when it all comes crashing down, I need... There we go. I almost just shot this tree. I don't notice the blending or anything, honestly. I haven't really like seen much of a difference, but maybe when it gets brighter out. Mayhaps. Mayhaps. Where's this bringing me? I'm gonna play out one life, and if it starts like taking too long, obviously I'm just gonna back out. And then I want to play some Far Cry for a little bit. Maybe go find the rest of those, the last 2 lighters. Last 2 Vietnam lighters, and then back to Elden Ring. Yes, as a reminder for everybody, to anybody that would like to donate to help Bashika Kitty's friend, who is injured in the base jumping incident, every $10 I will dump a beer on my head. Dork, dork, dork. For every $10 donated, I will dump another beer on my head. I still can't believe that I slept for 3 hours, but feel like incredibly well rested. It's very impressive for me. To be. Unheard of, TBH. TB fucking H. Got a depresso meds. Uh-oh. I might be able to get some Vyvanse today. Thank you for reminding me to take my depresso meds. VF times out Gold Melter for 1 second. Yeah, Gold, take your depresso meds next time. Next time, don't be out of your depresso meds and maybe you won't get timed out, huh? Hi, VF. Hi. How are you? Oh, wait, I got refills on this one. Looking for a reason to time you out again. Trying to think about why that might be grounds to time you out. I'm not certain right now, but I will figure it out. Can we get the lawyers on this one, please? How can we time Gold out for that? What has he done wrong? How is this bannable? Did you just ew at VF? Mods kill him. There's a guy right in front of me. It was a different guy. Got him. Hit a sporter with 1 bullet. Shit. Bruh. Killed the guy, got killed by zombies though. Also, was that a black sporter? Where the fuck did that come from? I didn't know that was a thing. That was incredible. W killed, W tactical. I got really kinetic. I flanked perfectly. Perfectly. Gulch melter. I only have 1 bleed. Let's see how much of my stuff got destroyed though. 2 times in a row of getting a fucking wound infection from using a rag. That's crazy. It's like really like unlikely. Okay. I'm okay now. What those multivitamins? That. I disinfected my wound. What the shit? It's not an airport. You don't have to announce your exit gold. How do I still... Oh, I'm good. Wait, when this motherfucker had plastic explosives and a chicken on him. I don't know how to explain that. I'll be totally honest with you. Wait, did somebody else come loot this guy? I feel like this wasn't the dude that I saw either. I'm starting to get a little worried, actually. Stumpy. I don't know if this was the guy I saw. I'll be totally honest. Maybe it was. I saw him from behind. I saw the gun on his back and the helmet, so I thought he was much more geared than he really was. It's okay, we made it work. We made it work. We made it work. Do I want this plastic explosives? He got this from a fucking industrial area for sure. Not far from here. I need these bones. Need these bones. Give me your bones. Woo! No bones. Was scary. Wait, oh fuck, I must be charming or trustworthy or some shit, because they just told me I could sell it for the same price as cash over the next couple days, so no big deal. Oh shit. So I'm trying to hook them up with a new car? Even as not a car salesman, I'm selling cars? That's crazy. I don't have any bullets. Why am I hanging around? I could definitely just escape. What kind of silence shot was that? It was really suspicious, whatever just happened. And I didn't get those bones. I want those bones, brother. Well, I'm just glad that guy missed. What kind of scope is on this thing? That's a sport plane. Alrighty, well. I could go take the high ground and try to see where he's at, but I'd have to charge him with a melee weapon. these houses have ovens? Ooh, I can fix this water bottle up real quick. Oh, that's a new sound. I didn't know that was a thing. Interesting. Probably a little bit of a silly thing to do here, but that's okay. I don't think I've ever used one of these stoves. High key. I'm bissing. Oh, I started coughing again and then I remembered the mask. Wait, what mask? I'm getting Giga spotted for sure. $100,000%. It was a silenced shot that I got shot at with. Kind of curious what the fuck that was about. Get that water and get the fuck out of here. Just heard somebody. Run. Why can't I run? Oh, because I wasn't hitting shift. I gotta see if the pharmacy sent that shit over. They did not. Don't really know what direction to go. Oh, that way. It's the big tower. Big radio tower. I just gotta wait for the water to warm up or to cool off. W, we got a kill. Click it. And we escaped. Okay, so it's still only my shirt that's destroyed. Okay. We can deal with that. So. Damn lights off. Light? Oh, I'm not on the Wi-Fi. We're good. is cooled off. And now we're like straight up stabilized. Just need to get this blood back. Find me a blood boy. And find me a JD Vance. Hey, I got a kill with this place one time. Snuck all the way around back with a FAMAS. And then missed. Oh, this is where I got my first knife kill in combat. I shot the FAMAS, killed a guy, ran out of ammo, and then charged at him with a knife and killed him. I'm gonna guess because zombies are here that there's nobody else. I think I still have that clip somewhere. Those are Steam clips, not Twitch clips. So. Just be real casual. Man, fuck you. I was being real cash. I was being like so casual. You're an asshole. Best outcome here is I found some bullets for this revolver. Oh shit, a box of 22s. I don't have a magazine for either of the guns that shoot 22s, but I can load them up one at a time. Sporter does a little bit more damage, I think, than the Mark II. Also, from that way, it's the big towers. This is what I think. Oh yeah, that feels like shit. Drywall dust, doing tile stuff, painting, cleaning. So many good situations to have masks on that I have found myself many times not wearing a mask. And then have been like, why do I feel like dog shit right now? Wow, my head hurts. Shocking. It does suck though. Where is that big tower? I don't think you can kill a cow with one shot anyways. I don't have room for cow food. I shouldn't push that town either because I end up getting fucked up. What if there's a Glock in there? What if there's a Glock? Love the sound of construction outside my house. Are you being sarcastic? Being for real, for real. My tax at work? Oh, hell yeah. True shit. Guys, what if there's a Glock in there? Is it worth the fucking heart attack that it's gonna give me? And me pathetically trying to get into it. Do a gun battle with one bullet in the chamber. 2 different guns. That both do 1/10 of the damage needed to kill someone. I think so. There could be a Glock in there, like I said. We're going. Also, there could be a shotgun in there. I should maybe check that first. You're out of your damn mind. How did that not kill him? Oh, it did kill him. It hit him in his fucking helmet. He had a goddamn construction helmet on, so he's fine. Because that's how that works. Famously. Hat? But what about gun? Sheath? Oh, I have a belt, don't I? Yeah. They're a big farm, too. I'll go, I'll sweep the houses and see what I can find. What? I don't even have words for this. I shot him in the head twice. What in God's name just happened? How? How did that even happen? More shotgun shells. No shotgun though. Cowboy hat. This thing could save my life though. That's the rule. I don't give a fuck. It's the rule. Gotta take the cowboy hat. And it's not cold, so I have no good excuse to not. Our radiator. It was after me, right? Firefighter jacket? Oh no. I think they changed the gun sound for this too. I'm not gonna lie. Literally took 2 headshots. I don't even have words for how stupid that is. It's a fucking plastic construction hat, bro. More shotty shells. Jesus Christ, that cow. Scared the fuck out of me, dude. It's getting chased by a zombie. It wasn't even running away from me. But the zombie's chasing a guy. This is such a pretty map. It really is. Better shirt than that. Just need one with more inventory space. Alright, we push the police station tactically. We're getting kinetic. We're getting kinetic. Yeah, this gun, it doesn't do a lot of damage, but usually the headshot kills it. It's kind of weird. So like, in the range, the damage fall off at range is real as fuck too. Oh, I just got shot. I didn't get kinetic, I got kineticked. I got kinetically kirked. That's crazy. Well, we died in a cowboy hat, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. Stare. Hi, Mona. What was that message? Oh, just now. Monka gasp. Hi, Bubble. And when it all goes. Oh, no, I didn't need to close that. Hi, Bubble. Do I want to play Far Cry? I don't know. Sorry for black screen. The sun's not live yet, is he? They sent over my fucking prescription yet, bro. Please. Please. Not yet. Yeah, I'm gonna just pull up the papers. Get right back into Elden Ring. Got plenty of stuff to do. Steam has an update for fucking Grand Theft Auto 4. Why? Azan. Azan. Where are the cat papers? Files. Recent. Cat papers V1. Elden Ring. Yo, what the fuck? I look horrifying. Yo, I just got fucking flashbanged by Elden Ring, and that was scary looking.
They came in so fast and so hard, and these guys knew exactly what to do. Let's go, come on, get in, let's go. Blah. They came in so fast and so hard, and these guys knew.
It came so fast, so hard.
Come on, get in. Let's
Ow, my
go.
fucking toe just. My whole foot and toe just cracked.
At the same time. They don't want to come at the same time. They come right after each other. They didn't have any room.
Controller. Coffee gone. I want my 5 hands. I don't know. I don't really know what he was supposed to be describing there. It's kind of hard to tell. Elden time. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Ooh, I still have some couscous downstairs too. And water. I'm CEO, I cannot go. Even my striker's bulletproof. I do not rap when I am told. I rap when I got shit to say. Ugh. I'm glad the fucking Wi-Fi hasn't gone out yet. It shouldn't. I don't see why it would. It's literally just that one, like, somehow, even though every single breaker is filled with water. It's only that one. It's only that one that has any issues. Conveniently the one the Wi-Fi is plugged into. Somehow. Now take your fucking time, Elden Ring. I'm not in a hurry. I'm not in a fucking hurry. Take your goddamn time. I don't have a castle to storm through. No. Nothing like that. There it goes. What are you doing, Mumblecat? Is it always so windy here? And also, this isn't where I logged out. This isn't even sort of where I logged out, and that's not even a grace. Huh? Work. I'm working. Working, you could even say. I literally picked up. Oh no, I lost my runes. I fell off the edge. That's right. That's right. I would think so, right? That they would make a new Liberty City for GTA 7 in the year of our Lord 2046. I think so. Is the thief dead? Okay, good. Which high key would be fucking impressive. Any like open world map that Rockstar makes after Red Dead Redemption 2 is going to probably be one of the coolest things you've ever seen, unless they just like decide that they don't need to live up to what the expectations that they've set, you know? But they probably will. So like literally any open world that they create is gonna be fucking bonkers. Who the fuck are you? Shit. Just heal. Just heal. Yeah, like, I went to that grace. That was the closest grace to where I was. Really weird. B. Cue the Phasaria soundbite. B. I'm mad at whoever converted all the text into vectors in the file I'm working with right now. Sounds like some nerd shit, I'm not gonna lie. Vectors? Sounds like a nerd did that probably, right? Retrieve lost runes. It's none. Put that fucking bugle thing down. Why are they so aggro right now? Jeebus Christ, bro. Imagine you want to edit a Word document and the text is a picture. That's horrifying. I hate that. Horrifying is not the right word. Insufferably annoying is. That's what I was looking for. You're horn guy, Gold. I don't know what that means. You aggro everybody. Ow. I have no idea if what I just said is an insult or not. I can't decide it. Oh yeah, the knight in this room. the knight in this room that I'm about to get my ass clapped by. Quick remove. A nice sound that makes. Can I call Skelly Boys in? I'll call Skelly Boys in. Wait, why can't I? Oh, I guess I just can't call Skelly Boys in right now. And I don't have a lantern yet. I think I was supposed to get that from the guy at Ella. No shot I can get past this guy, right? Oh, that did a lot. Easy clap, first try. Fuck yeah. Oh yeah. Was there something else in this room I needed? Oh yes. Curved sword talisman. Talismans you have to do at the no, you don't. Enhances guard counters. That's like these, right? Not those. It's like this one. But yeah, I keep forgetting to wear my gloves too. Jesus Christ. Yeah, who needs fucking protective gear? That's woke as fuck. Hot swap. Hot swap. Climb up on ladders that are only touching on 2 points on the ground. Fuck it, 1. Wobble that shit to the side. Just lean it up against a wall, tilt it sideways, climb up that bitch. Huff that dust. Who gives a shit? I know you can do it on Apple. You can copy text from pictures on Apple. I don't think Windows has that. And again, I still have Windows 10. And there's definitely apps that let you do it. Wait. Did I just see somebody? Oh no, that was a piece of debris that fell. Don't I go through this room? How do I get up there? Should I just go buy the lantern? No, I'll have to fucking go through all these guys again. Maybe not the knight. Break everything, break everything, break everything. OCR site? One of the solutions for forwarding YouTube comments to Chatterino that I was looking into doing. It was actually probably the best way. The best way to do what I was trying to do, because YouTube has like a strict API request limit for stuff like chat messages, so you can only keep like a tool that forwards the. You could only keep a tool that forwards the YouTube comments over to Chatterino running for so long before you run out of API requests. So the best solution that I had come up with was essentially like a bot little thingy that would like read I would keep the YouTube comments open in a window in the corner like I have now, and there would be something that reads the messages and then manually, like, I don't think it would be Playwright, but it would manually like automate and then like send them into, well, so because you can send stuff into Chatterino like endlessly, and it would like send it into Chatterino essentially. It would be it would just be like reading the page and then sending that data over to Chatterino instead of like doing API requests from YouTube. And I never ended up doing it, well, aka having ChatGPT make it for me, but that was the best idea I could come up with. And ChatGPT glazed me, so that means it was definitely a good idea. And yep. That's what that means. No, but of a couple different things we tried, that was probably the one that would have worked. Yeah, because you can only do so much with the API requests. Commoner's headband. Where am I getting shit launched at me from? Oh, is it this guy? Who's this guy? See ya. Yeah, you can like indefinitely send it send the yo, fuck you. Ladder fight. Get back on the ladder, bro. Yeah, you can have fucking like a Twitch bot account like type stuff. You know, there's no, you're not gonna get rate limited on that at all. The fuck? I've done this before. I just don't remember where the fuck to go. But you can only yeah, you can only request the messages from YouTube so many times. I'm essentially trying to get in there, right? So. Oh, mayhaps the ladder and then another ladder? I don't remember. God, I love this fucking game. It's so pretty and it's very buzzle. It's very buzzily. Ah. Do I hear a bird? Another one of those fucking birds up there, bro. I just cannot. Do not even attack me with a large bird until I've had my coffee, bro. Do not fucking even, please. The hell is this? What do I do? Oh. No? Squatch. Squatch head. Wait, how they do? Oh, you might be. Wait, is that how? Wait, Minecraft into Discord? Is that a thing? You might be on a bit of a delay, Afro. YouTube might have hit you with the shady delay. Maybe potentially. So there's like a downstairs room, right? Fuck, do I go from here? Oh, okay, cool. Oh, sorry, yeah, I should have typed that. We've done it. Nobody saw me fall. Nobody saw me fall. I didn't fall. Hello. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. YouTube is shady like that. Nice. I don't know why or even how it does it. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Because you'll just be watching and you'll see no like noticeable sign of having like fallen behind. But it will just like Oh, right, there's that thing over here. But it will just, like, out of nowhere, you'll find yourself, like, 13 seconds, 16 seconds fucking behind. Something stupid like that. No idea why. Thought I wasn't gonna make that. Definitely not gonna make that. Oh god. Oh god. No, 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 no. You did not just hit me through a fucking wall. You goddamn jackass. Get out of my sight. Pushing his body off the edge. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm totally not gonna fall myself. I'm too good at the game. Get off. Go. Get. See ya. Oh, I was looking through the fucking wood panels. Watching him fall. Brick hammer. So what's that all about? Okay, so this is that part up there that I was looking at. Liar ahead. It's the same message as fucking the other place. What the hell? Not a fake wall situation, is it? No. It happened to Kitty the other day. Well, it happened to Kitty, the thing where you, like, click on which a couple people have said, you click on the, like, when I go live, and it just brings you to an old VOD instead. Making zero sense at all. I should put my sword away when I'm jumping. I think that would make the most sense. Maybe it doesn't make a difference. Maybe just running jumping is what I gotta do. Fuck you, nice try. Fuck you, bud. Oh, I need the two-hand. Did I just get hit by something? Oh. That's sussy as hell. Like, sometimes Afro, like, sometimes I, like, either paused it, or, like, when I'm on mobile, sometimes it just, like, pauses for a quick second and then unpauses when I'm in picture-in-picture mode. But, like, other times, it just somehow ends up behind. I really don't understand it. It's my last flask, and I haven't sat at a grace yet. Have I missed a grace that I could have sat at? Is that possible? No item ahead. You lying. Try parrying. That's a good idea. Frame smoothing. What's that? Please don't walk this way, sir. Is this the same? Oh, you son of a bitch. I really don't want to die. I really don't want to die. I thought he fell off the edge for a second. Oh, he's going back. He's going back. Bro just walked backwards off that shit. No, you son of a bitch. God damn it. I'm just running. I think I got very lucky there. Contraption does not move. I hear creepy crawly noises right now. Yes. Okay, okay, I remember this, Grace, I think. So then I can go out this way, and then it's like a big running on rooftops thingy thing. And the birds. This might be where I was, I think, when Kitty and I first... This might have been the first boss that Kitty helped me with. Maybe? Or no, I was at the dragon. Not the dragon, the snake thingy. I don't really remember now. Contraption does not move. That's just some little guy up here. Ow. Someone just shoot something at me. Not certain what's happening right now. Ah, yes. Yes, yes. Is there a map of this place that I should be getting stuff from? My eyeballs are cooked. Underground. Necklace, memory stone, equip more incantations. Oh, bet. Blue dragon equal actual dragon. Kill it, take the heart. Black dragon, dragon shrine cult. Eat the dragon hearts. Not very vegan. Okay, so I just gotta go through the castle here. I believe. Scrolling. Both items and incantations available in Liurnia aftermarket. Prior to librarian mommy. Okay. Which would be... Yeah, how did I get around the castle? I don't remember what I did here. So you started here, over here, and I went up here, and I stayed at the gate thing for a while, and I fought these guys, and I never did shit. Put the game down for like 8 months. Oh yeah, no, I didn't. I kept powering through. Stormhill Shack, and then I think there's an Everjail over here somewhere that I got into a scrap with a guy I couldn't beat, and then I left. And then I somehow wound up all the way up here. Was it just this road? I'm sure there just is a way around it that I ended up taking somehow. Yeah, I think I got shot at by the fucking big, the big crossbow bolt fucking, trebuchet. Fucking scorpion launcher thingy. And then I just turned around and was like, nah, I'm going past this. I think that was it. Hello. Now that I'm supposed to be up here. Yeah, I could probably just drop down right here, right? It's all looking giga familiar. Oh boy. Ew. I sat at a grace? No, I haven't. I should have sat down. Fuck. Big boy sputter like Tuli. Another grasse around here. That didn't even heal all my health. Shit. I don't think I'm far. No, I'm not. Not at a wall. Fuck. Close one. I went up. You can't walk on the edge here, can you? No, no way. Unless. I went all the way up and then around. I might be needlessly. Might be going a goofy ass way right now. It's okay, I get to see more of the castle. Fucking hurts right now. Excuse me, sir. Fuck you. Bro. Fuck you. Ow! Goddamn dickhead. He said, no, fuck you. Fuck me? I remember fighting the giant spider thingy for some reason. So I'm sure there's like a good reason to do it. Someone on this rooftop with me? Oh god. I don't want to die to this thing. There are two of them. Thank you. Jesus fuck. I wonder what the best way to go about this is. I should go find another. I feel like run ahead, get another Grace was the move here. But I can't totally remember. Well, is there one in one of the rooms down there by the spider? Mayhaps. I'm quick enough, can I do it? Ow, you fucking dickhead. I want my runes back, don't I? Yeah, I should just go back to where those are. Really try to work my way over there. Is that just an abyss or abyss? Oh fuck. Okay. W, I think. And then I went over here. Right in this room. Here, right. I can take this guy if I've got heals. I've got chalky milks to pop, I can definitely get this guy. He turns around right in front of me, doesn't he? I need to go find a Grace in here, because I don't want to walk back that way again. Mimics fail. That too. Oh. There's FP to mimic nearby objects. Oh, that's the thing where you can like turn into a pot. Oh yeah. You? That looks gross. Is there a Grace in one of the rooms off of this thing? I'm trying to remember. I came in from this way last time. Pain in like the front of my head. I want to say it's jump down and then behind me on the right. This way, maybe? Does this just bring me right back up? This brings me right back up to the one that said this contraption doesn't work, does it? Okay. And then can I get... Okay. I see. I see. Okay. But it didn't let me pull the fucking ladder up, so I just gotta make sure I send it back every time. Or the elevator. Yeah. So I want to do... Bat. Ow. You bitch. There's just a hole in the ground here now? Okay, yeah, there is. There's gotta be a way you can bait him into this, right? Come on in here, bud. Come on in here, bud. Script over. They did. Yo, they sent it. Let's go. Should I go cop my Vivans? Oh. It's still early. Again. Okay, so I just gotta send it back every time. Just gotta send it back up. Unless there is a grace down here somewhere that I'm just stupid. I'm not seeing. Time to learn this dickhead's moveset. Dickhead, heal. Call myself a dickhead. You know what? Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. The same guy just fucking beat up before. Does he just keep respawning? Yes, doesn't he? Fuck you. Ah! Forgetting what buttons. What? Bruh. Sent the elevator back, right? It might be, I mean, I could keep trying, I guess, but it might be a little tough to beat that spider thingy. I guess I just have to learn his moves. Let me go get 5 ants first. Yeah, don't beef with him. the other side of where I was before. The top. Up into the rat pit. The Brad Pit. The crisp rat pit. Fuck it, I'm skipping class. Gold, why are you doing that? Why are you doing all that? This is just like another entrance in. Hey, bud. I didn't send the elevator back. So, oh, wow, an arrow. Thank you. Incredible stuff. Thank you. Is that a night? Oh, I thought the night walk down here. Excuse me, bro? Oh, wait. Sorry. Shit. It's this way? Yeah. Why are you throwing stuff at me, man? Why are you throwing things at me? I gotta piss, I'll be right back. Jesus. Gold, why are you not going to class? Okay, bye. I have a meeting. Bye. Okay. So the pharmacy has my prescription. This is the first time I've ever had to pay for a prescription out of pocket. So I'm seeing what that is like. So hopefully they can call me back and explain what to do there. Or like hopefully the message I left them will prevent them from trying to bill insurance and then having it like hold up the prescription and stuff like that. Have I really only been live for an hour and 40 minutes? Oh no, it's because the stream effed. I was like, that doesn't look right at all. The helly? So I don't see a reason why I would have to beat this spider up. Because I could also just continue through the rest of the castle, right? But I do remember doing it last time. Nice. Like I could just go walk out. I'm at 235 right now? Oh wow, that's still shorter than I thought. Yeah, but yeah, on my end it's showing an hour 40. I was like, the hell? Panic roll away, panic roll away, panic roll away, panic roll away! Fuck! Oh, I'm cooked. Fuck, 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 fuck. Is this the room? Fuck you! They're just waiting, aiming at the fucking door. Bro, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good. Shit. Don't those explode? Why didn't that explode? Oh, I remember this now. There's a Grace in here, isn't there? No? I do remember doing this at one point, though. That's not a real stairwell. That's not a real stairwell. Obviously painting. I can kill this guy. There's like a big thing I gotta fight right here, right? Yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy. One at a time, please. One at a time, please. Shit. Oh god. Did he just kill his own dog? That's not very chill. Not very chill at all. Oh god, again. I mean, hopefully I can pick up the 5 ends today. I don't know, I gotta wait to see what they say. Oh, hi Foxbox. Have you been awake this entire time? Mm-hmm. Oh, no. I slept for like 3 hours. And I slept without any like screens or like media on. So I slept for 3 hours. I didn't set any alarms. I just like went to sleep and woke up 3 hours later thinking it had been like 10. I felt really well rested and stuff. So I was like, fuck it, I guess I'm up. But how are you, Foxbox? Gotta wake up and do stuff. Ooh. What kind of stuff are we talking? Bro. Brosif. Why are we blowing the bugle, huh? Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? What's this all about? Why are we blowing a bugle? this go the same way? It appears to. I had a dream I had to sneak away and escape from some sort of moiterer. There was a moiterer. Monka gasp. Monk. I have to kill this guy. I was camping in Yellowstone randomly? Oh shit. There was a moiterer, huh? Of course there's a giant fucking bird here. It did just get... just get hit by this guy, which is hilarious. I could try parrying. I could try parrying. I could try parrying. Can you stop stepping on me, bro? Please? Oh, yo. Help. Help. Somebody help me. Not you. Did this get me anywhere I wanted to be? No. Well. That's like certain death, right? Oh. Better than I had hoped. Fuck. Let's just panic walked off the edge. Who the fuck are you? Excuse me, please. Excuse me, please. I don't know you, birds. I don't know you. Just little guys. Those are just little guys. It's okay. That's a bigger guy, but it's okay. I would just love to get to another grace, please. This is definitely a thing that I... Oh, that's just a blue juice. Okay. Something just jumped down behind me. I was really fucking scratched by ear. Oh, I remember this. Oh, I remember this now. Oh god, I remember this now. Yikes. I get a call from any 800 numbers. Thank you for leaving a voicemail. Oh yeah, it said they were on lunch. So close. That was where I wanted to go, right? Was there a grace somewhere close? God, I hope so. I was taking a really goofy way to get where I was just trying to go, wasn't I? Oh wait, I can make this right. Okay. Okay. Fuck. Nom. Nom. Oh, that's very cute. I love that. can you get on cow pony? You can't cow pony through here, can you? No. Because that'd be lovely. Oh, wait, you can do this? This looks sketchy as shit. Oh my god, that scared me. This is horrifically sketchy. This is helpful. Item ahead. Where? Where is ahead? Me when I see pie. Please don't swing at me. No, I'm going. I want to go down, right? Not up. Nom. I'm sorry, did he come all the way up here? Did he take the ladder too? This is, what do they know how to use ladders? You should know how to use a fucking ladder. It's not your place. It's not your place to use ladders, you fucking dickhead. I'm the main character. I am the main character. Fuck. Oh. I call back from the dock. That was weird. I got a call back from the pharmacy. But I answered it and it was just the sound of somebody typing for 2 minutes. Monka. Ow. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Stormhawk feather. Okay, that's kind of a sick name. Yeah, they were just typing into the mic. I've been... Wait, isn't this a place where I had to fight somebody the one time? Oh no.
Ah, nice to meet you.
Whomster you?
The pleasure's mine. Roger is the name.
Oh.
A sorcerer.
Wait, there was the guy I could have called in for Margit.
I'm looking for a little something here in the castle. When I'm not hot-footing it from the troops, that is. But enough about me.
Hot-footing it from the
What
troops.
are you doing here in Stormvale Castle? This place is bristling with tarnished hunters, you know.
They're hunting my
They
tarnished
sacrifice
ass.
our kind. Not exactly a place I'd stroll into without a purpose in mind.
Here to defeat God Richard.
Here to challenge Godric and lay your hands upon a great rune, are you? You can see it then,
Yeah.
I take it. The guidance of grace. Well, enjoy it while you can. I'm tarnished, like you. But unlike you, I've seen neither hide nor hair of this guidance for the longest time. Still, I won't forget how it felt when I first came here, to the lands between. I'm privy to a few magical battle arts. Would you care to learn one? As a fellow tarnished, once guided by grace, I'd love to help you out, if it please.
Sure. Glintstone Pebble grants affinities to and skills to armaments. Oh, so all these things. Using swords as well as pole arms capable of thrusting. Yeah. Wow. On swords, colossal weapons accepted. Oh, that looked horrifying. What the fuck? Monka. Bruh. Bruh, I'm scared. They're leaving a fucking voicemail again. Oh, no, they're not. God damn it. I literally just called them. I really want that Vyvanse because I'm starting to get tired. I'm the white devil. Maybe I go get another coffee. Perhaps that the move.
Yo. Word. That's wild.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
What's Hassan up to? Live yet? Pi alive, cat not live. What's Pi doing? Helping foster dogs. I won't be long. I'm just gonna go get a coffee and the rest of that cool stuff. 5 minutes. It'll take me 5 minutes. Well, I don't know if I actually told you I've approved for the lease and everything, so I'm moving for sure. And in May, holy shit, let's go. Hell yeah. No, that's amazing. I'm happy for you. Exciting stuff.
Fox got a new box. Also moving out at the end of the month. Goddamn. Goddamn. Everybody doing big shit. Oh, my back just cracked crazy. Hell yeah, though. Hell yeah. All right, I will be right back with coffee. And more couscous in my stomach. Yeah, okay.
Diving headfirst into the manosphere to woo male voters ahead of 2028. But they'll have to compete with the digital bro world's new rising star, far-left activist Hassan Piker.
And what I really want is whether it's social media influencers on Twitch or YouTube like Hassan Piker or other kind of promoters of hate.
Revolutionary optimism. You must always continue to organize. You must always continue to agitate, because the quicker we can create enough pressure that causes the American state to recalculate its suicide pact with Israel, the quicker we can save as many Palestinian lives possible.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is our broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Is my audio peaking? What's going on right now? Is my audio different? Anyway, I'm live, I'm alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs. Yeah, damn, you loud as fuck. Hot mic, gain a little high. How did this happen? Did someone fucking, while I was gone, did someone tweak my audio? Maybe. I can see that happening. Anyway, yeah, taco is over. War is continuing. He tacoed on the taco. Anyway, folks, we're live. We're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. I'm a little tired. A lot of travel has been happening in my life, and even though travel in my conditions, I'm very fortunate to be able to travel in a way where it's like the least amount of friction possible. It's still obviously cooking my ass a little bit. Bro, they're giving you permission to dig them out of their grave and fuck them on the Majority Report today, Lamau. Wait, what? What the fuck? What are you talking about? I sound sleepy. That's because, and I'll tell you right now, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassanabi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's precisely what I'm going to do, and that's what I'm going to do right now. I ended the broadcast yesterday. It was like 9 hours, 10 hours. I don't even know how many hours we did, but basically, I'm going to get right into the situation monitoring, because I didn't get my, I didn't get my yesterday. I wasn't able to do that. But yeah, I ended the broadcast. I finally got to my hotel, ordered a sandwich first thing I ate was at like 12 yesterday. But it was an incredible day. I was just like riding high off of the events and the adrenaline, right? Like it was incredible. And I hope you guys enjoyed it. I mean, you got to see how the sausage is made, you know, behind closed doors, that type of thing. You get to have unprecedented access into how these sorts of rallies are put together, you know, the real conversations that people have, right? Politicians, very different type of politicians than the ones that you might be used to. But yeah, March caught me trying to scratch that itch. I know. I'm gonna show you right now. Yeah, I woke up early in the morning. We got on. I woke up early in the morning, got on a plane, and I was monitoring the freaking situation, right? And March posted this of me. I reposted it, and guess what? Guess what? While I was in the process of situation monitoring, I became the situation myself. Okay, I became the situation. Sometimes you monitor the situation long enough and the situation monitors you. Okay, because I'm not, I guess it's not on here, but I was looking for that post. But yeah, I was watching CNN, and out of nowhere, I'm watching CNN. Out of nowhere, I'm on CNN. Okay? How the hell does this happen? How the hell does this happen? And the dude is sitting next to me, and he's looking at me. Okay? Dude is sitting next to me. There's a guy next to me. And he's looking at the screen because he's also watching CNN. And then he turns around and he looks at me and he's like, is that, he starts smiling. He's like, is that you? And while he was pointing at this screen, what's insane about it is that my quote that was chopped in half from Dana Fash is on screen, and it's like, doesn't matter if rapes happened on October 7th, it doesn't change the dynamic, all this stuff. And I'm just like, I'm not, I was just like, what are you gonna do? But the thing is, probably, I'll be honest, probably one of the worst situations to be in. Imagine you're on a flight and then all of a sudden the dude sitting next to you is on CNN breaking news, 9/11, right? The 9/11 guy is on CNN sitting next to you. You don't understand everything that's going on, but you're like, what do you mean? You did 9/11 and you're sitting next to me? Like, what the fuck's going on right now? You know what I mean? All of a sudden, it's like, guys like, hold on. What's going on right now? You know, I have a family. I'm obviously joking that he didn't think I was the 9/11 guy, but as is the case with most people, you know, he wasn't exactly elated about CNN to begin with. So CNN, he didn't really like too much. Dana Bash, he didn't really like too much. So automatically, he had a positive opinion of me. Like, which is awesome. Guy is just like sitting there watching CNN angrily, doesn't like Dana Bash. Dana Bash says this guy sucks, and automatically he had a positive approval of me by way of being negatively polarized off of CNN coverage. A defiant Hassan Piker boost. Michigan Senate candidate Abdullah Sayed in rallies taking on Israel. Yeah. So the 9/11 guy's on my plane next to me watching news of himself. Yeah. So is this ceasefire joke? Yeah. It we'll get into all of that, obviously. But lots of photos have come out. Lots of articles have been written. Lots of takes have been given on the Abdul El-Sayed stuff. The GOP is doing some really funny shit too, because like the GOP is doing some really funny shit as well, where they're like mad. They don't understand jokes at all. So when I'm like sarcastically endorsing Pills Mafia, they've been like they've been using that against the Pills Mills, which, you know, we're Janissaries, obviously. Mills Mafia, rise up, gang.
Bruh.
But the more they smear you, the more they'll get random people checking you and like develop a positive opinion of you. Yeah. You and the situation are mocking each other on the plane. Yeah. All right. So in any case, if you ever need a shout out, hit up Zachary Foster. Oh yeah, this was funny. This is the funniest way for someone to know who I am, by the way. Jamel Hill, I'm gonna keep it real. I'd never heard of Hassan Piker until last week, and I consider myself fairly politically informed. What I missed, I only found him at the beginning of the genocide when he had Jewish historian named Zachary Foster on, and I could immediately see why he's a threat to the Dem establishment now. He's informed, entertaining, and not actually anti-Jewish, and never stop watching. Good stream to watch, by the way, if you're looking to get accurate info on the history of the issue. It's pretty funny that like Jamel Hill learned about who I am by way of Zach Foster, like a Zach Foster fan. Not gonna lie, all your traveling folks can't use a soundboard. I agree. So yeah, we got a big day today ahead of ourselves, obviously. Free Press was there. I'll talk about that. I'll do a recap of the rallies, right? Like a brief recap. Had to do that. But you know, there's a lot of situation monitoring that'll be going on. Thank Allah for Taco Tuesday. Abdul El-Sayed rallies were major W's. Those things are always so good, man. I love seeing you guys out in the real world, you know. Abdul rallies are major W's. In parentheses, recap. And then what's Truda Parsi's at on Twitter? Let me find that real quick. Can we watch the majority clip before we get serious? Sure. Hold on. T Parsi. Okay. At T Parsi. On to talk ceasefire. Ceasefire. And where we go from here. Dems respond to Iran. W, kneecap on. What's kneecaps at? Let's find that one too. Kneecap. Seal. Okay. Sorry. Kneecap.
Right. Okay, so the pharmacy got my script.
Cuba. And
pharmacy got my prescription. Ow.
Epstein.
Looks like I'm wearing Hassan's hat.
And
pharmacy got my prescription. But for the first time ever, like I've told y'all before, that like my script gets sent over as name brand or as generic from the doctor to my normal pharmacy every single month. Because of Medicaid, I can't get 3 months supplies. So it gets sent over every single month as generic. But because I have Medicaid, I think VF kind of explained why. Maybe they have some kind of deal with name brand. No, this is not good. Well, it'll probably work out after, but like it gets sent over as generic every single month. And every single month, I get a message that the pharmacy received the prescription, and then I get a message 5 minutes later that says that there's an issue with billing or with insurance. And that issue with insurance is that my Medicaid, which is, you know, taxpayer funded healthcare, will not pay for the $200 generic and will only pay for the $440 name brand. So then I have to call and have the pharmacist, if they're on, like, you know, if they're working at that time or like if they're around and available, the pharmacist at the pharmacy like has to override the prescription to make it for the name brand so that my insurance will pay for it at twice the price because they refuse to pay for it at half the price. Right? So every single month this has happened for the past like almost 2 years now. And I just I'm paying out of pocket this month because I don't have insurance at the moment, right? So I had it sent over to a pharmacy where I can get it for the cheapest. I had my doctor send it over to the pharmacy where I can get it for the cheapest, which is a pharmacy I've never gone to before. And they, for the first time ever, sent it over as fucking name brand. So I just called the pharmacy and just like asked them, like I basically was like, I never paid out of pocket for medication before. I just wanted to let y'all know that, or like let y'all know that I'll be paying out of pocket so you don't like, so it's not like delayed if y'all are trying to bill insurance and it doesn't work, because it's not gonna work if you try to do that. And they're like, yeah, we have it here and we can get it ready for you, but it looks like they sent over name brand and it's gonna be like $440. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. The only time ever they have sent it over as name brand, which they normally should be doing for whatever fucking godforsaken reason that my insurance will, refuses to pay for the generic. But this one fucking time, they sent it over as name brand. So I just had to call the doctor back again for them to send over the script as generic, which is $200. But then I have a fucking coupon at this particular pharmacy that allows me to get it for like $60-something or something like that. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What up, Jericho? The baddies are beefing. Shit. What's happening? What's happening? Oh. Sorry, I can't hear dick.
Wrestling match.
The one time I'm paying out of pocket, yep. What is going on? Why can't I fucking hear anything?
Eye contact. High key heated rivalry.
I'm gonna fucking kill myself, I swear to God. That was so loud. It went from just like not. Oh my God.
Coded. The aura farming alpha on top.
Sorry. Jesus Christ. Sorry, I'm like sweating. I ran up the stairs really quick after eating.
Chat. The baddies are beefing in this bronze sculpture from the year 1610.
It appears they are, yeah.
Are locked in for this wrestling match. That eye contact. High key heated rivalry coded. The aura farming alpha on top is crowned with the laurel wreath of victory. Her doppelganger down here has donkey ears, symbol of brain rot. And she got clapped, so naturally she's crashing out. R.I.P. her coin purse on the ground. Skill issue. This god-tier skibbity sculpture is straight up chef's kiss. It was made for Rudolph II, the Holy Roman Emperor of flexing.
Yeah.
He was thirsty for an artist who could yeet two twisting figures in one bronze pour. Big Pog energy.
One poor big pog.
It's an allegory for Rudolph the Rizzler triumphing over his zero-drip ops. Nobles who wouldn't cough up their coin.
Yeah.
Greed is not good.
Greed is not good. National Gallery of Art US? What? What? High-key heated rivalry coded like the show? Unreal. So yeah, ideally the doctor sends over the script again. Let Gran cook. Just push me down the stairs.
Your ass needs a haircut? Look at the back of your head. I know.
What is it?
Just push my nan down the stairs. Just push my nan down the stairs.
I'd much rather.
So I'm popping a jockey. So I'm popping a jockey. So I'm popping a jockey milk.
Yeah, but that's not how that works. The reason why they hate me is because they hate immigrants, and I'm constantly defending immigrants. The reason why they hate me is because they hate, black people, brown people, Jewish people. I defend all of these people, so they hate me as a vector. It's a multifaceted approach. It's not a wonder that. Not a surprise that there are so many different ideologies out there. where people will just like find one thing to fucking despise and hold on to it and cherish it and let it manifest, let it fester in their souls. All right, let's do, this is recap time.
There's been a lot of controversy about this event, and I'm just curious, you know, from YouTube, what is your reaction to that controversy? Do you think it's overblown coming from Washington, or what have you been hearing from the people that you're speaking to
The
here?
President of the United States just tweeted about wanting to do a genocide in Iran. And the fact that this is the controversy to me says everything we need to know about what DC focuses on.
Oh, Jake Paul did blackface. Nice. For us.
This is so right.
You're better.
I need you guys.
That was actually. Oh yeah. Nice to see you, bro. I know, man.
Your head's looking big today, kid.
No, I gotta.
Yeah, bro, when I said like the Jake Paul did blackface nice, like Fox News is gonna clip that and be like, Hassan Piker loves blackface. Now let's get to our blackface expert who has done blackface, who has defended Jake Paul, and also a panelist comprised of Jake Paul himself in blackface, where we will now talk about how racist Hassan is for saying Jake Paul did blackface nice. Like, that's literally what's happening. It just doesn't make any fucking sense, where I'm like, well, you're Fox News. Like, what do you mean? Right? Faz Shocker was on Fox News this morning, and they were like, well, Hassan Piker is a woman hater. And it's like, but you're Fox News. And then they were like explaining to FaZe that it's really bad. I'm a Republican panelist at the Republican News Network defending the Republican regime. And let me tell you exactly how bad it is to identify your movement with a guy like this. And it's like, I don't think you're giving us good advice. Like, I'm in enemy territory. Why would I take your fucking advice, dude? It's so dumb.
Subscribe now. Somebody in the comments asked if I was Cash Patel.
Oh my God. I'd love to take a question. Actually, what do you mean by your state?
I feel like
If you can't define the question, I'm not going to answer your question.
I'm so sorry, but if you're willing to use a child as bait, you do not belong in the U.S. government. ICE cannot be reformed. ICE cannot be reclaimed. ICE will be a law. Reason that we pay.
This was, I mean, this Hope Corps. Yeah. Are you going to report on Israel attacking Beirut despite ceasefire? What do you think, chatter? Ops here. Hey, do this to beat us. Trust. What? Who is this guy and why is his head so small? Okay. Okay. How loud was it in there? It was crazy loud. So yeah, first speech was, let's be real, kind of low profile and kind of mid, right? No disrespect to MSU. I didn't bring it. Luckily, everybody else did, right? Because I didn't know what the vibes were going to be like. I've done these sorts of speeches on my own, but I never know what the energy is supposed to look like, right? And what's interesting is, you know, I got a decent understanding of it. And the second speech, I brought it. I think I brought it.
The stuff we gotta buy and you pay less for the work that we do is the reason that they misappropriate our tax dollars to go and drop bombs on other kids and their schools and their hospitals rather than building schools and hospitals for our own kids right here in Michigan.
What? When am I gaming?
When's gaming, man?
Yeah. Another Rheingold L. No, it was awesome. The Rheingold situation is awesome. Like a lot of the outwardly pro-Israel Hasbarists are they're so tarnished. You got mocked by Summer Lee. Sorry, guys. You're comparing me to a legend, okay? I look, I don't like a lot of politicians, as you guys know. It's not a big secret, right? I'm very critical of our politicians, as that's
Hello.
it's supposed to happen. You're supposed to.
Okay, so that's all handled. Yeah, like I said, the doctor is sending it over at hopefully before 5 today. I'm not like in a crazy rush, but if I can pick it up today, it'd be cool.
There's some politicians who I just fucking love. Okay, Summer Lee is phenomenal. I mean, she is spectacular. She is
Yerb.
She has a voice. She can just
take a little bit of a break from Elden Ring.
Bringing up the energy like crazy. I mean, she was blowing up the entire room.
Okay, I'm a little bit tired.
Unbelievable.
I don't want to take a nap.
Right?
I don't want to take a nap. Cloud error. Is that what happened yesterday too?
Abdul El Sayed is another one of those guys as well. Come on, chat. That's like saying you got mocked by Ichigo Kurosaki, Naruto, or any JoJo.
Was it just me or does it feel like 6 p.m.? It be feeling like 6 p.m. for sure right now.
Yeah, I forget.
Also, did y'all see the new emote we have?
I yap a lot, and I'm very confident in my skill. I got the gift of gab. I can do this for hours, entertaining for hours. However,
I think I should go take a nap real quick. I'm gonna leave stream on, but
there is a very
I'll open fart cry pho.
Confident orators who are capable of just like motivating people, right? And so
if anyone sees anyone saying that water bottle is too big for Kermit,
you want to hear your volume, yeah. But
let them fucking have it.
I mean, I saw Rashida Tlaib, who I love, as you guys know. Dr. Jihad stealing your thunder. After getting a taste, are you now addicted to?
This water bottle is too big for me. There's no way that's Kermit's. Stop! It's not too big for me. I handle it very well. It's perfectly sized. Oh! To the people who keep
Churro hand drew the parts that like, cause you see where Kermit falls, you can't really see much.
Stop! It's not too big for me. I handle it very well. It's perfectly sized. Oh!
Churro redrew
the people who
part of this. It was a labor of love here. It's perfect size.
My profile would be perfectly fine.
Perfect size.
I stayed my ass at home. Okay. Did I enjoy it personally? Sure. Is this something that I look forward to? I wouldn't say that. It's the same with candidate profiles, right? I don't really like doing candidate interviews and candidate profiles. I do it out of necessity. The reason why I do
see if this coffee keeps me up.
There are candidates who I trust.
Probably won't work. We'll try.
The vision that I have for a better future in this country, and I know a part of that goes through elections. Okay, in order to build a movement, you have to have a multifaceted approach. Okay? And it's obviously about organizing direct action, tenant unions, labor unions, right? Like all of that stuff is a necessity. But a part of that, a part of this multifaceted approach is also making sure that we have 1, 2, 10, as many electeds as possible that are.
Gotta scan the map for these last 2 lighters because I don't really know where they are. I mean, they're on the map somewhere. It's just kind of hard to see.
Do you think emphasizing yourself as a socialist who only cooperates with Dems could help form a new party? Leaning from some of the nervous tent framework they've laid out for you is not fitting inside could be a real opportunity to say, you're right, me and my...
Wait, are any of them in fucking Joseph's territory?
Guys, there's always this inside-outside pressure. I don't care. I don't care about, party names. I don't care about anything. I just care about advancing materially the interests and needs of
Oh, there was nothing on screen, was there?
the world.
Yeah, there was.
Not
Hold
just in the United States of America, but everywhere else. Like I want people to live lives free.
on. Oh my, we have the non-wide version too.
Experience that they don't need to. I want to relieve people of the unnecessary pressures. I want to unlock the maximum potential of mankind. These are my beliefs. This is why I do everything that I do. Okay? And that's it.
Puppy dog.
Yeah, March's fat chud dog is here.
March's fat chud dog. Crazy. Crazy homophobe and dog foe.
Thank you.
Hasanabi Piker. Oh, there's one.
Anyway.
And then I will be officially done with all of the missions in Joseph's region. Nope, never mind.
Clean water,
Wait, which ones are left? The fuck?
Medicare for all. Are you on Pod Save this week?
1, 2, and
but
well, not after I get the so I gotta go get the comic books too.
I got from the Jewish Telegraphic Agency, JTA.
I don't know which ones I'm missing.
Yeah, I'm just not sure what you meant by that.
High key. I don't know what the other two are.
Is pro-genocide. It's pretty simple. And what I was saying is, if you feel.
Don't ruin Kermit for me. I can't look at him the same. I was watching a video and the creator had a Kermit in the background. I couldn't stop giving it the side eye.
You go out and
It was Churro that did it.
fight for truth and for justice.
It was Churro.
First, just that came to mind. Probably should have used Randy Klein instead. I feel like he's more of an annoying figure nowadays. What do you mean? Oh, you did? Oh my God! You don't know who Rabbi Shmuley is? I know a Rabbi Shmuley. I didn't know who. Oh no.
And
Daughter of the kosher sex shop.
drop.
That's what.
Can you clarify? I don't understand, but it's definitely problematic because how cold it was. Are you talking about the public figure who appears on television frequently when you refer to him by name? Yeah. That was that. I couldn't tell if he was like trying to do a gotcha thing.
Alright, one more now.
Genuinely confused and thought that I was just like doing like a
Sorry, old band noises.
thing by being like, this rabbi, what's his name, Shmuley, right? And I was like, no, I'm talking about there's one and only, you know.
Looking for a small lighter icon, a small white lighter icon.
That would be such a weird trope. Like, is that even a trope? What are we doing at this point? The conversation is like,
I should be able to see it even in regions that I haven't been to yet.
like what if I had to
Like,
use
don't have the maps for.
was he gonna be like,
100%.
oh, I guess it's because you used a Jewish congressperson, right? It's like,
what?
No, that's like a very specific guy, man. You know?
What?
There's a Jewish congressperson who I obviously deeply admire. There's plenty. But one that I have clearly not only admired, but also am out stumping for one of his hand-selected candidates. His name is Bernard Sanders, right? So these kinds of
unless I'm wrong, and you do have to. No, but I've gotten these from regions I haven't explored already. I think.
There's 3 actually. Truanon did an episode called The 3 Shmuleys. Yeah, I know there's other Rabbi Shmuleys as well. That's why
I'm scanning.
I don't think these reporters understand how different the power differential is between them and you and your ability to navigate these questions. Yeah, I think there's like a lot of there are a lot of normal like old school media figures that get like stumped by questions like that. I feel like I'm not one of those people, right? I mean, I have to deal with like bad faith smears on a regular basis. But yeah, this one banged on the timeline. Look at this 1 minute clip from Asen, 40,000 likes, bro. Look at that. Let's take a look.
A battle brewing against not only the corrupt fascist forces of the Republican Party, but also against do-nothing Democrats that would rather sit there and collect paycheck after paycheck and fundraise from corporate donors that put your interests second to the interests of those very same corporations that poison your water as they sit idly by, that make sure that every single piece of productive output in the wealthiest nation on earth goes back to our massive military industrial complex that only brings about death and destruction overseas. Because remember, every single dollar that is spent on a bomb is stolen from each and every one of you. Because that's a dollar that they spend blowing up a school overseas instead of building schools in your neighborhoods.
Yeah, the room was crazy. The room went nutty.
Ah!
Right? The room went nutty. Man, I just want to say I trust
Pharmacy. Did you send it over?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's
Gold melter.
chill, bro. That's off the top dome. Yeah.
Gold melter. Hello.
I had some, you know, I was a little bit rate limited on what
There
I
it is.
couldn't say.
Last one.
I don't want, like, especially when I'm on the stump, it's like.
Wait, we still live? I slept from like 6 to 9.
Like accountable for every goddamn.
Bold move for a swordless baby. Uh-oh, did Kata not give you your sword back?
Would be.
Staying out of it.
Go super hard on.
Staying out of it. Is Gold in trouble? Sounds like it. It sounds like it. I don't know why Gold wouldn't have a sword unless he was in trouble. I feel like if he wasn't in trouble, he'd have a sword. So. High single file. I'm dead. Okay, that was close. It's a fucking close one.
About is like, I wonder if we should like talk about isolation.
Hold on down here.
As, like putting America first. Like these people.
Do you need liberation? I will liberate you if you need liberation.
Americans first. Maybe they put American capital first. But we gotta change that dynamic. And perhaps that could be a good way to. Like, I'm thinking about different ways of
No shot, I just opened up a fucking parachute to jump like that. I wasn't even trying to do that. Oh, I've been down here, but I didn't get the fucking lighter. What's wrong with me?
Heard you saved the day at home.
Hi, EP. Hello, EP comments.
I have been noticing that I'm getting a lot more positive
Okay,
feedback.
that was all of the letters. Bring the letters back to Wendell. Okay. Sounds good.
Obviously, Twitter is a nightmare, right? Twitter is obviously a nightmare, and it's unbearable, but and it's not even just.
Well,
Twitter is not just
Gold melter and trouble.
like the Republican reactionaries, but there's also obviously a lot of there are a lot of forces that are totally
What the fuck?
on the,
Why are we chugging? What's chugging right now?
that play
Why is my computer chungusing?
along with the insane smear campaign, right? Liking and saving everything you see. No, that's for the algo, baby. You don't understand. A little too positive with this.
That dog loves you.
He doesn't know this, but I shaved
There you
my
go.
whole body just in case.
I hate waiting. Can't believe you.
What your average Montanan sounds like.
Takes me back. I sure am
about
glad you found the light.
Collect reward from Wendell's stash. Okay.
As long as you promise to use it
I'm
against
sorry,
the
I
cult.
know where your good Dr.
What was the reward?
room. Yeah, I mean, I don't really understand it, but like,
How do I get incendiary rounds? Why do I not have those yet?
Democrat forces are actively pumping Mick Morrow.
Okay, now I gotta go find all the comic books.
Very clearly recognizing that if they slot
I gotta go find the comic books with darkness. Only the ones with real. That's darkness. Real darkness in them.
slot in a faux progressive into that race,
Real
they
dark energy.
really eat away at the true momentum coming from the left flank, right? Very interesting dynamic because I know for a fact that if this race was a matchup, Opulence versus or Opulence versus it would be a blowout, right? It would be Grand Platinum. It would be the exact same situation as Grand Platinum.
It'd be cool if I could have gotten the window.
The party has basically realized that they have they have a better shot at bringing in more manageable, semi-progressive figures that will not only like craft their response while keeping corporate donors in mind, but
Pizza. Pizza. Wait, you can't call it that. It's a real company, dog. Oh, this is a Canadian game. Fuck. You still can't do that.
Like, I think the Democrats are a lot more
It's not nice.
aware, the politicians, I mean,
Where the fuck is this?
of where the party is headed.
Oh, it's like one of these situations.
Very best to stop it dead in its fucking tracks in the identical way that they did with Bernie. Because Bernie Sanders was almost like a singular figure, right? Bernie Sanders, when he came out and fought back against the establishment of Democrats in 2016, there were not a lot of other guys like that. There wasn't like a robust caucus of Bernie-crats. There wasn't a
Cock
big
us. Yep, cock us.
some, right? But it wasn't truly a force, and therefore the population had never even experienced that option. For many Americans, that was their first interaction with
How do I get in there?
populist candidate. They were like, wait a minute, this is
Oh, I just have to like drive a truck up there. Hold on, I need your car. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just needed your car.
Bernie and rat fuck them, which they did, right?
Why is the car still driving?
But since then, more and more candidates have been able to primary bad Democrats and a robust left flank. Now, there's obviously still a handful.
Did that car disappear?
This time we're trying to push actively to bring even more.
Bro, where did that car just go? Gimme.
Didn't your mama teach you any manners?
No.
A lot of these left wing candidates, they're not beholden to the same interests that are
Jesus fuck. This one I loot and then the other one I blow up, right?
He is using his position as a rep
Okay. Humans can't hit brakes when dead. That's a good point. I mean, he wasn't even in the car anymore. I'd be very surprised if he hit the brakes. Wrong. Tell him, VF. Dead weight. Oh, true.
You could be a force. Showing the rest of the country
The fuck? Don't you dare touch Peaches. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
what they're afraid of. And I think a lot of people understand that. That's part of the reason why you're seeing more and more people come out and
Easy clap.
against the vicious smear campaigns that these guys are acting.
How was I supposed to get up here? Oh, the scaffolding.
Because here's the thing.
I killed 2 civilians to be able to get up here, guys.
Like, Bernie understands this. FaZe understands.
I mean, did we all forget about recent events? Wait, what happened?
What this is about. It's not
Wait, what recent events?
about me at all. It's not about the choice quotes that they can use from
Which ones?
my 10
What happened?
years of live streaming almost at this point. I mean, it's been 8 years, right? I've done tens of thousands of
Ice murder. Oh.
It's not about any of that. It's about
Yeah.
what we represent here in this community.
Yeah.
And there are plenty of other people out there who share the same values that we do that are just not tuning into fucking twitch.tv to watch 8 hours a day, right? Like, it's perfectly normal.
True. My first thought was, did someone commit murder using ice? Oh, like that murder strat where you stab somebody. It's not a murder strat, more of just like one episode of like, it's like a detective show trope where somebody gets stabbed with an icicle and they're just like, "Buh, where's the murder weapon? What's the murder weapon?"
You a taste in the Democratic primary of
And then someone's just like, "Five head. What happened was the victim
Rick Scott. Jones is right. Michigan Democrats should be ashamed to be seen with a guy who called for my death, celebrated
was stabbed by an icicle."
9/11. Like, none of this stuff is real, by the way. I mean, I didn't celebrate Charlie Kirk's murder, even though obviously that position is almost like an Israel position as well, where
I keep getting this twitch in this muscle right here above my eye.
It went from something that the Republicans had a
Like
very
a week straight.
where they were just like trying to highlight him as this incredible martyr.
Like 2 weeks almost, it feels like.
And now everyone is Kirkifying.
It just starts to like
nonstop. But it's
like spasm.
Regardless.
Like, you can see it every. I saw it in the camera the one time. I looked over and I was like looking at the camera and I saw my eye just go like.
This is you lecturing us before the curtains, right before you left. Right before you left.
It's like freaky looking. Caffeine sleep issues. Yeah, it does feel like one of those caffeine things. Israel got mad about the ceasefire and bombed Lebanon, so Iran closed the strait again. Does Hassan know? That's crazy, Lemon. Goddamn.
Why are the Democrats not fighting for us? Well, you know why? Because guys like Abdul have a harder time getting out of primaries. They are.
I can close the cat to papers, I think.
Actually are fighting.
Don't know.
A lot of this stuff doesn't even play out terminally on
Caffeine, sleep issues, and also maybe the lights in my face a little bit.
But if you try to say, yeah, well, this Bush
Good, I took my iPad off for now.
campaign with Abdul, so you shouldn't vote for him, people will probably be like, what? I just want Medicare for all. Exactly.
Yeah, I was wondering what Israel was gonna do for all this time. 2 weeks is a long time for Israel to not murder people.
They bug in. Anyway, listen.
Oh, at least in Trump's mind, it's because Israel. Yeah. Yeah, he can definitely just blame Israel at this point.
Undeniable that there are a lot of us out there in this community. We're all over the fucking country. We can fill up rooms wherever we go, especially.
Is there a bad guy out here? Kind of animal.
You would normally expect to be excited about a fucking Democratic primary. Like, you think McMorrow?
Who's over here?
Say it like this. You think Mallory McMorrow could go to college campuses and fill up rooms? No, of course not. Especially at this stage in a Democratic Senate primary.
Who is this? Oh, it's a snake. Fuck you.
It's not happening.
Oh my god.
It's not real. It's not a real thing at all. There are candidates who can bring that excitement. Obviously, it's not me, and it's not all of you guys either. I mean, it's Abdul and what he represents.
Yeah, and Gaza's still getting pummeled.
That is part of the reason why.
I'm back to get your bike bands. Mona. Prepare for a headache to even hear this explained. Both just as, you know. So, Mona.
Like, they all sound like Democrats complaining about.
Wait, Lamona is my literal name, but backwards.
This stuff didn't work. And the reason why it didn't work.
So, for the past 24 months, almost, for the past 20 months,
okay,
every time my prescription, I've had Medicaid, and
repugnant, right? But all of these, like, different quotes, these distractions, like, it didn't work. That's what the energy the
every single month, and I because Medicaid, they don't permit me to get more than 30 days supply at a time, so I have to go every single month to get my Vyvanse, right? Every month the doctor sends it over as generic. I've told you all this before, and it gets rejected by my insurance because the insurance
they can't actually stand
requires it to be VF. We talked about this, yeah.
Is gonna do.
You can't do more than 30. Wait, yes, you can. No, I've done more than. I used to do it all the time. With my previous insurance, I used to get 90-day Vyvanse.
You're what waste, fraud, and abuse looks like in real human form.
Did that just change at some point?
And that's it.
I used to get 90s all the time.
People that are shitting on me and claiming like, oh, this guy's really bad.
IVF law changes. Okay, interesting. So that part's not Medicaid. But anyways, my doctor sends it over as generic every month, and then my insurance refuses to fill it because they demand that it be name brand. Which again, VF, I remember we talked about. I remember we talked about once. So anyways, this has happened every single month that has ever been sent over. My Medicaid lapsed and I'm waiting to be approved again. So I have no insurance right now. So I called the doctor. So the script got sent over to my original pharmacy and then I found out that my insurance lapsed. So yesterday or like earlier today, I called the doctor and had them resend the script over to a different pharmacy because that pharmacy, it would be cheaper because I'm going to have to pay out of pocket for it. They sent it over to that pharmacy. They sent it over to that pharmacy as name brand for the first time ever, which is $440 for a 30-day supply.
On a regular basis, right?
Lisdextrafet. Lisdextrafetamine. Fetterman.
You can't hang out with Benjamin.
So they sent it over for the first time ever in like 20 plus months as name brand.
He's anti-Semitic. He's dangerous.
So I just got off the phone with the pharmacy like an hour ago and then had to call the doctor back and have them the second time in a day send this script back over to this new pharmacy that I've never gone to before, but for generic, because then I can use a coupon and pay $68 or something like that.
I mean,
so
I often wonder, like,
I am checking my text messages and phone and stuff and waiting for the message that my doctor sent the script over again. And I have to do this by leaving the doctor a message and waiting for them to send it over. So that's what I'm waiting for. So I did not get my Vyvanse yet, but they have it in stock. That much I know because I talked to the pharmacy. Yeah. Wayne Sell VF.
On this pro-Israel stuff, right?
Yeah, they have the generic. They have the generic in stock in my dosage and stuff. So that part is good. So, and the doctor closes at 5, and they're usually pretty good about sending it over. I pray for you. You don't need to do all that. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Pray for somebody else. It's fine. I think I'm using GoodRx for the coupon. There's no stakes here. It's just fucking annoying. It's just like comically annoying. Good, because I don't believe in prayer. Pray for this. Sussy glorp. It's just like comically stupid. The things I've had to do to get this script sent over.
Clap, yeah.
Not for the price. Oh, but to find the meds. Oh, I see. Usually only one pharmacy within 100 miles that has my meds, and it requires the AI search.
That was another good.
That's so annoying.
That was a good.
I will huff and puff at aliens till they tweak the scales in your favor. Now I fuck with that for sure. Also, what's under them scales, aliens? You got some pretty scales, alien. Why don't you take those scales off, alien?
And it's really funny that like this is supposed to be silly, right? This is supposed to make us look silly and ridiculous, and because it's Olivia, she just wasn't able to do that at all.
That's inappropriate.
And it didn't work.
Feels like it might be.
It didn't work at all. But there was a couple moments.
What do you got under them scales, aliens?
Aura farm, yeah. 1 million views on yesterday's VOD. By the way, that's exactly what they're scared of. Yeah, I agree. Why is she stalking you?
What you pay for the search? That's crazy.
It's very funny that they got that going.
None of us are ready for the alien SC.
Lady that followed me around election. Yes, it's true.
Where the fuck is this comic book, brother? Brother man, where is this fucking comic book? Oh, I just have to jump. Jump. Yeah. This barn is burning to the ground. Again, for a second time. Alright, we're out of here. Roll out, Peaches and Boomer. Roll out. Peaches is the mountain lion, is the cougar, and Boomer is the dog, by the way. Just so everybody knows.
Another one of those guys that's.
And then also there's a bear named Cheeseburger who I'm going to add to the group soon.
A Democrat candidate for Senate in Michigan.
And then we're squad. I can feel it. It's just this tension in above my fucking eyeball.
I said we didn't forget.
Just like quiver. Yo, my like eyelid is quivering right now.
Immediately, a little porn-a-rooney for me. Never forget.
Little porn-a-rooney for me. Ew.
Ted Cruz woke up that morning, turned on Twitter, and said, "Ooh, a little porn-a-rooney for me." Okay.
Can't believe you have to pay for the search. Yo, VF, were you around yesterday for the conversation we were having about like cycle tracking apps and stuff, and how like fucking ridiculous for certain things, like both with like membership fees and all that bullshit?
Yeah, or incest porn.
I don't remember if you were around for that, but yeah, that was an infuriating conversation of having to pay for fucking dumb shit that is like integral to fucking normal like healthcare stuff. Nuh-uh.
Wait, what? Don't give
It was fucking infuriating.
dipshits. No, just stand proudly.
Hopefully it's the first and last time I hear that sentence said. Porneroni for me.
Cut fucking propaganda to be like, oh, see,
That's crazy.
no motion. It's really stupid.
I couldn't even get my normal dosage this time. I had to get a lesser dosage in stock, but it's the only pharmacy on Long Island that has it. That's fucking insane.
You just be like, they're attacking him because they can't attack the fucking message, so they're trying to disparage the messenger. It's that simple. Y'all are so lame, dude. Don't be ashamed to fucking
comic book. It was VF. It was for like a specific purpose type of thing, not just like normal. You're against them.
Prominent fixtures of
Monka
the movement out
Monka
there.
gasp.
No, we know exactly why this is happening. It's totally
Monka gasp.
right.
Oh, there's another one here too. Okay, I'll go to this one.
Does this mean Hassan can joke more without much criticism now? Fox Business.
For form wins, this is my future. Jesus Christ.
I mean, I don't want to like watch all.
Wait, what? How far did I fucking drop from this thing? Oh, this one.
There was.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare. One of these times I'm gonna get hit by a plane on this fucking glider. Fucking wingsuit. Shit. Get him, Peaches.
It's so crazy.
I had to do that so they didn't spot me.
I don't know
What do you mean? What do you mean? Did you just shoot fucking Peaches, bro? What, did the plane do that?
Like you test someone.
Oh, you shot Boomer.
Seriousness by virtue of their Israel approach. If someone is fucking pro-Israel, then you're fine with them, even if you don't align with all the other stuff. Because like that's what every bit the same reactionary as anybody else, and then on top of everybody else, he's also super pro-Israel. I need you to help.
One province has one of the best healthcare systems in the world. Uh-oh. That guy's okay, right? Where'd that plane go? I think it crashed.
I don't know where his attitude comes from, but I think.
All right, 4 more comic books.
I mean, he's super Islamophobic. That's probably what it is. A lot of liberals are pro-Israel, man. A lot of like a lot of the people that came out of intelligentsia and academia, they got.
All right.
They got inundated with pro-Israel messaging and social conditioning, and that's where we're at.
Coffee's kind of keeping
yeah,
me awake.
we'll do the Dana Fash bit as well. Bench
Yay.
you are more pleasant. Well, no, I yell a lot too, but
Eyelids still twitching.
show you. There was another thing. We gotta do Dana real quick as well, but this is not the full one. Do we have the full Dana Fash? What is going on? What? Wait, it's right now? I thought it was at 1. Oh shit, it's right now? Okay, hold on, I'm going right now. Okay, alright, thank you. Alright, I'm actually gonna talk to Trita Parsi right now. Okay. And we're going into situation monitoring right now. Hold on.
No fucking shot. And the stream stutter.
No, that's not the right one. Shit. Microphone. Select the microphone. Hello, hello, hello. No, that's not the right one. Shit. Headset, stream input, roadcast.
I call the herd. It's what I do.
Okay, let's see. Hello?
Hey.
Can you hear me?
How's it going? I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. 1 second, Trita. I'm obviously live. There's like 40,000.
Why is the fucking stream stuttering?
But
Stupid ass game.
also, as a part of this broadcast, I have to obviously do a bunch of quick fixes instantly. But welcome to the broadcast. It's a real honor to have you here.
Stop glitching. Jesus.
Yeah, we couldn't do this over Discord, unfortunately. So it's just, there's
Is there a hostage over there? No? Getting fucking dynamite then.
I'm like weirdly. I look weird on your screen. It looks weird.
You go in and out. You're blurry, and then you.
Oh, really?
Spoiler, even if there was a hostage over there, I was gonna throw dynamite.
For a couple of seconds.
Okay, hold on. Here, we'll just do it like this. I'm using Zoom workspace. Anyway, it just looks like.
Why is it fucking stuttering all of a sudden?
Anyway, it doesn't matter. Trita Parsi, ladies and gentlemen, we are monitoring the situation. First time on the broadcast. Been a fan of your expertise and your takes for quite a while now, and very excited to have you here.
Thank you. Really happy to be with you.
And it's an interesting time to be having this conversation with you. I mean, this is, I would say,
Let's look for comic books.
For someone like yourself, a lot of your assessments have borne out, and it's obviously still a horrible time.
I want more mushroom gummies. Those were nice.
Do you have any family in Iran?
I have plenty of family left in Iran.
Yeah, I hope they're doing all right. I don't know if you've been able to speak with them at all.
Other family members, my parents, aunts, etc., have been able to connect with some. I've tried a few, have not been able to get through. I've been able to talk to a lot of other people in Iran. It seems like it is depending on whether they have functioning VPNs and things of that at this point.
Okay, I'm still trying to hold on 1 second. I'm still trying to.
Wait, what moderation?
Thing real quick. God damn it! What is happening?
Where are they?
It's so difficult. All right, you know what? We're just gonna keep going with the desktop.
Where are they?
Sorry. Okay, so for those of you who might not know, would you please introduce yourself? You're at the Quincy Institute.
Yeah, so my name is
Where the comic books? Gummies. Oh yeah. They're like they're really cool. They're like
of military restraint and focus.
They're like microdose gummies.
Completely end our endless wars and dramatically reduce.
So they're like
yeah, one of the only good think tanks.
They're like
very few of them in the DC blob, but you guys are certainly there. And you're also obviously unjustly maligned with regular frequency, something
divided. They're like dosed. They're like each one gummy is like you'd have to like eat the whole bag to like trip. You know what I mean? Yeah, so they're like packaged. They're packaged, prepared.
And also
or
anti-abortive choice, and have a career of consistently advocating for such things.
I can't words.
I guess before we get to the imminent situation, the ceasefire, is it happening? Is it not happening? One of the things I wanted to ask you about is
words.
Do you feel like there is a real?
Oh, nice. Here we go.
The collective consciousness.
It's like a yeah. Like a psychedelic dose would be like the whole bag, and there's like 10 gummy or something like that.
Even if they're not,
I'm short-circuiting, I think.
Going out and protesting, even though they certainly did during the Gaza genocide.
Interesting question.
I'm short-circuiting, I think.
In some ways, we've had counter. So, for instance, the reason why Quincy
I think I am gonna take that nap in a minute. Set a bunch of alarms. I will sleep for too long.
Significant degree of lack of open up the window in which you can push through new ideas.
Hope I killed a civilian. Hope I killed a civilian.
So when we were founded in 2019,
Hope I killed a civilian.
that new thinking.
You're free. I've liberated you.
In our view, Trump won.
I've liberated you now. You're free.
Trump won was a caricature of what American foreign policy always had been. And in some ways, it became much clearer to a larger audience that actually is what our foreign policy is. It's been shrouded in sort of this beautiful language to make us think that it wasn't. And in reality, it was naked. And that gave us a major boost. But then you have
You having some trouble there, bud?
Something ain't right here.
By Russia, in which suddenly a lot of folks were like, well, there's another bad guy in the international scene, and then we're just rushing back into.
That's person should probably move because I'm gonna blow that thing up. Nice. Nice.
Could have prevented the war, and in retrospect, you also now have some of his senior people from the NSC coming out and saying, yes, if we had done that either then or in April when negotiations were taking place between Russia and Ukraine, we could have prevented a war. We could have prevented hundreds of thousands of deaths. Then we were
Ooh, more comic book.
diplomacy, and we got maligned, ruthlessly by a lot of folks. Who earlier on we thought that perhaps they also had kind of seen the light and were turning against the militarism, but they rushed straight back into it. Now I think we're in
My samples of dope make you dance break.
another failed war, another war of choice. We're seeing that folks are once again realizing we really got to change our foreign policy. This is not acceptable, particularly now when you have a candidate that actually.
Okay, my dogs are barking aggressively and it's giving me a headache. I'm gonna take a nap. I'm leaving the stream on. I'll be back in a little bit. I'll stumble on over here
Forever wars
in a little bit. I have until 9 to pick up the script. They have until 5 to send it over, or they're not sending it over because the doctor's office is closed. So I'll double check on that. But
Greenland.
yeah, I'm just gonna get a quick eep.
So I think there's a reaction to that now that is coming, and part of the
Quick eep. Put this on big screen.
so far, most of the waves that we are riding on, in which opportunities are being created to push for a better line, is coming not as a result of us proactively being able to create those opportunities, but these opportunities are
Bye bye. I'm leaving it. Yeah, I'm gonna leave the stream on.
premises, the ones the military
I said that already.
failing in their projects and committing more and more mistakes.
Yeah. Speaking of that.
Oh, and then we're gonna watch Civil War later.
One of the major mistakes so far has been this quagmire that we found ourselves in Iran. Now, it's not a secret that both Benjamin Netanyahu and Israeli foreign policy has always wanted to get the United States of America and the administration to play ball with them to finally go to war with Iran.
Send them the stream. Say no urgently. You need your Vyvanse.
Kind of feels like
I should.
Israeli objectives here were.
I should. Maybe it'll hurry up.
Objectives, the broader American
Link them my stream. Be like, hey, look. Do you see and to hear how tired I am?
Play ball with the United States of America.
Do you see how tired I am? How visibly tired I am?
Here broadly seem to me to revolve around complete destabilization, creating a failed state in Iran, regardless of what the impact might look like in the aftermath
Tiny nap.
of balkanization.
I take tiny nap.
Tensions and making sure that there's never a sovereign state there, or even a American puppet state there that could inevitably turn on Israel once again. Is it
okay?
Israel project.
I'm gonna be behind the void, behind the screen.
Absolutely, I think you're absolutely right. Let me add perhaps a bit of detail on it. I think from the U.S. standpoint, for Trump's standpoint,
I'm gonna be behind that thing.
This was going to be an easy victory.
So technically, I'm still on camera. You just can't see me.
Or there would be a capitulation. Perhaps even
Technically,
someone else would emerge from within that system that would take over and would essentially be a pliant ally of the United States.
Thanks. I'll be back.
The Israeli
I'll
objective
be back.
always was to essentially establish a balance in the region that gives Israel complete maneuverability and dominance. And that means that they're less concerned about the nature of the regime and more concerned about their capabilities
Ow.
that Iran has. I wrote my dissertation on Israeli-Iran relations, and I remember in one of my trips to Israel, I had this conversation, this interview with an Israeli general who said, look, Iran and Israel used to be friends, and that's true from the 50s and 60s and onwards. But then Iran turned into an enemy. It is possible that Iran turns into a friend again, but after that, it can turn into an enemy once more.
Okay.
And
Okay.
as a result, Israel's focus is going to be
Okay.
on the
But
capabilities and capacity of Iran rather on the nature. So it doesn't matter if it's suddenly a pliant American, regime there, because the fear is that regime may fall. It will be replaced with another regime. And if the country then is in good shape, has the capabilities, has a strong military, that could be a major challenge to Israel's domination. And as a result, they've been going, and we can see that very clearly in their idea of how this war is won. It's just about degrading as much as possible, bomb them back to the Stone Age, and then, if you need to, in a year or 2 years, you bomb them again. This is what they are pursuing against almost all of their immediate neighbors. In Gaza, in Lebanon, in Syria, we've seen it. They call it mowing the lawn. It's extremely dehumanizing.
Yeah.
But this is, from the standpoint of having either not wanting to have peace with the neighbors or given up on the idea that it's even possible, then this becomes the next best thing. You just constantly mow the lawn every couple of months or years and make sure that no one in the region or no combination of countries in the region can pose that challenge to you. Now, as this continues, it nevertheless puts Israel in a perpetual state of warfare, not just with its immediate neighbors, but increasingly with more and more states. Iran was a challenge. It is at war with Iran now, hoping to degrade it, set it back a couple of decades, not have to worry about it. And the minute it looked as if it was being successful with Iran, guess what happened? Suddenly in Israel, you had started to have more and more commentaries from senior people, former prime ministers saying that Turkey is the next target.
Yeah.
Turkey is now the most dangerous country in the region. Erdogan is the most dangerous person in the region. And the very same type of a campaign of painting Turkey as a source of instability, the most dangerous country in the region, unchecked, it's a threat to Western civilization. All of those things that you started to see in the early 1990s vis-a-vis Iran, you're now starting to see them vis-a-vis Turkey. And it shows you that there's no end to this type of policy. If you adopt this type of a security doctrine, you're constantly going to be at war. Now, if that's a choice the Israelis want to make for themselves, I guess they have the right to make that choice. But who's underwriting that choice? It is the United States, because Israel is not a country powerful enough to be able to sustain that type of a policy. The only reason why it can be sustained is because of a constant level of military, political, diplomatic, and economic support from the United States. In fact, it's written into American law. We have in the United States a law that says that Israel has to have the qualitative strategic edge in the region, that we make sure that no countries in the region get the best type of weapons. The best type of weapons the US produces goes to Israel, and everyone else gets a second or third rate kind of weapons in order to ensure that we sustain Israel's strategic qualitative edge.
Yeah. We also set back other regional actors that we have security cooperative agreements with, like Lebanon. Lebanon mysteriously doesn't have any anti-air defense systems. And in this day and age, I feel like it's impossible to maintain any sort of sovereignty without anti-air defense systems. But then you realize what Israel is doing in southern Lebanon right now, and you understand exactly why America has refused to ensure that the Lebanese standing military has any sort of serious capacity to purge invading forces, because that invading force is always going to be Israel.
Indeed. And also take a look at what the US's posture in Lebanon has been. The US has agreed to and pushed with the Israelis that the Lebanese government needs to disarm Hezbollah. And in order to do so, the US has been willing to help the Lebanese army become powerful enough to take on Hezbollah, but not powerful enough to be able to deter an Israeli attack.
Yeah.
So we're ensuring that type of a perpetual weakness in all of the areas around Israel in order for Israel to have that sense of security, which then means that for Israel to feel secure, everyone else have to feel insecure.
Yeah. So let's talk about the military objectives here, right? The United States of America, led by Donald Trump, has had a lot of inconsistent messages on why this war was supposed to be waged. On day one, they said it was because Israel was going to attack with or without us, and therefore we had to go in and do a first strike through perfidy once again, just like what took place in the 12-day war. The Omani negotiators came out on U.S. television and openly explained that Iran had conceded on some of these maximalist demands surrounding the enriched uranium and where to put the enriched uranium, which Iran has consistently utilized as a mechanism for leverage in an effort to not necessarily develop nukes, which they clearly had a fatwa over and had no interest in doing, but instead as a way to bargain against the sanctions that were implemented on Iran. And there obviously was the success of the JCPOA, which Donald Trump famously destroyed once he was in office. There was only one party that was obviously unfavorable to the JCPOA, and that was Israel. And they let their criticisms be known and be heard. And plenty of Democrats in Congress were also antagonistic to Barack Obama's foreign policy there, because they also were beholden to the interests of Israel. Now, one of those objectives was taking out the enriched uranium from Isfahan, which is where we suspect the 500 kilograms, I believe, of like nuclear grade enriched uranium is. Another military objective was to deteriorate the strike capabilities of Iran. That was also part of the negotiations process as well. The idea that they had to limit their ballistic munitions strike capabilities to 200 kilometers, suspiciously outside of the range of Israel and Tel Aviv, and they failed to do that. In the process, Iran also closed up the Strait of Hormuz, which 20% of the entire globe's energy passes through. This is something that they had the capacity to do for decades, for 47 years, is part of the reason why America was worried about what could happen in the aftermath of the Iranian Revolution. And yet they had never done this, with some exceptions, I guess, with the Iran-Iraq War. And they failed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz by force. Now Iran is collecting tolls passing through the strait, $2 million in Chinese yuan in tolls that they're going to be separating that they're going to be sharing with Oman as well, according to their assessment. And they continuously have pummeled not only the Gulf states that have American bases and also have been playing a role in striking Iranian targets, and also Israel as well. We don't know exactly what the damage to Israel has looked like, but all of this has been a spectacular failure, which leads to where we're at now. Yesterday, Donald Trump said in the morning that he was going to do genocide. He was going to eliminate the entire Iranian civilization. He was going to snuff them out. And then by nighttime, he backed away from that. And we found out that on background that they were actually petitioning for this ceasefire. They were actively trying to get this ceasefire. The Americans were, contrary to how they've postured so far. Do you feel like that was because they have failed to achieve their military objectives? And where do we go from here? Sorry, it's a long question, but I wanted to give a little bit background to my audience as well.
No, I think there's no doubt that it is the failure of this entire mission that has led to a scenario in which the United States very aggressively was trying to get a ceasefire. I mean, in fact, if Trump could have, he would have ended the war 3-4 weeks ago and just left, but he couldn't, because the Iranians had leverage. They had the control of this Strait of Hormuz. They could continue to strike at GCC states. They could continue to strike at Israel. So, he had ended up going into something in which he no longer was in control of. And pressure was used to get other countries on board and helping get some sort of a ceasefire. And when you take a look at what the parameters of the ceasefire are, it is essentially allowing the Iranians to continue to collect these tolls, which is a tacit agreement that they are now in control of the straits. and that the US can't do much about that. And secondly, the basis of the negotiations is going to be some variation of the 10-point plan that the Iranians put forward, not the 15-point plan that was essentially the terms of Iran's capitulation that the United States put forward. Now, there may be some disagreements and lack of accurate information of what exactly is in those 10 points. The one that I have used when doing some of my analysis has been based on what was available publicly, but it's very likely that in the course of exchanges of messages and indirect negotiations, those points may have been amended somewhat. But I think the gist of it is probably remaining the same. And Trump even said that this is a reasonable or a workable basis for negotiations. So truly, Trump went forward, issued these genocidal threats, I think very well aware and inclined to come to an agreement by evening time, and that would be a caving by and large to what the Iranian position was. But in order to kind of cover that up, he was issuing these threats in order to make it was the opposite, as if the Iranians were coming and essentially bending the knee to him.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, it's going to be important for any world leader to have a narrative of victory, but even more so for a superpower to make sure that it doesn't lose face. It's always going to be the case, probably more so when someone with the psychology and the personality of Trump. The question now, of course, is this going to work? What could make it work? What could not make it work? A critical element in the Iranian 10-point plan, which we know is true because they're repeating it publicly, is that they're demanding that Israel is also interest in the ceasefire, not just vis-a-vis Iran, but also vis-a-vis Gaza and Lebanon.
Yeah.
Now, I think there's three reasons why the Iranians are doing this. The first one is because they have to show that solidarity and they cannot abandon Hezbollah. There's a perception that Iran abandoned the other groups in the axis of resistance in 2024. And now Hezbollah actually came to Iran's aid in this war, and Iran cannot afford to look as if it is abandoning Hezbollah. That's one. Secondly, I think there's also a recognition on the Iranian side that as long as Israel continues to bomb its neighbors, and Hezbollah in particular, there is a risk that that war will once again flare up further and bring Iran into it, as it already has twice. And if you go back to October 7th, 2023, and a lot of the commentary that came out back then, and including what the Biden administration said, they said, crucial to make sure that this war does not get regionalized. It's been totally regionalized now after the Israelis and the US attacked Iran. So the Iranians recognize if that continues in Lebanon, this war is going to come back to them at some point. And they're not looking for a ceasefire. They're looking for an enduring end to the war. The third point may actually be the most important. This demand is there to test whether the United States is willing and capable of reigning in Israel. Because if it isn't, then what is the value of a ceasefire with the United States?
Yeah.
Because if Israel can restart these wars and the United States is incapable of staying out when Israel decides that a war needs to be initiated, what's the point of having a ceasefire with the United States? And I think this is very crucial because the Iranians have reached a point in which they actually don't necessarily want a ceasefire. They're not trusting these agreements. They're trusting that there should be enough deterrence so that it actually deters the US and Israel from attacking, rather than there being an agreement that is the foundation for a longer term peace.
Yeah. So let's talk about that element, right? I've said from the beginning that given the diverging or conflicting interests of Israel and the United States of America, regardless of how both parties have communicated their desires, America has to rein Israel in. And this is not just the Iranian demand. This is just what has to happen in this situation, considering that they haven't been able to accomplish their military objectives. Do you feel like that's possible at all? Because since the so-called ceasefire was implemented, obviously Iran continued strikes as well on Tel Aviv. That could have been because of the way that the Mosaic defense has been structured. It's decentralized. Or it could have been for some other reason. We don't know. I'd like to hear your perspective on that. But also, Israel started bombing other parts of Lebanon, as they are known to do, in, I think, a direct effort to spoil what this ceasefire could potentially look like. Because it was not a secret that they were very frustrated. As a matter of fact, there's some reporting that came out that suggested that Israel did not even know that this ceasefire negotiation was on the verge of being signed until the very last moment, and they were very frustrated by it. I mean, I saw Hebrew Twitter last night; they were going crazy over it, right? So do you feel like America will actually try to restrain Israel? Where do we go from here? Is the ceasefire gone? Is it over? What do you think?
So on the first question, I think it's really crucial. It's like, can the United States do this? Can they stop Israel? I think it's actually a real problem that we've reached a point in which the superpower asks, can it stop
Yeah.
the country whose defense and military industry is completely dependent on the United States? The reality is obvious to me. Obviously, the United States can. It's a question of whether the president is willing to pay the political price for implementing that and pushing through that, given the fact that there's going to be a lot of resistance. You're going to have to deal with a lot of lobbies, et cetera, that are putting Israeli interests arguably in front of US interests, et cetera. That's what the real issue is, not that the US cannot do it. Because if the United States actually says we cannot do it, which was exactly what the Biden administration proudly said, I mean, what kind of superpower are you if that is the case? I mean,
Yeah.
to me, it's just stunning. And if you listen to Joe Kent, who just resigned from his position in as the head of Counterterrorism Center, I mean, he's laying out details exactly what the United States needs to do, the specific things that the United States needs to take away from Israel as part of this ongoing support to make it clear to the Israelis that the US is absolutely serious. And we do have examples of that in the past. We have the very famous example of how Reagan told Menachem Begin, you got to get out of Lebanon because the TV images of the massacres that Israel was causing back in 1982 was reaching American audiences, upsetting a lot of upsetting Reagan himself. And he got him on the phone and he said, you got to stop doing, you got to pull out. And when Menachem Begin pushed back, Reagan essentially said, well, then you're not going to get the, I think it was the F-16s at the time that the Israelis were buying. And, 20 minutes later, Menachem Begin calls back and says that we're pulling out. So obviously this can be done. In fact, it was done just a couple of months ago by Trump himself.
Yeah.
After the Israelis struck Doha, he really was under pressure from a lot of the states in the region that came together and demanded this of him. He told the Israelis that they have to stop, and he even brought Netanyahu to the Oval Office, had him read an apology to the Emir of Qatar. And then later on, when the Israelis denied that this happened, the White House released the footage showing that this was being done.
Yeah.
What Trump has failed to do is to sustain that pressure. It cannot be episodic. If you want this to stop, you have to put it on, and then you have to sustain it to make sure that the Israelis do not find a way out and then start a war or put that pressure on you again.
Absolutely. They do. America does have this power, and rarely chooses to enforce it, especially under the Trump regime. We have we've, I think, changed the dynamic in this relationship. I like to say that we put Israel in the driver's seat of our MENA policy specifically, and it's obvious that it's no longer just a special ally status, but instead has a commanding role in what American foreign policy looks like, considering that the GCC states are far more valuable to the petrodollar, far more reliable as far as trillions of dollars of investment into American companies. The fact that Israel can so easily throw them under the bus and turn these American bases into missile sponges, pretty much, and shake up that relationship so dramatically implies that America's willing to take a loss here, a spectacular loss, both billions of dollars of equipment that they've lost in the process, but also a loss in its force projection capabilities, which I think are going to be far more consequential. I'll give you a perspective that I doubt that you've heard from anyone, though. I think that America getting a bloody nose in this situation is not necessarily a bad thing, but a good one, because I think it will force the United States of America to be a little bit more restrained in our endless endeavors of empire and imperialism. And I think that's ultimately going to lead to a hardened multipolarity that will force America to reconsider how aggressive we are in our force projection around the globe, and maybe even recycle some of the endless amounts of dollars that we spend on our military industrial complex, and instead, hopefully, you spend that on ourselves, on our, fixing our potholes, hardening our infrastructure, maybe even Medicare for all, things of that nature. That's my perspective. I want to hear what you think about that. And then
So look,
the other question, the follow-up question to that will also be, do you feel like this is different than the military quagmire in Iran, in Iraq, Vietnam, Afghanistan, and why?
Yeah. So on your first question, it actually goes back to what I mentioned to you earlier on, that the kind of openings and waves in favor of a more restrained foreign policy has come as a result of the failure of these wars. So that's the trend that we have seen. I mean, it is the Iraq war and Afghanistan war that just really created a massive opening that led to Trump channeling that anti-war sentiments on the American right in 2015 and winning on it, even though all of the pundits in Washington who were all, embedded in this Washingtonian thinking of things thought that that was a huge political mistake. Turns out that it was an absolutely winning card for Trump. But here's what I would have much preferred that the United States, instead of getting a bloody nose, actually proactively adjusted its foreign policy in the right direction, not as a result of a mistake, but as a result of a wise, forward-looking decision, recognizing the nature of power and that we are not going to be unipolar forever. We have stopped being that. And as a result, if we want to be able to sustain a strong global position in the long term, we actually do need to have an approach that is far more careful, far less reckless, and far more focused on American interest and the American people, rather than all of this money that we're spending, 750 bases around the world. The other country that has a lot of bases around the world outside of their own territory is Russia and China. Russia has 11. China has 1 or 2.
Yeah.
We're at 750.
It's not
and we're like,
comparable.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's just not comparable. The cost of that, the manner in which it dictates the direction of American foreign policy towards more militarism, because that's the tools that we have. We have more lawyers at Pentagon than we have actually diplomats at the State Department. What does that say about our priorities? And what does that say that with those priorities, could we easily shift in a different direction? So I think it's going to be very hard. And I'm fearful, though, that the real shift will not come unless we have really big mistakes, bigger mistakes than this one. Because at the end of the day, if I want to say something positive or give Trump credit for something, I would give him credit for taking this deal and getting out of this war. I think the outcome of this negotiation will be a failed outcome. I don't think the likelihood is that great that it will come to an agreement. I think the most likely scenario is that it will be a non-agreed status quo that will come out of this, in which the two sides actually don't make an agreement, but nevertheless, the US doesn't go back into the war. The Iranians continue to control the straits, but they don't get the sanctions relief that they're looking for.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, the two sides are too far away from each other to come to an agreement, but they nevertheless have a common interest in not going back into full-scale war.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's not a great outcome at the end of the day. It may not be very stable. But most other American presidents, and we have now seen it, once faced with a debacle like this, what do? They just kick the can down the road. They just keep on telling the American people victory is just a couple of weeks or months away. And then 20 years later, we have ended up spending $2 trillion changing the government of Afghanistan from the Taliban back to the Taliban.
Yeah.
So pulling out is costly, but it's actually far less costly if you do it now than you wait a couple of more years.
And to the second question, I'm going to repeat it because it was very long. Do you feel like this is a different scenario than the purposely long and convoluted military quagmires that we found ourselves in with Afghanistan, Iraq, and even Vietnam as well? Because that didn't actually put a dent in America's force projection capabilities. And if so, why? Because I do believe that. I think that this is different because there's a lot more focus on what's going on. And this is the first time we've actually dealt with a foreign adversary that had the capacity to strike at profit centers, in particular, both in the GCC and also in Israel, and shut down the Strait of Hormuz and create a global panic around the energy markets?
So I think you're onto something there, because what you have in Afghanistan and in Iraq was, I mean, in Iraq, the United States won the war militarily in 3 weeks, right? And then the United States lost the peace. Same thing is true in Afghanistan. The Taliban were defeated, and then they came back because the United States could not stabilize the country. It could not help set up a new functioning government. Here, we're talking about, frankly, a military defeat. Not in the sense in a direct, battle, but because the Iranians managed to play the asymmetric card very cleverly and very effectively and squeeze the global economy that would just put the United States in a terrible situation and other countries in even worse situations. And as a result, we are where we are right now. So in that sense, it is very different. Saddam Hussein did not manage to bloody America's nose. Iraq and the instability that followed did bloody America's nose. But that wasn't a military defeat. It was a political and diplomatic defeat.
Yeah. So I guess what do you foresee taking place beyond this situation where both parties don't actually align, but like the battle lines are drawn regardless? America fails to achieve his military objectives. It clearly is incapable of successfully attriting Iranian strike capabilities, given the asymmetric warfare that they've conducted. Do you see any stability here? What do you perceive China's role to be here as well? Because they are a major partner to the Gulf states, and they do get a lot of their energy from the Gulf states. They were capable of crafting a successful agreement between Iran and Saudi Arabia in the past as well.
So Hassan, sorry, I do have to leave after this answer. I have another meeting at 4 o'clock, but I think that's a very important question. No, of course, my pleasure, and I wish I had more time. China's role in all of this is going to be very interesting. There's a simplistic view in which, whenever the United States shoots itself in the foot, that this benefits China, and to a certain extent, that's absolutely true. But China is also in need of stability, and is particularly in need of stability in the Persian Gulf. So it is not happy to see an instability that has almost doubled the price of oil, creates all of these different challenges, and it could get much worse if this war had continued. So those are very worrisome signs for the Chinese as well. And it does appear, I haven't gotten this confirmed, that towards the end of these talks, the Chinese did weigh in with the Iranians to get them to agree to this, even though it's mostly on their terms. It was still a debate because, as you know, the Iranians agreed to a ceasefire back in June that Trump asked them for. And there's been a lot of commentary in Iran and a lot of rethinking in Iran's security establishment, in which the dominant narrative now is that it was a mistake for them to agree to that ceasefire. They should have continued the war then. And that has now also reflected the debate in Iran in the last couple of 24, 48 hours. And the Chinese appear to have weighed in and successfully gotten them to agree to this. Now, in the scenario that I see most likely, again, not preferable in any way, shape, or form, it will be not an entirely stable situation, but also not an entirely unstable situation. Because, again, as long as the common interest from both Iran and the US is not to get back into a full-scale war, they will probably try to avoid that. You will see the Israelis continue, but I don't think they can continue the war that long without American help. So instead, it will shift towards more of a dirty war, assassinations, and things of that nature. There will be great difficulties between Iran and the GCC. They have a lot of mistrust and anger on both sides to overcome. Obviously, a lot of the GCC states are very angry of having been hit as hard as they have been by Iran. Iran is very angry because it believes and has some evidence that many of them did allow the United States to use their airspace and Israel and territory to do attacks against Iran. And mindful of the fact that this was not just ordinary warfare, there was a lot of war crimes. It has, really deepened the anger on the Iranian side. In the best case scenario, the region manages to find its own path towards a new security architecture in which they manage and shoulder the responsibility of security in the region themselves, rather than relying on outside sources and forces. That ultimately, the latter part of just constantly having an external guarantor of security, tends to actually create pockets of security, but a lot of instability at the same time.
All right. True to Parsi, everybody. Thank you so much. Is
Thank
there
you
anything
so much
you
for
would like
having
to
me.
promote before I let you go?
Love for the folks to follow me on Twitter at tparsi or at Substack at Trita Parsi. And you can also go and check out the website of the Quincy Institute, which is quincyinst.org.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Real
so
honor
much.
to have
Appreciate
you on
it.
the broadcast. Have
Likewise.
a good one.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Bye. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was, like I said, Trita Parsi of the Quincy Institute. Phenomenal voice. This was a last second interview that I secured with him, and it was really awesome that he was willing to do it. That's the reason why it was like a much shorter conversation that we had. Hopefully we'll have a much longer one as well. Chatters are expressing a huge interest in having Trita come back on stream in a couple weeks. Yes, we will do that. Absolutely. But now we will get to the situation monitoring before I get to the Abdul El Sayed stuff, because clearly it's a big deal. Trita never wrong. Parsi outstanding pickup for the stream. Yeah. It's true. Yeah, he's a brilliant voice in this space, and of course, consistently maligned unjustifiably, as is the case with most people who are right but too early. Okay, that's just kind of how it goes. All right, but I'll talk about Dana Bash and like the insanity of her panel. But before I do that, I think it's important for us to monitor the situation a little bit, right? And as you guys might know, look, I'm a big fan of the Quincy Institute, so I rep them pretty hard. So let's get into it. Yesterday there was a taco moment after Donald Trump said he was going to do a genocide on Iran. And then he backed away from it at the last moment. And there's obviously some details that they're not covering adequately on mainstream news. I'm going to pee real quick while this runs, and I'm going to give you some commentary on it. Let's go.
In just a few hours, the Pentagon will provide an update on Operation Epic Fury as President Trump reveals a ceasefire between Iran has now been reached.
The commander-in-chief posting in part, quote, "I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate."
The president says this marks a big day for world peace, revealing the next steps for the region. Quote, "The United States of America will be helping with the traffic buildup in the Strait of Hormuz. There will be lots of positive action. Big money will be made. Iran can start the reconstruction process. We'll be loading up with supplies of all kinds and just hanging around in order to make sure that everything goes well."
Here to break down the latest peace proposal is Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yinks live in Tel Aviv. Good morning, Trey.
Yeah, hey, Lawrence, good morning. It was truly the 11th hour, down to the wire, when President Trump announced this ceasefire agreement shortly after the Iranians put out a statement matching the president's and then proceeded to launch missiles and drones at Gulf countries and U.S. ally Israel. Here's what it looked like in Tel Aviv after the ceasefire was announced.
So one of the funniest things about this instance was, of course, the fact that a lot of the pro-Israel spokespeople on the internet were instantly complaining and saying, "What do you mean? This is supposed to be a dual ceasefire," which, for the record, a ceasefire means both parties agree to it regardless, right? Like a dual ceasefire is redundant. And yet they had to say it's a dual ceasefire because Israel usually never ceases to fire. So when they got a little taste of that medicine back, immediately they were complaining. There was obviously my favorite Israel propagandist, my favorite Hasbarist last night, who was saying, like, look what they're doing to us. You know, sirens over Tel Aviv again. He said, breaking, nonstop Iranian, Eyal Yacobi says, breaking, nonstop Iranian missiles raining down on Tel Aviv less than 2 hours into the ceasefire. Since the ceasefire began, Iran has attacked Israel, Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. Where is the outrage? I said, oh, you don't like it when one side doesn't cease its fire during a ceasefire. Interesting. Because in every single one of these circumstances, it's like you only get to violate these rules over and over again because you operate in this might makes right environment. And all of a sudden, if you have another adversary in the region that is mighty enough, when the shoe's on the other foot, you don't like it. Okay. I don't know what the reasoning for why the Iranian missile strikes were while the ceasefire was, supposedly agreed upon. Having said that, Israel very clearly did not want this ceasefire to take place anyway. They were very frustrated. They were not cut in on this deal, as I talked to with Trita Parsi earlier, and they were losing their minds on the timeline. It turns out that they were not cut in on the fact that the ceasefire was even taking place at all. I assume that it's a byproduct of the Mosaic system that they have, which is decentralized. There's no central communications hub in the Iranian defenses, so these different hubs were still continuing to pummel because they didn't get the message that the ceasefire had been implemented. So Israel, on the other hand, this morning, started slamming Beirut and southern Lebanon, killing hundreds of people in what the Lebanese side said was the most intense bombing that they've withstood since the beginning of this last Operation Epic Fury.
What you just saw there was an Iranian ballistic missile with a cluster warhead, those bomblets raining down on Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv. This came after the ceasefire was announced by President Trump, and an indication that it will take time to get this agreement in place. Now, since the overnight hours, the fire has stopped toward Israel but has continued toward Gulf countries. The agreement in part appears to be holding, but we're looking now at the details of this deal. The Wall Street Journal reports on Iran's proposed plan that includes 10 separate points. Some of them include the U.S. guaranteeing a non-aggression pact with Iran, continuing Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz, acceptance that Iran can enrich uranium for its nuclear program, removal of all primary sanctions on Iran, removal of secondary sanctions, an end of all UN Security Council resolutions against Iran, an end to the IAEA's resolutions on Iran's nuclear program, compensation payment for Iran and its war damage, withdrawal of U.S. forces from the region, and a ceasefire on all fronts. Those are a number of points that are not going to be reached, and the next 2 weeks are going to be critical as negotiators try to hammer this out. Now, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu posted a statement on X overnight agreeing with the president about the ceasefire, saying Israel also supports the U.S. effort to ensure that Iran no longer poses a nuclear, missile, and terror threat to America, Israel, Iran's Arab neighbors, and the world. The 2-week ceasefire does not include Lebanon. We're also getting a look inside of Iran today, where pro-government demonstrators gathered and chanted in the streets of the Iranian capital here in Tehran. They chanted death to America, death to Israel. They were burning U.S. flags and chanting victory in the aftermath of this nearly 40-day war that erupted in the region with the beginning of Operation Epic Fury. So right now, the entire world looking at this 2 weeks to see if some of these details can be worked out for a ceasefire agreement, but it is a delicate moment in.
And for the record, this could have been a total ceasefire hoax to forcibly lower the price of an oil barrel, which worked, for the record. It went from $114 approximately down to like 90. I don't know where it's at currently. But is that good enough for Donald Trump to advance and ensure that this ceasefire holds, which would require restraining Israel, as I've said, bringing Israel to heel? That is the primary focus of American foreign policy. It should have been the primary focus of American foreign policy since October 8th, 2023. And we've moved in the exact opposite direction. A lot of people at the State Department under Biden understood that this was a necessity, and some even quit their jobs publicly because Biden wouldn't do it. And And now there are even people in the Trump administration that recognize that we have to restrain Israel. We have the power and capabilities of restraining Israel, but we're choosing not to. And any kind of leaning in the direction of Israel is going to have devastating consequences for the entire world, and we're seeing that unfold. We've been seeing that unfold for the past 39 days, and yet seemingly there's no restraint being demonstrated from, or no restraint being demanded even from the Trump side. That's where we're at. And considering the fact that it's clear that not only did America nor Israel actually achieve any of its strategic military objectives, and on top of that, created this global panic that obviously had some pressures on Donald Trump. It's clear that the reporting that stated that America was the one that was pushing for this ceasefire is most likely real, right? Some might say it's propaganda. Oh, you're just doing resistance propaganda. But it's obvious that there was one party that was no longer willing to engage in this war, and that was the United States of America. I truly do believe that Iran wanted to set up sufficient deterrence. And if America doesn't think that this sufficient military deterrence was established and thinks it can continue waging this war, upping the ante, targeting more civilian targets, killing more civilians in general, and trying to turn a country of 93 million people into Gaza in the sufficient time frame that is necessary, where they are not capable of destroying the global energy markets permanently, they're going to go back into it. They're going to go back into it. But there is the Financial Times reporting that I'm obviously leaning into that says U.S. directly pushed Pakistan to arrange a ceasefire deal while talking about escalation. So they were, on the timeline, they were posturing in this, barbaric manner. But behind closed doors, they absolutely were begging for a deal. They were begging to stop the bleeding, right? It makes sense. It makes sense when you think about the war objectives that were not accomplished at all. And not only that, but also Donald Trump personally admitted that initially that they thought that the Iranian demands were quite reasonable, that there was the workings of a negotiation, right? There's the workings of a actual negotiation there. And the Iranian demands, the 10-point demands that they've made, have not changed since day one. So what changed? Well, what changed is the calculation, right? This doesn't mean that Iran has unlimited striking capabilities, because I have seen a lot of people, some of the resistance Twitter, that constantly talks about the IRGC or Hamas or any number of different resistance fronts as though they are pawns in this game that they're playing on the internet, in a way that's not dissimilar to how like the pro Ukraine, pro NATO Twitter talks about Ukrainians and how they have to consistently wage war. Resistance Twitter was mad. They're like, what are you doing? You need to blow up Israel further. Like, this is so stupid. And it's like, Iran doesn't have unlimited munitions. And the Iranian government's primary focus is still to maintain sovereignty, right? And ensure that their people are not being slaughtered. So they understand their limitations as well, which is, I think, the reason why they were fine. They thought that maybe they had established sufficient military deterrence. They had done enough economic damage that America would actually finally come to the table and treat them as a serious partner. Okay? Iran doesn't have unlimited munitions, and Iran doesn't have unlimited appetite for death and destruction. You have to understand that. They are thinking about this very clearly. They've demonstrated sufficient restraint in the past, and now they've demonstrated sufficient military deterrence. But they obviously interpret the battle conditions in a way that's a lot, in a way that's much more strategic than random Twitter users. Okay? I don't think their capacity plays part in the specific war at all. No, there's a limit. As long as the war wages on, there's also a lot of economic damage that they're taking. Okay, their facilities are being destroyed. Their railways are being bombed by Israel, which is what happened yesterday. They don't want their power plants to fucking to be bombed into oblivion. That is not just tremendous economic damage, but that will cause a lot of deaths. Okay? So from their perspective, they've been able to show the world that they have the capability to force America to concede. Whichever, from this point on, as long as America abides by these conditions, then they're good. Now they can rebuild, right? That was the goal. Their primary focus here is to ensure that there's sanctions relief and to ensure that America actually restrains Israel so they can have some regional stability. It's clear that that is the goal. We'll see how much appetite America has for continued death and destruction. Unless they actually threaten to withdraw from the talks, it just sounds like impotent whining, which actually invites more violations, says Matthew Petty. And I think there's some truth to that, because it's very clear that Israel is not interested in abiding by these conditions. And given that Israel has always played the role of spoiler here, you have to make it very clear that if you're Iran, you have to make it very clear that, like, you have to restrain Israel. Okay. Galibaf released this statement on the violation of the 3 key clauses of the 10-point proposal agreed framework before the start of the negotiations. The deep historical distrust we hold towards the United States stems from its repeated violations of all forms of commitments, a pattern that has regrettably been replaced once again. As the President of the United States has clearly stated in his Truth, the Islamic Republic of Iran's 10-point proposal is a workable basis on which to negotiate in the main framework for these talks. However, 3 clauses of this proposal have been violated so far. Number 1, non-compliance with the first clause of the 10-point proposal regarding the ceasefire in Lebanon, a commitment that Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif also explicitly referred to and declared as an immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon and other regions effective immediately. This includes anywhere and everywhere where there's an axis of resistance force, including Gaza as well. It's not just Lebanon, but there is, I think, a little bit of miscommunication that's taking place here on the American side. It might be strategic miscommunication, or it might be genuine miscommunication. Regardless, the entry of an intruding drone into Iranian airspace, which was destroyed in the city of Lar in the Fars province, in clear violation of the clause prohibiting further violation of Iranian airspace, and the denial of Iran's right to enrichment, which was included in the 6th clause of the framework. Now, the very workable basis on which to negotiate has been openly and clearly violated even before the negotiations began. In such a situation, a bilateral ceasefire negotiations is unreasonable. If you understand that your enemy does not respond to anything but force, does not respond to anything but military deterrence, that's the only way that they engage in restraint. You have to go back to what's been working for you. Okay? And like I've said, I think there are international partners here that have to play a much larger role in demanding that America restrain Israel, or maybe even demand Israel cease its attempts if they want the Strait of Hormuz to be reopened again, right? But considering how much Israel firsters have been frustrated when the ceasefire was even released, it doesn't seem to be the case that there's enough appetite internally in the American government to go back to implementing some sort of ceasefire here. I think it almost feels like a repeat of Russian failures and a repeat of even the Western agitation and the Western interest in continuing the maximalist demands being made on their side with the unjustifiable and illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia. I don't know. I don't know where we go, but what I can tell you is that the Strait of Hormuz is no longer open for business. I'm happy that the worst possible outcome has been avoided. Donald Trump engaging in the nuclear option, or the worst possible outcome of Donald Trump blowing up the energy grid in its entirety in Iran, has been avoided for the time being. So that's good, especially because that was the threat. But it's obvious that there are a lot of forces that are frustrated by this. Here is some of them. Eli Afriat says, the time has come. Instead of Israel and the U.S. eliminating the regime is bombing Israel. Dear Trump, what did you do all this for? E. Fatlow says, the ceasefire is disappointing. At the end of the day, the people of the West have prioritized their own needs over the liberation of the people of Iran. I don't have enough fingers to count the amount of people who have ranted at me about gas prices for the last few weeks. Kosher says, I don't know how to feel about this. Noah Maggot says, this makes me sick. Dr. Eli David says, what the fuck? Trump just shared a Rakshi's post that he accepted the regime's 10-point proposal. As a reminder, here's the 10-point proposal. This, of course, will be seen as weakness by the entire Middle East, says Yoav Kaufman. A ceasefire is a very bad idea for the future, for the Iranian people, for Israel and the USA, and basically the whole civilization. Oriel, I don't like it at all. This is a weak move and a wrong move. Finish the job. Terminate the regime. Noah Magid, I don't give a fuck about the Strait of Hormuz. Daniel Rubenstein, Iran has not conceded anything. Spring in Iran. I'm so angry, dejected, and heartbroken right now. Fuck. Trump instantly went from hero to zero, says Oren Haas. Are you disappointed with the ceasefire? Asks Vivid Prowess, all the way from India. Noah Magid again. I'm disgusted. A fake ceasefire with terrorists while we're in shelters, missiles over our heads, while millions of innocent Iranians have lost hope. Yoav Kaufman, what good does a ceasefire do for anyone but Iran? Donald Trump, fine. Here's a ceasefire. Islamic Republic presses send on ballistic missiles to Israel. And it just goes on and on and on and on. And it's very obvious. It's very obvious that the Israeli population is not very happy about this, or at least some of the mouthpieces. Not very happy about the ceasefire. They wanted the death and destruction campaign to continue. They wanted to kill more Iranians. They wanted to destabilize Iran. They wanted to destroy Iran. And they don't care if the rest of the fucking planet collapses into this massive energy crisis. Very selfish. Okay? Unbelievably selfish. Why are we not telling Israel to suck it? We are the United States of America. We are the hegemonic superpower, at least for the time being. Why don't we act like it? All of this, of course, erodes the confidence that even some of Israel's most loyal supporters have from the American side of things. So, nevertheless, we continue. We continue the battle. The battle that's waging.
First,
here's what J.D. Vance had to say.
First of all, I actually think, and there's a lot of bad faith negotiation and a lot of bad faith, propaganda going on. I think this comes from a legitimate misunderstanding. I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise. We never indicated that was going to be the case. What we said is that the ceasefire would be focused on Iran, and the ceasefire would be focused on America's allies, both Israel and the Gulf Arab states. First of all,
this also makes it virtually impossible to deal with the United States of America or Israel. If you're a foreign adversary, if you're a nation in the periphery, how the fuck can you ever trust America to hold its word? Like, it's crazy. This is a very different dynamic. We live in a different world now. 39 days ago, we existed in a totally different reality. We are no longer in that reality, and I don't think people in positions of power at the highest ranks in the American administration recognize that. Okay? I don't think they recognize that at all. Meanwhile, Shabazz Sharif openly stated ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon. How many times will we have to keep quoting the direct words of Trump Vance teams as mediator? It is insane the low regard these people hold us in. The United States literally texted Prime Minister Sharif what to say on Twitter, and it included Lebanon. Exactly. We know it. We know they copy pasted it. It's ridiculous, right? It's totally ridiculous. It's sloppy misinformation that doesn't even work any longer. I think people have hardened their positions against Israel and against Israel's malignant influence on American foreign policy and sometimes even domestic policy, as a matter of fact. And there's no way to change that dynamic. But what also doesn't make sense is that America is still operating as though it has the capability of doing unlimited death and destruction. It has the capabilities of achieving its strategic military goals, and they're just simply not doing that. But they could, right? Like, you talk like this, and you act as though there's miscommunication. You say it's propaganda only if you actually have the military might to back it up. And it's very clear, given that America was consistently demanding a ceasefire, that they also, at a certain point, recognize that they don't have that capacity any longer. So on the one hand, they're still behaving like they could bring Iran to heel. But also, on the other hand, they don't have the force to show it. Or at least they don't have the appetite for further death and destruction, especially while Iran continues to close the Strait of Hormuz and dominate what takes place in the energy markets, or has a say in what takes place in the energy crisis that will unfold. It's clear, and Myrov is correct. Netanyahu will absolutely use Lebanon to torpedo this after defense officials made clear Hezbollah disarmament is not a realistic goal in this current operation. So we know the reason the press on it is for domestic politics, but it's not just domestic politics. I think this is like Netanyahu. I think Netanyahu is not just like responsive to like domestic pressures here. I think this is the overall goal is like they're pretty open about it. Like they think Iran is far weaker than it's ever been. The Iranian axis of resistance, the Iranian-backed axis of resistance have been diminished in its capacity to restrain Israel militarily. That is true, right? So they think this is the only time where they can ever do this. This is the last possible moment for them, especially because what they did in the process caused tremendous anger towards Israel, and they've lost their base of support in the Western populations. No one will ever see Israel the same ever again, and therefore it's going to be much more difficult for these countries to continue being reliable allies to Israel, both on the political front, where they can offer political cover in the United Nations, or even when it comes to offering military aid to Israel directly. So this is their last shot. That's the reason why Benjamin Netanyahu wants to sully this deal, because he wants to keep dominating Iran. And we've already known, because I read pieces of this New York Times article yesterday. We know that this was always like the Israeli goals that they suggested to Donald Trump in an effort to get him into pulling the trigger was a lie. It was built around complete lies. The idea that this would be just like Venezuela, demonstrable lie, right? The idea that they could foment enough instability internally to destabilize the regime if it didn't turn into like a Venezuela-style operation where they decapitate the existing leadership and the new leadership that comes in is much more pliant to American demands. Also a lie. The idea that they could successfully attrit Iranian strike capabilities against the Gulf and Israel, also a lie. That didn't happen. The idea that Iran wouldn't even strike the Gulf states was immediately disproven, right? So here we are.
In the region and a lot of moving parts. Guys?
Hey, Trey, so you obviously were reporting there on strikes that were still coming into Israel. There are reports that strikes are still happening in the region. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, this morning there were reports of explosions on 2 Iranian islands and at least 1 oil facility off the coast of Iran, an indication that the United States or Israel is still conducting airstrikes against the Iranian regime. But it also comes amid new incoming fire toward Gulf countries. Both Kuwait and the UAE have reported dozens of ceasefire violations. We're talking about drones and missiles being launched over the Persian Gulf toward these countries. And so it raises questions about if this ceasefire is actually in place, if this is an issue of getting the command down to some of these lower IRGC officials in the south of the country. But what we have seen in the aftermath of that announcement by President Trump is a variety of ceasefire violations by the Iranians that has included ballistic missile fire toward Israel and drone and cruise missile attacks toward Gulf countries.
So, Trey, speak to the enriched uranium. It still remains a key issue in all of this. What are you hearing?
Yeah, I've been talking with Israeli officials this morning, and they have been relatively quiet, simply responding, we need to get the job done. They raise a lot of questions about Iran's enriched uranium and questions about if this will be able to be addressed at the negotiating table. They pointed out that nothing has changed from the early days of Operation Epic Fury. And you'll remember U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff talking about how the Iranians first entered into negotiations before this war began, saying that they had enough highly enriched uranium to create 11 nuclear bombs. Israeli officials are asking, where is that enriched uranium? And if the United States believes that as a result of these 2 weeks, they'll be able to get a deal that addresses this nuclear threat. One official said, we don't want Iran to turn into North Korea. And there are serious questions that still remain about the ability to secure that highly enriched uranium, the main reason that this operation began.
Trey, there are 2 things in the 10-point proposal that are really the biggest red flags, according to all the articles I've read and according to us. Number 1 is the acceptance of the enrichment. They want to continue to enrich uranium. We can never allow them to do that. In fact, we want to go in and try to get that enriched uranium that is buried underground. So, but then I'm reading.
The question is how? Like, if we have the capability to do so, why haven't we done it? You know, everybody talks about what we should be doing, but at the end of the day, it literally turns into don't siege Leningrad, just take it. Okay, all the armchair generals on television just keep demanding that America do something that is clearly outside of their capabilities. Because if it was within their capabilities, they would do it. Like, do we feel like America has this power and they're just simply not doing it because they love Iran or something? Like they want Iran to have the enriched uranium? What a stupid demand this is. It's been 39 fucking days. Obviously, if America could do it without putting boots on the ground and engaging in potentially a decades-long conflict with Iran, that will be devastating for every party involved in it and all of the other forces in the region, that will only continue the pain that the global energy markets experience. Like, in the absence of that, it's clearly not in the cards for Donald Trump and the American forces to go in and like take out the enriched uranium. There's one way to do it, or there was rather one way to do it. It had happened in the past, and that was with the JCPOA. If you want to restrain Iran's nuclear grade enriched uranium capacity, if you want to restrain Iran's nuclear capacity, there was one way that we had successfully done that, right? It was with the JCPOA. Barack Obama did it. Donald Trump ripped it apart. It's clear that there's no other outcome here. And it shouldn't take tens of billions, almost $100 billion of loss and the loss of American troops from the American perspective, because they clearly don't care about the people that they're killing. But it shouldn't take all of that for America to finally come to that conclusion. And it seems to me like America is still not at that conclusion, even if behind closed doors, they're communicating as though they've reached that conclusion. Because that's the other element here. Behind closed doors, they're begging for a deal. America is, right? In public, they're saying, oh, Iran is begging us for a deal. It's over for Iran. We've destroyed them. Look at how mighty our military is, right? But the reality of the matter is they understand that they don't have the capability to do this. They don't have the power to do this without engaging in a potential decades-long boots-on-the-ground invasion of a country that is much larger than any other country that we've invaded, that has 93 million people in it, many armed combatants that have a lot more experience in engaging in counterinsurgency and insurgent-style asymmetric warfare. And unlike Afghanistan or unlike Iraq, there's also clearly a strategic choke point that they are controlling. Elon Levy says if President Trump lets the Iranians charge a toll for ships in the Strait of Hormuz, then every time you fill up your car at the pump, you will put money straight in the pockets of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. This will be a humiliating disaster for the United States. Mortaza says this is hilarious because Israel is currently inflicting a global economic crisis on the world by continuing the war and even overriding any attempt to ceasefire and generating extreme anger in the process by people far from the conflict whose material interests are being harmed. Now that there's an obvious split emerging between the United States and Israeli positions, foreign countries can safely engage in economic boycotts, derecognition of passports, and other measures targeting Israel until it ceases the war without having to confront Washington. That is what has to happen. There's also the other side of this, obviously, the Democrats and the prominent Democrats that are supposed to be the prominent Democrats that are supposed to be like celebrating the fact that Donald Trump is retreating from the absolute worst elements of his goals, absolute worst goals that he had of like death and destruction, full-blown genocide campaign. Chris Murphy went on CNN and was like, "Oh, this ceasefire is unbelievable. I hope it's not real. I hope it's not real at all."
Stand out here. One, the safe passage that Trump is saying is going to be provided.
This is what he said last night, and then he continued to say even more unhinged things.
Weeks as part of this, kind of the central part of it, through Hormuz. They're saying it's possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces, which obviously implies that Iran controls the strait. And then from the National Security Council, they say this confers upon Iran a unique economic and geopolitical standing in terms of them regulating passage through the Strait of Hormuz. So what do you hear in all this?
I mean, listen, who knows what's going on? Donald Trump lies every single day. Clearly, he's not telling the truth. But if you accept even part of the Iranian statement, Donald Trump has agreed to give Iran control of the Strait of Hormuz. That is extraordinary. If you go deeper into the statement from the Iranian National Security Council, they claim that Trump has also agreed to Iran's right to enrichment, to suspend all sanctions against Iran, and to allow Iran to keep their missile program, their drone program, and their nuclear program. Now, who knows if any of that is true, but if at the very least this agreement gives Iran the right to control the strait, that is cataclysmic for the world. And it is just stunning that that's
like, how can Democrats not understand that this is horrible messaging, right? Like, this literally proves what I've been saying all along, what we've been seeing all along, which is the idea that Democrats are not actually against destroying Iran, blowing up Iran, and waging war with Iran. They just get to sit there and act as though this wasn't in the cards for them. This wasn't their desire at all. This is no different than the same energy presented by Chuck Schumer in that famous Taco Trump. Trump always chickens out. If you're going to cut a side deal and negotiate with Iran without telling us, like, that's bullshit, you have to bomb them. It's the same shit. And this is the most transparent version of that sentiment, where instead of saying, look, we should have never gotten into this predicament to begin with, and although it's a worse position overall for Donald Trump, I'm glad that there's finally a pathway towards a ceasefire, long-lasting peace in the region. But instead of saying that, they're saying we could have done it better. We could have continued this war in a more effective manner. Or saying Donald Trump should continue this war in a more effective manner to absolutely destroy the Iranian nuclear capabilities. Like, there's no alternative here. They don't even present the alternative that Democrats famously advanced. Use the JCPOA. Say this is a worse deal overall from an American perspective than even the JCPOA. But it doesn't matter. Like, it's clear that we have to negotiate with these people. It's clear that we have to engage with Iran in diplomacy rather than constantly warmongering. All of this is unnecessary. All of this was unnecessary. We learned a hard lesson. But as you know, as people with clear minds and good conscience, we should now turn around and say, all right, we're just gonna diplomatically engage with Iran. Commend Donald Trump even for following through on this, regardless of how tyrannical he is. But they're not doing that. What they're doing instead is agitating Trump. And what they don't realize is this makes them look consistent. This makes them look like cowards, makes them look weak. Okay? To the average person, they might not care about what happens to the Iranian people, but they don't like that the war is continuing and their gas prices are going up. And the Democrats are supposed to be in opposition to that, right? At least they're trying to communicate their opposition to that. But when they come out, when a ceasefire is imminent, and they say, oh, well, this is a massive failure for Trump. What the fuck are you doing? You should, you didn't achieve any of the strategic goals, and don't actually provide any counter or don't actually commend even an attempt towards diplomacy, even if Donald Trump is inconsistent on that front and most likely will not pursue diplomacy and try to create a long-lasting ceasefire here, long-lasting stability in the region. You're basically saying to the average person that's watching, to your base, is that you would be more violent than Donald Trump. You would have done a much better job of bringing Iran to heel, utilizing the same resources that Donald Trump is utilizing right now. And that's fucking bullshit. This is the major problem. Democrats are not in disagreement with killing Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Democrats are not in disagreement overall with engaging Iran militarily, right? They actually want it, and they like that Trump did it, and now they can act as though they were always in opposition to it. But even then, they don't present a strong enough opposition. They don't actually try to get people on the record with the War Powers Resolution when they should have. Right now, they're talking about it, but they should have done this months ago at this point, right? And they consistently say, oh, it's the process. It's the process that we disagree with. You didn't ask us for advice. You didn't ask us for confirmation. Fuck the process. You should be undermining the argument in its entirety. Why are we waging war with Iran to begin with? It's unfucking believable. And while Americans, like I said, are maybe not as careful or considerate about the everyday existence of ordinary Iranians and what we're doing to them right now, they do see their tax dollars light on fucking fire, and they do know what it looks like when they're paying, $20 extra at the pump. They see that. They see that as a negative impact, and they also tie this back directly to Israel. They know that we're waging this war because this is Israel's goals that we're accomplishing. Okay? So for liberals to try to frame this as like we would have actually accomplished Israel's war better than Trump, well, that's a fucking idiotic argument to present. You look silly. You're not even utilizing the moment. You're not even taking advantage of the moment to set a clear distinction between yourself and the Trump administration. I can't believe it. They're proving exactly what I've been saying all along. What we've been saying all along. Democrats, having spent 5 weeks doing nothing but silently go along with Trump's barbaric war, are now complaining that he chickened out. They are going on cable news and lamenting the fact that Trump didn't commit a genocide tonight. Deeply, deeply unserious people. Scum, even. They're doing the same technique again. They're saying, diet fascism. We would have done restrained fascism, diet fascism. We would have done more organized fascism.
2-week ceasefire is insufficient. We need a permanent end to Donald Trump's reckless war of choice, which is why House Democrats have demanded that Speaker Mike Johnson immediately reconvene the House back into session so we can move a war powers resolution that will end this conflict permanently.
That seems unlikely to happen. What do you actually think is going to happen in this 2-week period? What do you need to, assuming that doesn't happen, what do you need to see happen or want to see happen in this 2-week period?
Assuming it doesn't happen this week, we go back into session next week and we will present a war powers resolution as soon as it becomes available to us to do so as a matter of privilege on the House floor. All we need are a handful of Republicans to join us. The American people strongly oppose this reckless war of choice and know that we should not be spending billions of dollars to drop bombs in Iran while Republicans and Donald Trump are unwilling to spend a dime to actually make life more affordable for the American people, including but not limited to by extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits. It's unbelievable in terms of the priorities, and yet we've seen this president's behavior unhinged, unpresidential, unconscionable, including the messages that he's communicated to the American people over the last few days.
Yes, Dana Fesh talked about me. I know. I'll cover that. I will get I will get into that in a little bit. Okay.
2-week ceasefire is.
Yeah. Calling for a war powers resolution after the ceasefire announcement is funny, but it will still backfire on Hakeem Jeffries, because the reason why he's calling for it after the ceasefire is because it's over, right? By his calculation, this is the least effective time to demand this. However, given the tendency of Israel to ruin ceasefires, even though he said this last night, that ceasefire is not happening any longer. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. So now he accidentally backed himself into a corner where he unironically has to do the right thing. Fantastic. So expect him to turn around and say, all right, maybe now is not the time for ceasefire later down the line, or hold off on, not the ceasefire, sorry, hold off on demanding a war powers resolution. Because from his perspective, now would have been the perfect time to make it seem like he's against Donald Trump's unnecessary wars of choice. Okay? So much for the wouldn't be just as bad shit from libs. I know. It's very, very frustrating that so many liberals are stuck on the optics of the situation and refuse to recognize that our electeds, our representatives, are not representing our interests. And that's precisely the reason why they're pushing. That's precisely the reason why they're pushing back on the war powers resolution. But Chris Murphy had a back and forth with Adam Johnson that I thought was really good and really illustrative of the problems that I see with the way liberals are communicating on this. Adam Johnson says liberal messaging that, 1, centers Israel's security, 2, paints Iran as strengthened, and this being inherently sinister, and 3, demagoguing about a nuclear program or reinforcing the logic of U.S. and Israel hostility. These aren't gotchas, they're racist, morally stunted frameworks. The U.S. bombed a school, killing 150 girls. It attacked with provocation. It destroyed hundreds of billions of dollars in infrastructure, killed 4,000 plus with no moral or legal justification. No morally sound person should care what was achieved. This isn't a game of risk, Adam Johnson says. And he's right. Okay? We have to oppose this war on the moral front, on moral grounds. And we can also oppose the war on legal grounds. We could oppose the war on the reality that it is also leading to economic disaster. Okay? There's a million avenues. But the one thing Democrats consistently keep doing when they talk about the process, and they did this with Venezuela as well, okay? When they did this with Venezuela as well, they said, oh, well, Maduro's a tyrant. He's awful. He's a monster. We're glad that he's getting deposed, but we just don't like the way that Donald Trump did it. It's like when you give him the justification, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Ro Khanna absolutely cooked on this as well. He went on MS Now, and he said exactly those words. I'm glad that there's at least someone saying the quiet part out loud, or the part that Democrats are refusing to say. Here it is.
What do you say to people who say the 25th Amendment or impeachment, as we have seen twice before with this specific president, when it's controlled by Republicans, that's just not a realistic scenario?
I think you're using things too tactically. You've been so immune. How about moral principle? How about that when a president threatens to blow up other nations, that we have to see some response to saying that we have a higher moral dimension, that there's something called conviction in politics, that the lives of the Iranian people matter, that the lives of people in Gaza matter, that the lives of people in Cuba matter, that when Donald Trump is echoing Gallant and calling people animals who live in Iran, that we will be a Democratic Party who says that is morally wrong. And when we don't say that, and when we hide behind proceduralism, and when we hide behind tactics, and we hide behind the fact that we don't have votes, then what we say to most Americans is we're not willing to fight for our vision for America, for our moral vision. You know who is willing to fight for his vision of America? Donald Trump. And you know why the Democrats keep losing? Because we don't have conviction in our politics. We don't have inspiration and passion in our politics. We've got people there 50 years who read the same scripts, put out the same bland statements. Get out. Let a new generation lead. You've been ineffective. The base doesn't like you. The base wants fighters. The base wants people with moral vision. And the only people the base are more upset with than Donald Trump is the ineffective leadership of the Democratic Party to stand up when a president of the United States is threatening genocide.
That's it. This is wall-to-wall bars, 1 minute and 34 seconds of cooking, okay? That's the message. You should not shy away from saying exactly this, okay? This is one of the best messages I've seen from any elected, speaking clearly about the demands that voters are making of their elected representatives to demonstrate moral courage, to demonstrate a vision, charting a better pathway, a better future for the United States of America, especially with our foreign entanglements, especially with our dealings with Israel and what we've done in Iran and many other places as well. The human element of this cannot be lost in the conversation. It's crazy to me, but it is objectively racist, right? It's objectively racist to just be like, well, yeah, we killed a whole bunch of school children or whatever, but at the end of the day, you know, if we achieved our war goals, it would have been fine. Like, would it have been fine? Yeah. Adam Johnson also talked about this with like Chris Murphy, because Chris Murphy says, Iran says the U.S. has agreed to their 10-point plan, which gives them control of the strait, lets them keep their nuclear program and also their missiles, and drop sanctions against Iran. If this isn't true, and let's hope it's not, it's proof that there's indeed no deal. Adam Johnson said the thing about Chris Murphy is he has pathological triangulation brain. From immigration to war, he simply can't resist taking a decent lefty stance, then immediately attacking Republicans from the right and lamenting over the same confused process or competency criticism, right? It's so stupid. It doesn't make sense. You look inconsistent. You look like you are utterly devoid of any principles on this, right? And Chris Murphy actually replied to it, right? Murphy explicitly, this was what he said after. He said, Iran says the U.S. has agreed to their 10-point plan, which gives them control over the strait, lets them keep their nuclear program and also their missiles, and drops sanctions against Iran. If this is true, let's hope it's not, right? I just read that. Murphy explicitly lobbies against the tentative ceasefire deal. Pray tell Chris what terms you think Iran will accept after the U.S. sneak attacked them, killed their leaders, did an Oklahoma City bombing on a girls' school, killed 4,000 more. Guys, I know Fox is doing a hit piece on me again. They haven't stopped doing it. Please shut the fuck up, okay? It doesn't matter. The hits are going to keep coming. We have to cover actual news, okay? I can't sit here and listen to racial animus directed against me and also candidates that I align with over and over again for hours every single fucking day, okay? We have to be serious. Although they are unserious here, the Hassanabi fucking broadcasts have to be serious. Someone has to actually fucking cover the news. Okay? Who cares what they say? Anyway, Adam Johnson says, did an OKC-style bombing on a girls' school and killed 4,000 more. Some versions of this is the only way it ends. To which Adam Johnson actually replied. He said, if you've paid any attention to what I've said for weeks, you know what I want this war to end immediately. So, of course, I'm glad this ceasefire, if the ceasefire holds. That's not inconsistent with pointing out that we're worse off now than before the war started, and that it's bad if Iran controls the strait. I've been 100% clear. There is no military means to reopen the strait, and the only way forward is for Trump to stop the war. I think it's important to point out how ham-handed this entire endeavor has been, and how nobody should see Trump's actions as some expert maneuver in war-making and statecraft, to which he also had some pretty decent replies to. I don't know where the replies are, but he basically had a back and forth with Chris Murphy that ended up with him saying, like, how do you think we address the genuine demands that Iran as a sovereign nation is making about the reparations that they are owed, right? Clearly, the toll process actually is the least is the process in which they can demand these reparations with the least amount of friction, because this way America doesn't do direct cash payments, and rather allows Iran to collect the toll and rebuild their country and rebuild the damage that we have dealt them, right? It makes total sense. It's not like Congress is going to pay for it. It's not like anyone else is going to fucking pay for it. And they are owed reparations. It's understandable, right? To which he responded with, fine, but some people are going to think, oh, yeah, he said, how one views Trump's competency is irrelevant to the substance of the ceasefire terms. Clearly, he's an oaf, but acting as if it's some giveaway to Iran is doing the pro-war camps work for them. What other mechanism than tolls could Iran possibly leverage to secure reparations? Chris Murphy says, fine, but some people are going to think the agreement is good and the war was worth it. Our goal should be to show that the war and the subsequent ceasefire, if it really exists, was way worse than the war having never happened. And this involves showing how the world after a ceasefire is worse than the world before the war started, which is why I point out it's bad that Iran now tolls the strait. If people think this agreement is a victory, then it will open lanes for future Trump illegal wars. Yeah, you know what this actually opens up a lane for? Trump to continue this illegal war, because he sees this kind of stuff and he goes, okay, everyone's cooking my ass. They're not letting me eat the damage on this ceasefire. They are obviously calling out. They're obviously agitating for more destruction. Fuck it. Maybe we do actually do boots on the ground military warfare. So, like, because Chris Murphy isn't wrong, right? This is correct. From an American framework, if you are thinking America first, American empire first, yes, of course, America is in a worse position overall. But this requires, like, this situation requires people on the opposition party to position themselves actually in opposition with the overarching goals of the Trump administration. This is the problem. The problem is Democrats are not in opposition to the goals that Trump has demonstrated. They want those goals. They just never seemingly had, I guess, the courage or the mania to follow through on it. These aren't narrative abstractions, Adam Johnson responds with and says, answer 2 questions. Do you think Iran has the right to missile defense? Do you think it's reasonable for Iran to expect war reparations for what you yourself concede is an illegal war? And if so, what mechanism should guarantee this? You very much appear to be opposing baseline Iran self-defense as such, and any type of recompense for Iran after the U.S. killed thousands, destroyed hundreds of billions of infrastructure in a war of aggression that we all agree was unjustified and illegitimate. Is that a fair summation? This is what we mean when we say these guys are two sides of the same coin with like some minor differences. But if you are justifying the underlying reasons as to why this, like some kind of military action had to happen, right? Then it doesn't matter how belligerent Trump is, right? Then it's just a difference in tactics. What Democrats should be doing in this moment is to oppose the war in its entirety, not justify the goals that Trump has presented. You have to oppose the goals that Trump has presented. You have to ask a tough question and say, why are we doing this? We, on the one hand, claim it's an illegal war, it's unjustifiable, but on the other hand, we say, that it's good. It's technically something that needed to happen, right? We had to kill the Ayatollah. We had to actually destroy Iran's munitions capabilities, right? It's ridiculous. It's a sovereign country. Of course, sovereign nations are going to have some kind of military deterrence to ensure that what's happening to Iran right now doesn't ever happen again. When you present an argument like this, you're basically saying, I agree with the goals, I just don't agree with the methods. And you don't even demonstrate what your methods would look like. And that reads as inconsistent to the average person. The average person is not putting a lot of thought into this situation. But they are aware enough to recognize that this is an inconsistent way to talk about this issue. Okay? I mean, I think Adam Johnson's 2 questions were great, and the answers should be, yes, of course, Iran has a right to self-defense. Of course, every country has a right to defend itself. It's how you defend yourself that matters, right? Anyway, I'm supposed to be talking to the Kneecap Boys right now, but I don't know where it is. Okay. All right. Yeah, we can reschedule as well if because I'm a. What the hell? We just lost the internet for a second. But it's back. It's back. That was crazy. Yeah, what the Sigma is right. We're back. We're back. We're back. All right. There was actually a really good statement from PM Pedro Sanchez. I hate to get PSO'd here, but he said, the government of Spain will not applaud those who set the world on fire just because they show up with a bucket. And that was bars, okay? That was absolutely bars. Let's be real. He cooked on that one. He cooked on that one, okay? Switch the vid to live now, huh? Wait, what? I don't know what you mean by that. So I showed you one good statement from Ro Khanna opposing the war on all fronts, including moral and legal, right? And I showed you one bad statement from Chris Murphy. Obviously, the Democrats are channeling exactly what Chris Murphy's been saying. In an effort to immediately oppose Donald Trump while still maintaining some kind of militant posture, they end up justifying why Donald Trump did this to begin with. Okay? Suleiman Maswadeh says, an Israeli source tells me about the ceasefire. We were surprised by Trump's decision. We received updates in the final moments when everything seemed finalized. We are committed to the ceasefire. He's a diplomatic correspondent. And Shael Ben Ephraim says, Israel was not updated until the ceasefire was on the verge of being signed. They were not part of the agreement process. It shows a serious and justified lack of trust that Israel would try to sabotage the talks. But they are, and they still are. They still obviously have the capacity to sabotage talks, because one element of the demands from the Iranian side, which make perfect sense, is to restrain Israel, is to ensure that Israel doesn't strike Lebanon any longer, and immediately retreats from southern Lebanon, which it currently occupies. America has the capabilities of restraining Israel. It just chooses not to do so, which, of course, gives Israel the opportunity to continue sullying these affairs.
The original 10-point proposal had the acceptance of enrichment in Farsi, in the Farsi version. But then, for some unknown reason, that phrase was missing in the English version that was shared by the Iranian diplomats to journalists. The second thing that is of concern, or biggest concern, is Iran wants control of the Strait of Hormuz. They never had control of the strait. It's dangerous because they border the strait, but they didn't have control, and now they want it.
No, this is incorrect. They always had the capacity to control it. They just never applied it. Now they do apply that control, and therefore they de facto have control over the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? If you operate on might is right, or might makes right politics, you can't turn around and cry foul when someone else is demonstrating that. Right? John Favreau says, end U.S. aid to Israel. I told Kneecap that we're going to reschedule. So we're going to reschedule the talks with Kneecap. So the Delta CEO won't commit to lowering ticket prices if the jet fuel prices go down. When asked if his company would lower prices if fuel costs drop, he said instead that lower fuel costs would certainly help us boost our margins this year and certainly into next year as well. Great. So now you know that once a baseline price has been established, capital owners, especially due to market consolidation, and we saw this during COVID as well, in the aftermath of like the peak of COVID, they don't actually drop the prices again, right? And they have the capacity not to drop the prices because there's tremendous market consolidation, and therefore there's tremendous price leadership that takes place. And here we are. I mean, this is literally exactly what happened. This is what we talk about when we say greedflation. This is precisely what's going on. You know, there might be market forces that that lead to inflation, but that inflation continues because once a new baseline price has been established, why would you ever go back? It doesn't matter because they don't matter, but it's wild to watch Democrats do the food here is terrible and the portions are so small routine with the ceasefire. Why even bother? Go back to tweeting about rogue streamers. Shouldn't we criticize Trump for losing the war? Yeah, sure. But can we maybe wait until the ink on the ceasefire is dry so that our demented president doesn't decide to scrap the whole thing? Can we hold off like one whole day before we start goading this fucking psychopath? Is right. You have to think like, what if you're going to oppose Donald Trump? You have to oppose him adequately. You have to oppose the principles of the reasons as to why he had to go into this battle, wage this unjustifiable war. You can't, on the one hand, say, well, you know, we agree with the fucking we agree with the goals that have been stated. We just don't agree with the methods. It's very stupid. And also, Democrats haven't been vocal at all up until this moment anyway. And it's ironic that the only reason why they could be vocal is because they thought, oh, ceasefire established. Now we can start shitting on Trump. Now we can actually hang this around his neck, even though this was something that we also wanted. We would never act on it, or maybe we would if we were goaded into it. Who knows? But now now it's win-win. You accomplish Israel's goals that you were also invested in, and you get to hang it around Trump's neck because it's, very unpopular. However, because the ceasefire fucking collapsed because of Israel's lack of interest in maintaining the ceasefire, now they're in this unique predicament. Now they're in this unique predicament where they oppose it at a time when opposing it means something again, right? They thought they were opposing the war when it's meaningless, when it's over. Turns out now they're opposing the war when it is meaningful. They trap themselves in this situation, but, make no mistake. Democrats love retreating, and they will retreat on this as well, most likely. At least most of them will, right? IRGC Major General Mohsen Rezai says Iran will stand with all of our might alongside Hezbollah, and that violations of the ceasefire will be met with punishments against Israel. An American military official already saying that the ceasefire has collapsed. Here we are.
They not only want control of the strait, they want to also be paid at least $2 million per vessel that passes through the Strait of Hormuz, and then split that money with the government of Oman. And Israeli officials say that money will be used to funnel back into the IRGC weapons program to try and rebuild many of the production lines that were destroyed by the United States and Israel throughout the course of this war. And so the bottom line here is that this isn't over. It is a 2-week ceasefire, and the question remains if the Iranians will be willing to make a good faith deal that addresses all of these issues. But when you look at that 10-point proposal by the Iranians, there are a variety of issues that simply aren't going to happen. Not only red lines for the United States, but for the entire world. There's no scenario in which the U.S. military is going to withdraw completely from the Middle East. There are a variety of bases where U.S. soldiers remain, and if that were to take place, it would give the Iranians the ability and flexibility to rebuild their military and nuclear programs, and then pose a threat to U.S. forces if they ever return to the region and allies across the Middle East. And so there are a lot of very serious questions here. The positive in all of this is that there are no missiles soaring through the skies of Israel, at least at this moment. But there are serious questions.
still has its nuclear stockpile. Its nuclear ambitions are still unchecked, if not accelerated. And finally, American credibility. The nations of the world are furious at Trump. The Europeans, the Asians, even the Middle Eastern allies. They say, what the hell is he doing? And the United States' diplomatic position and credibility in the world is dramatically worse because of this war. So just in summary, this war has made us worse off today than before it started. The war made us worse in terms of control of the Strait of Hormuz. The war made us worse in terms of the strength of the Iranian regime. The war made us worse in terms of high gas prices. The war made us worse because Iran's nuclear ambitions have been unchecked. And the war made us worse because American credibility is down the drain.
Yes, all of this is true. But how are you any different than Donald Trump? Simply because you weren't responsible for it doesn't change the reality that you're not actually opposing the reasons as to why Donald Trump engaged in this action. Okay? This is the problem. This is the problem with the Democratic Party's comms on this. Failing to distinguish how they have a different approach than Trump. They come across like they agree with the goals, just not the methods that have failed. They should always tie this back to the illegality and immorality of engaging in this unjust and costly war against Iran to begin with. Reinforce demands to restrain Israel, which brought us into this war. And talk about the only time we achieved success with Iran's enrichment process, Obama's JCPOA, through diplomacy, which Schumer opposed at the time. Of course, Fox News is about to run a story on you. Buddy, this is the 8th story that they've run on me today. Okay? They're spending every damn day talking about this. You wish you had a fraction of Charles Ellis Schumer's sexual energy, you fool. Quit yapping and take some much needed notes from his sexual prowess. Hold on. Democrats are, of course, once again failing to differentiate, they come across like they agree with the goals, just not the methods. of Trump that have now openly failed. You're on Fox 5 right now. Now demonstrably failed. They should always tie this back. Dems should always tie this back to illegality and immorality. Tie this back to the illegality and immorality of engaging in this unjust and costly war against Iran to begin with. Reinforce demands to restrain Israel. Oh, wait, I'm on Fox 5. Oh, that's different, actually. Hold up. I will watch that. It's my favorite news program on Fox News. Never mind. That's actually pretty tight. I didn't understand. When you said Fox 5, I thought you meant like a local Fox affiliate or something.
Wow. Progressive Democrat, Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed inviting Hassan Piker to a rally yesterday, refusing to condemn any of Piker's pathetic beliefs.
Are there any views that Hassan holds that you would disavow?
I'm not here to disavow people's views. This whole gotcha game, platform policing, cancel culture, I thought we were over it.
So, Dana, I think what gets my goat, since we're talking about Hassan Piker,
wait,
here's
what?
the
What
party
does that mean?
decries toxic masculinity.
Is he trying to say I'm a goat fucker because my name is
denies
Hassan?
the rapes on
Nice.
October 7th, which is basically just a horrible thing to say. Anybody who knows about October 7th knows what happened there. And he's a scumbag. How can the Democrat Party coddle that?
I think it's almost worse than that because he doesn't just deny it. He says it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, who cares? It doesn't matter. That's just the cost of war. Too bad, ladies. The things he said about women are pretty incredible. But we've gone over this before. Like, we make fun of sexism because it's like a way to like deal with it. It's like, it's funny. I can laugh about how women are bad drivers. Haha. But like, I actually am not great. And yet you have all the stories we've talked about in terms of the victims of illegal immigrant crime. 98% of them are women.
Mm-hmm.
You don't hear anything from anybody about that. Remember the lady who said, well, she was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Sorry, ladies. I mean,
I like that the game of telephone is like swapped at this point to be like Hassan participated in October 7 and committed sexual assaults. Like it's basically we're like 1 week away from them saying I did October 7.
Trying to win a primary. They think that's where they have to be. There are a lot of people that listen to those shows and they listen to shows on the far right. But remember the kind of hell that President Trump had to pay for having dinner with Nick Fuentes.
Yeah.
And that's caused a huge fracturing on the right. And now all of them are fighting amongst each other and I can't even figure it out.
I don't follow the far right crazies because I am one. No, but I don't know what, but I'm pretty sure they don't say rape doesn't matter, or rapes of Jewish women on October 7th. I don't know.
Wait, what?
Right
Are they?
say
They're
that.
saying.
How can I mean, CNN had this guy on. Crazy.
Well, yeah, it's not. You have to watch the full tape of it. He's saying what Dana was saying, which he thinks that Israel's response is not proportionate to what was done to Israelis.
He has
not
no right to say that.
Right.
Right. Then you should just not like him. And a lot of people don't like him.
But you do?
But no, it's not really a like or don't like thing. I think
he's
that
handsome. Is that it?
he's objectively handsome. Look at the New York Times profile of him. I mean, he is.
Of course,
my queen.
I'm gonna take a hard pass on it.
No. But the reason that there's a profile of him, which includes a lot of the incendiary things that he said, is that he does have this big audience. And I think that the fight within my party about whether to go on Hassan Piker's stream or have him campaign for you is about dealing with the issues from the 2024 election. How we talk about Israel and the Democratic Party's relationship to it. How we talk about corruption and anti-establishment sentiment. How we talk about universal health care, housing, education. These are issues that he talks about a lot in these streams. And he has millions of people, a lot of young men who are voicing real concerns about how they can get ahead in society, not what they think about some woman who fled communist something.
Yeah, just something that happened to some chick in a communist country, Jesse. How is this not toxic masculinity. You know, the people that often call you a toxic masculine source are embracing this guy.
They are. Well, who cares? The thing about this is I kind of liked his answer to it. He goes, I don't think we want to get into platform policing and cancel culture. I agree with that. So if this guy wants to run and win, he thinks this guy could help him win, give it a shot. Give it a shot in Michigan. You know what? I respect it. Own it.
What?
This could cost you huge, but
What is
if that's
going
how
on?
you really feel, do it. I really don't care. We had Ward Churchill. Remember him? Ward Churchill. America deserved 9/11. Now, I didn't think any politician would be inviting Ward Churchill to a rally and be like, I stand with the guy. But things have changed. People say all kinds of stuff now. And
Oh my God.
We just have to say, this is some crazy guy, but I like him. He might be too crazy for you. He might be obnoxious and disgusting, but you know what? I'm going to run with this guy. And if I win, I win. If I lose, it might be a little bit his fault. And it's your fault for the bad judgment. It's all about judgment.
Spoken like.
Wait, I think Jesse literally believes that I'm a misogynist, so he's now offering
Obviously,
respect.
I'm going to go to you about 9/11 because you were there. And when you hear this, I mean, you do get a free punch out of it, don't you?
Do you think Jesse Waters is like, he's like, yeah, I like the guy because he's like, I believe he's misogynistic now.
Let's recognize the currents that are blowing through this, okay? This is where a lot of the young people are, and let's recognize what it is, okay? He is doing the stuff that we talked about in the 8 block. He's using blame Israel as the panacea for every ill in the world. It is Israel's fault, period, end of story. That's
Horrible.
what is embedded in this.
That's a
period.
terrible way to,
And, by the way, he's not
respond to
Palestinian,
this.
He's Turkish. But that becomes the be-all and end-all excuse for anything he wants to say. And so as a result of 7 October, he can say America owned 9/11, deserved it, et cetera. And all I can say is thank you, Teachers Union, because he's got millions of young men who are following this thing, who know nothing about world history, who know nothing about American history, who have no idea how lucky they are to be here. And the current blowing through this is a marriage right now of Islamism, not Islam, Islamism, and the far left. There's a term for it. It's actually called the watermelon revolution.
I think
right?
Waters
The
has the
red being
real
the
take of someone who
communists
thinks you're a bad
and the
person who
green
wants the
being
Democrats to lose. Yeah.
Islamism. And by the way, that's the same union that gave us the mullahs in Iran. If you look into it, those two were aligned in 1979. This is not unprecedented. And the commonality is America sucks. Let's recognize that.
It's a problem on the right and the left with the Israel issue. And there's new polling out from Pew. 60% of adults have an unfavorable view. You're ignoring what is going on in the fracturing of
That's
our
true.
relationship with Israel in general.
That's true.
You are.
No, hold on, but I didn't say anything about the right, and I don't like what's in Fuentes either. You know what I mean? But this idea that it all comes back to, you know what? I got to be elected wherever I run, and 9/11 was deserved because I don't like the Israelis.
All right, we got to go.
Wait, what? That has nothing to do with the Israelis. What the fuck is this guy talking about? Oh, great. They moved on to more important stuff. That's okay. I don't know what he is. I don't know what the fuck he was on, but it's very funny. It's very funny that these guys over and over again keep unironically boosting my profile, calling me hot in the fucking process. And some of them are tactically retreating. Like Jesse Waters, I think, is probably saying this because like it's good to associate campaigns with a dangerous guy like this because people will be repulsed by his worldview. But the irony, of course, is that when he says when the main takeaway and the main response is like, oh, this guy actually channels a lot of the voices of young people, it ends up failing, right? There's not really an argument they can make in this circumstance because they're Republicans. Like, Republicans can't make that argument at all, right? Stop simping for terrorists. No one cares about the opinions of third worlders. Got it, man. Thank you. So here's the problem. Here's the problem. If you're Fox News and you say my worldview is repulsive and Democrats should shy away from it, right? You look like a fucking hypocrite because you're trying to engage in petty cancel culture. And a lot of people that deploy it, right? A lot of people that deploy that kind of cancel culture against their ideological enemies, ironically enough, create this this environment where like the normies in the middle, they get annoyed by it. They don't want to hear it, especially not right now, right? If you're a fucking normie and you're tuning into Fox News, if you're like an independent and you're tuning into Fox News, don't know what you're doing, but and you're trying to figure out like what the Republican agenda is in this moment where, you know, Donald Trump is like engaging in spectacular fuck ups that are leading to your gas prices going up at the pump. And you hear people constantly fucking harping on like, oh, this guy who's like anti-Israel is an anti-Semite. And you've heard it before for the past 2.5 years, right? Your takeaway from that is not going to be, wow, this guy is really bad and Democrats should really stay away from him. Your takeaway is going to be, why the fuck am I listening to this again? Like, who cares? Who cares who the fuck this guy is? Why are you whining? Like, you're Republicans. We know where your allegiances are. We know what values you represent. It just doesn't make any sense. What's frustrating about this is you're just a lol cow, dude. Yeah, I know. I'm totally. That's what's going on here, chatter. I like that the only way that you can frame whatever is happening in the universe is through like internet terminology such as lol cowing. It's a demonstration of your lack of intelligence. It makes no fucking sense, but if you had any fucking friends in the real world, you probably understand that that's an idiotic thing to say out loud. Anyway, you're a lol cow, dude. Now you've been on Fox News, so even my parents know you're a POS. That's what he said. People who say lol cow are fucking lol cows. Yeah, I know. Fox News has done, I think, 10 hits on me in the past 48 hours, if not more. They obviously, I think, overestimate my motion. I don't think I have this level of motion. CNN has also done this as well. They think that I have make it or break it status for campaigns. It's very clear that a lot of powerful interests in the country that have some control over both parties, that want to reinforce their level of influence over both parties, are looking at someone like myself and giving me unnecessary flattery. I am not a kingmaker. Okay? I'm not a kingmaker at all. What I am doing, however, is representing the resentment and the anger of the masses. The anger that you all feel that business as usual politics has not worked for you. That politicians do not represent your interests, but instead, politicians and the media class, for the most part, represent the interests of corporations. Everybody understands that. This is a bipartisan issue, okay? You have Republicans and Democrats and independents alike that look at mainstream media as oppositional to their needs. You have a lot of people in this country that look to politicians and say, these guys suck. They don't represent me at all. And when those unpopular figures are launching haymaker after haymaker, especially on an issue that is 90-10 in the Democratic Party's base, it's clear that these guys are willing to throw it all out there to the best of their ability to try to forcibly separate myself, my community, from campaigns by creating this panic, by basically creating this manufactured outrage. Okay? It's not going to work. Because at the end of the day, the frustrations are not going to go away. Right? The frustrations are not going to go away. People are done. People are sick and tired of it. They want a Trump-style figure to also emerge from the Democratic Party. Okay? And by that, I mean someone who can be a voice for the people. And Trump certainly was a voice for their resentment and manipulated a bunch of people and took their resentment, recognized it, said, you're right to be angry, and then redirected that anger to vulnerable populations, to marginalized groups, to undocumented immigrants, right? And if there was actually a force on the opposition party side that took the anger and the frustration that people feel and then redirected it to actual vectors of power towards people and corporations that control the levers of power in this country, the forces of capital, they would be unbelievably successful. Okay? I'm just one person. I'm one person that happens to be very popular only because I share that same exact resentment. I share that same exact anger. And my goal is to channel that frustration back to the real people that are responsible for why you have a hard time paying rent, for why your price at the pump is going up, for why no one is seemingly dealing with the inflation crisis, for why you can't actually own a home. You can't get a good job that's reliable with decent benefits. And why you can't do that in the wealthiest nation on earth. That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing. With or without me, if candidates also channeled that frustration, they would win. These people in media that are beholden to the same corporate interests that politicians are beholden to are trying to sever that tie because they see me as a singular force that is changing people's minds. To a certain degree, I'm capable of doing that. That much is clear. But I'm one person. I don't have that much of a profound reach, and I have no capabilities of hypnotizing people. People have come to their own conclusions on Israel from all of the violence that they've seen, from all the arrogance demonstrated by envoys of Israel, the demands to silence people who are opposing Israel in the United States of America. People have said, why should we be beholden to the interests of a foreign country that is only able to behave in this belligerent manner because of our tax dollars going to them? Okay? That's it. People have arrived at these conclusions on their own. Cat's out of the bag. Toothpaste is out of the tube. You cannot put it back in. So all of these attacks, they amount to nothing. People who hate me will feel emboldened in their hatred. They will use this as an opportunity to say, see, even Fox News hates them. See, look at these moderate Democrats that have spoken out against them. And people who like me are going to feel emboldened because now we're under attack. Okay? There's some people in the middle who will maybe slot themselves into, well, this guy's a bad guy. I believe the things that I'm seeing about him, and I hate him without actually looking for the necessary context or thinking critically about it. And a lot more people, I think, will come here, as they have done so, and search for their own answers. However, make no mistake, and I will keep reiterating this is not an attack against me. Okay? This is an attack against all of you. They cannot yell at every single person. They can't say, everyone shut the fuck up about Israel right now. But what they can do is take advantage of the existing treasure trove of clips out of context and bias framings that already exist out there in the ether to undermine, malign, and smear someone who is representative of your interests. Because they can't, if they were to come out and basically say, like, everyone that feels this way about Israel is an anti-Semite that needs to fucking be denaturalized and deported. Well, that's a whole lot of Americans, right? So all they can do is just like figure out what kind of like effective targets, cut the head of the snake, if you will. Because at the end of the day, they can't attack the message. So they try to undermine the messenger. That's it. That's it. That's all this is. And I'm glad that there are smart enough politicians out there who actually are not playing ball with this, who unironically are showing this, showing their stances by saying, look, we're not playing these games any longer. Okay? We're not playing these games. It's ridiculous. I'm glad. I'm glad that at least I can bring some attention to certain candidates, right? And not only that, but also on top of that, I'm glad that they can use this as an opportunity to say they're bold. Okay? To say, no, we're not compromising. It's totally ridiculous. Because after all, no matter how vulgar I might be, no matter how vulgar and angry I could be presented, after all, I talk professionally for a living. There's, thousands, tens of thousands of hours of material that they can work with. No matter how vulgar I might seem, the issues that I'm raising and the values that I represent are actually the righteous values. They are actually on the right side of morality. They might be civil. My opposition, your opposition, might be civil in their language. They might be civil in their optics. But the things that they advance, the values that they ride for, the countries that they want to defend, they're doing a whole deal of monstrous, immoral bullshit. Okay? That's why I don't care when Cory Booker says, oh, I don't know Hassan. Don't want to go on his stream. Don't really know about him, but I got a boss call from a donor and had to speak out. Okay. But you have no issue hanging out with Yoav Gallant, taking photos with a war criminal, Yoav Gallant, taking photos with the other war criminal, Benjamin Netanyahu. So I welcome your anger because it seems to me like you're not on the side of humanity anyway. You've already decided that you're in line with Israel. So thank you for making that distinction for us. Thank you for drawing a line of demarcation. Thank you for being united alongside the reactionary forces in this country in your opposition against someone like myself. That's it. They are united in their hatred of us, and we must welcome their hatred. Here is Fox News interviewing some people at the line from Michigan State University.
Lined up and packed into these rallies, and they ate up the anti-war, anti-capitalist, and anti-establishment messages from both Piker and El Sayed. Here's a bit of what some of those students told us.
I don't think it's too far left. I think the Democratic Party has gone so far right.
Democratic Party was also against Zoran campaigning with Hassan, and we see how that went.
I think that they're really just trying to shut down Abdul's race early because I don't think they want another Zoran, and I think that they see Hassan as a way to do that because of his, statements that are framed as controversial.
Boom. Hassan Abiheads, you made me proud. You made me proud. Those are great quotes. Those are bars, baby. Let's go. I'm surprised the Fox banner didn't just say Dr. Jihad speaks on the destruction of the West. I think we have to be a little bit more bold, right? We have to be a little bit more bold. We have to demand that our politicians are more bold as well. They need to demonstrate conviction. They need to demonstrate courage. They need to demonstrate their morality, their moral compass. For far too long, politicians, especially on the Democratic Party side, have been so scared of doing so. And that unfortunately for them, translates to inconsistent messaging. That for them translates to exactly what people feel about politicians in general, right? People have this idea that politicians are cowards. They're constantly telling people what they want to hear, what they perceive as what people want to hear. Everything is focus tested. Every message is perfectly framed to maximize output, to maximize the number of people that are not offended by it, right? And yet, when you look at the politicians that are some of the most successful, some of the most popular politicians, you see that moral conviction. You see that stubbornness. You see someone being uncompromising in their values, right? Bernie Sanders, even Zoran Mamdani to a certain degree, right? And they are rewarded with love. They're showered with praise, okay? These are some of the more resilient forces in American politics. And it might take a while for people to start recognizing that these politicians were right, like Bernie was right. It might take a while for people who have voted against Bernie Sanders, who thought Bernie Sanders was a malignant force in Democratic Party politics because they ruined the chances of their favorite candidates, the establishment liberals, the centrists, the center-right figures. But eventually, defeat after defeat causes them to really reconsider, and that's what we're seeing in the base of the party right now, and that's precisely why people are attacking me. Because in their minds, they think I'm a singular force. I'm not. Okay? I'm not. I'm not alone. I can stand on my values. I can stand on my convictions and continue doing what I'm doing because I'm not alone. That's it. Yeah. They might look like they're attacking me, but they're actually trying to attack you. I'm just in the way. Anyway, there's more to it. We'll look at some of the other ridiculous smears now. Here, we'll get into it. Let's take a look at some of the Fox News coverage. This is just from this morning.
Progressive Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed appearing with controversial streamer Hassan Piker at a Michigan State rally where he refused to reject his past comments.
Abdul, are there any views that Hassan holds that you disavow while you're with him right now?
I'm not here to disavow people's views. I'm here to have a conversation about how to get money out of politics, put money back in pockets, and pass Medicare for all. That's the conversation that folks are here to listen to. This whole gotcha game, platform policing, cancel culture, I thought we were over it.
Let's bring in New York Post columnist and Fox News contributor Miranda Devine. Okay, so he said that afternoon. But earlier, that same day, yesterday, this is what he said when I pushed him on it. Watch.
Of course, I oppose rape. Of course, I don't think 9/11 was justified. But because you appear with somebody doesn't mean you agree with them on everything. My question to you is, when did we start bending to cancel culture? When did we...
Wait, that's consistent. Like, okay, so he repeated the exact same things that he said later in the day that he said to you as well. Do words matter? This is very strange. He's saying the same things to you in that moment. It's exactly the same, as a matter of fact. I fear that the dumber we get, the more reliable this kind of smear campaigns happen to be. Because we see this on Twitter, right? In so many circumstances where someone should be like, Hassan hates Vietnamese people or whatever. And then you look at the video and it's like me criticizing a MAGA right-winger who's utilizing their position, who's using their background, identity politics as a shield to demonstrate fascist politics, to demand violent policies that I oppose, right? And people don't even watch the fucking clip. They just literally read the description if they're fortunate enough to be literate, and they just go along with it. Like, no one actually looks at the context that's in the fucking smear any longer.
Start saying that cancel culture was okay, because clearly on your show you have a number of people who you don't agree with, including me, and I think it's important for all of us who want to win votes, who want to build America, to go and talk to anyone anywhere.
So he didn't have any problem saying earlier in the day that he didn't agree with the comments, but when he's face to face with the man, he didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah, it really is hilarious.
That is the New York Post columnist writing hit jobs on you. She's writing one story per day on you, and now they are interviewing her. They assigned her to cover you and everything you do. They assigned another reporter to cover you. You're anti-Asian now. That is crazy. Aren't Turkish people considered Asian? That was such a big stretch. Yeah, none of that stuff matters.
And I think that El Sayed is just an opportunistic politician. He knows that Democrats have a big problem attracting the sort of Gen Z and particularly male vote. And that's Hassan Piker's apparent audience. He spews his bile every day to an audience on this gaming platform. A whole bunch of young boys, I guess, in their parents' basement, you know, playing games and listening to his expletives and abuse. It's really cartoonish abuse. He breaks every taboo. You know, he says America deserved.
Yeah, the problem is you like that. You like that when it's your guy doing it, right? That's the issue. I mean, we know that to be the case. They love Trump. This is Fox News. That's exactly what Trump does. But when they see a Trumpian style figure demonstrating left populism, all of a sudden they're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. This is not appropriate, mate. How dare you? How dare you violate the norms and social taboos?
9/11, he condones the October 7 attacks on Israel.
And then they just make up a whole bunch of shit, but it's like it's impossible to fucking deal with the faucet, the barrage of misinfo.
You know, you pointed all of that out very well. But it's not just El Sayed, it's also Rashida Tlaib, it's also Ro Khanna. Some pretty mainstream Democrats are quite happy to stand alongside him and sort of launder his rank abuse as being normal commentary. And
yeah, I mean, look, fair is fair. Okay, I'm a bully to bullies. Okay, I've never shied away from that. If your worldview is toxic, if you have repulsive ideals that you are committed to advancing, if you're a reactionary, if you're a neo-Nazi, if you want to develop a white nativist, anti-immigrant agenda and push for it, I'm going to shit on you. I'm not going to be nice. It doesn't matter what your background is. What matters is what your values are. Okay? And I'm pretty open about that, but it's really funny that they try to unironically flip the script and try to do this woke shit. Okay? Because that's what this is, right? This is what they have complained about with respect to the Democrats, with respect to the liberals, over and over and over again. It's so funny. And while they're doing it, they're also leaning into the Islamophobia too. While they're doing it, they're like, well, he's doing it Muslim style. Have you guys noticed that he's doing it Muslim style? These are dangerous Islamic forces at play. You're being a fucking snowflake.
by doing that, they just lower the tone for everybody. And, you know, Amazon's obviously quite happy to have him on their platform. Twitch is an Amazon subsidiary. So no one's wanting to cancel him, but it just...
Why did you bring the platform that I'm on then? Why did you bring up the platform that I'm on then if you're not trying to cancel him? Now he's trying to cancel him. Oh, no. We're just using choice quotes that are clipped out of context to fucking make him seem like a bad guy who doesn't deserve a platform at all. He's calling it Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, right? Or no? He's collecting dollar it is. He's collecting them in the form of subscriptions like Twitch Primes that are free or for $6 dues. He's saying support the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS. He's saying for tomorrow's news today. He's saying thank you, Blonde Bob, for the 50 gifted subs, or no? 50 gifted subs. EP Lee Pro. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Crocodactyl. Thank you for the 5. Sitoid Run. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Marat Space Laser with the 5. He's getting subscriptions. He's farming donos. Donors. Arnors. Fucking hell. Lil Beast then. Gringo Suck. Sublime K. Loga Donut. Cap'n Spork. 20 gifted subs. Crikey. The subs keep rolling. The sobbery dues. They keep rolling in. Ex-Arthur. Sebastian Licks. Bed Rake. Iron Boy. Superfist Dandy. Thank you. Thank you for the gifted subs. Ha. Shigella Girl. My Bourbon Pod. Mango Cake with another 50. Julia Palooza with a 5. Pegium. Okay, I'm done reading. All right. Yeah. It is funny that they're just like, they fucking complain about all this shit, and it's just like, it doesn't, you know.
It calls into question
It's irrelevant.
What kind of people these Democrats are, these progressives are. But it worked for Mamdani. Bernie Sanders and AOC like appearing with Hassan Piker. But, you know, I think they ought to really look at his followers because on X recently, it's been exposed that he might have, you know, 1 million plus followers, but a huge percentage of them are unverified. I think only 1.5% are actually verified followers. And that's the pattern you see when there are bots.
That's exactly the opposite, by the way. No, it's not bots that are unverified followers, but I like that that's what they think. No, motherfucker, have you seen the state of blue checkmark replies? No one in my community is ever going to fucking pay, or most people in my community are not going to fucking be caught dead paying for Elon Musk's Nazi-ass platform. I tried to explain this to people. I was like, you know, I'm like on auto block lists, right? I've been blocked automatically by so many people because I have a blue check mark because I got grandfathered into it because I'm a power user. I'm a power user of Twitter.
Come in, they're paid, they boost someone's figures, and therefore their algorithm, which doesn't discern, rewards them. And so he is a fully, you know, constructed, imaginary person, sort of.
So why are you spending every waking moment covering me then? It's like, that also doesn't make sense. I agree. I'm some irrelevant person. You should leave me alone. You should stop talking about me. I agree with that entirely. So why the fuck are you on your 11th article on me? Why are you on Fox News talking about me, right?
Avatar of whoever it is that wants to, whether it's himself or anybody who wants to disrupt and sow chaos and discord in America, would elevate this man and his rancid, toxic views to mainstream.
Yeah, and it just makes you wonder the people within the community that are also elevating this as well. I think there's this growing.
All right. One more.
Welcome back. Some Democrats are pumping up on a controversial live streamer, Hassan Piker's channel. If you don't know him, that's okay. Here's a little taste of who he is.
America deserved 9/11, dude.
I'm saying it. It doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live free lives, free from this occupation. Respect the Fox News. Respect the Fox News for showing the full context. Once again, makes it a lot more difficult for them to argue against, right? Because all of a sudden, not a bad take, but a good take. Doesn't matter if rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
America deserved 9/11. With statements like that on the record, you think Democrats might want to keep their distance. But no, they don't. Instead, many are cozying up to Hassan Piker, treating him and going on his platform like a campaign stop.
I'm 33 years old.
Yeah, we're the same age, which is crazy because I'm a loser and you're running for mayor of New York. That's wild.
I went to Japan recently and I got both of you guys gifts. This one's for you. This is a Palestinian movement in Japan.
This is your third time on the stream.
For the first time in your studio.
Yeah, the first time
ever. Which is all in like Christmas holiday spirit. I didn't know that. I didn't know you had the Christmas spirit.
So AOC, Bernie Sanders, Mamdani, and then at the end there you saw Ro Khanna, congressman, who today, after you heard, was on that stream for 3 different occasions, was asked about his association with Piker.
Why would you not dissociate yourself from Hassan Piker? Why?
Well, first of all, I have gone on every media podcast. I go on Theo Von. I've gone on Sean Ryan.
You're going to go on Alex Jones?
I would not go on Alex Jones, but Hassan
Piker. Just as bad.
No, but Hassan Piker, I have criticized some of his statements. I have said that, of course, America didn't deserve 9/11 and that we were justified in attacking Al Qaeda.
Like, this is the other side of it, though. Like, they have to. This is why I say, like, you just be honest, man. Be honest. Like, I'm not just as bad as Alex Jones. That's the whole point, right? Like, that's because. That's the other side of it, where you come across like you're being a little shifty with it, and you look unprincipled, because it's like, it's ridiculous. This comparison is ridiculous. Like, there is a reason why people who wouldn't go on Alex Jones don't have an issue with going on my stream, and that's because I do the exact opposite of what Alex Jones does. You got to admit, some of the things you said are pretty controversial. Okay, let's take one of the quotes they're using, right? Sexual assault happening or not happening doesn't change the justification for the genocide that Israel is conducting, right? Do you think that's a controversial statement? No, it's not a controversial statement at all. But you can present it as a controversial statement if you rob it of its context. Even with America deserved 9/11. If we're talking about blowback, I'm fairly certain that the overwhelming majority of Americans can comprehend the logic behind that, right? The point is, I'm talking for 10 hours a day. You can get me to appear as though I'm subscribing to some of the most dangerous ideas that I oppose on a daily basis, right? And they do that. They are doing that, right? Over and over and over again. Don't know about majority. I think most people understand that on its face, the reason why 9/11 happened, obviously it's unjustifiable. Civilians were slaughtered. I'm not in favor of that. Most people would not be in favor of that unless it's, civilians overseas and brown people that are being slaughtered. But most people understand 9/11 happened because we fucked around all over the region. We set up these guys. We armed them. We trained them. It's true. We did it. I mean, it's part of the political game. Smear campaigns by politicians live their whole life trying to cover their past. Okay, but notice how you actually backtracked and then compared me to a politician. I'm not a politician. And I don't even think politicians have to do that any longer. We're living in a post-Trump universe, okay? As long as you have your values, as long as you have your convictions, a lot of this stuff is just noise. We give it power. We give it power by paying attention to it, and we give it power by responding to it with fear. Right? That's it. You're still in politics game, though. They're going to throw this in your face your entire life. Yeah, I know. I don't care. Do you think you can tell reliably what a person represents or who a person is by those who choose to actively smear them, their ideological opponents, who are very clearly trying to manufacture outrage? Or do you have the capacity to think critically and make up your own mind? Because we all know the real reason why you thought right. We all know the real reason. Oh, he's Asmongold chatter. We all know the real reason why people are doing this is because they oppose not just my worldview, but they also oppose your worldview too. Like, they are fearful that there is a big movement of people who oppose Israel's influence on American politics, for example.
That we can have nice things, but we can't do it alone. But the only way to do it is to do it together.
It is my great honor to be standing alongside incredible candidates and incredible politicians like Abdul El-Sayed.
We've got an opportunity to change the face of American politics, and we will not back down.
Dude, I saw a guy who doesn't like you, calls you a dog shark, defending you from CNN and mainstream media only help you, especially when it comes from both sides. Yeah. The other thing I was going to say, someone said, well, now that you're eating all the downsides, why don't you run for office? I mean, you got a little taste of one day of campaigning and what that looks like. I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing. I'm much more effective at like leaning into candidates that have the time and have the money and have the background to be able to engage in this. My impact would be limited to one singular race as opposed to 10 races, 20 races, maybe 100 races. You understand? That's what it is. It's virtually impossible for me to do 8 to 10 hours of news coverage on a daily basis, develop a community of like-minded individuals from all around the country, and then use that as a force to be reckoned with to prop up candidates that demonstrate our values, that are more responsive to our needs, than to hyper-focus on one race and maybe even lose at the end of that, right? A totally different set of skills there.
In the wealthiest nation on earth, or whether you are in Detroit or Lansing or Ann Arbor or Pittsburgh or Philly, that we deserve clean air and clean water. Every single person here should be able to go to a doctor. We deserve to live in a country that says that we should have a home. Dr. Abdul El-Sayed not only understands we have a right to breathe clean air, he is going to move with the urgency that is needed.
We are strong when we are united.
When they tell us that we cannot stand up and abolish ICE, we don't back down. When they tell us that we cannot believe in a future that is bigger than the present we have, we don't back down.
Hell yeah. Am I propagandized? No. It's 1,000 Michiganders that came out to see Summerlee and Abdul with Hassan Piker that are wrong. Yeah, exactly. The thing that I've also learned, though, in you know, all the years of withstanding these fucking smears that just like they keep unearthing over and over again and like trying to create panic around as though it's new, like they're reheating the same old fucking dusty nachos at this point, is there are always going to be people that lean into it. There are always going to be people that are invested in being duped, right? It's that simple. But what matters most is who you are, what you believe in, what you want to advance in this country. That's all it is at the end of the day. And then the rest is hoping that people have that capacity to be charitable, hoping that people have that capacity to think critically and dive deeper and try to understand like why people are attacking me, for example.
I have said that I do not agree with the anti-Semitism, but there are a lot of people that Hassan Piker speaks to who are upset with the war in Gaza.
The idea that Democrats are going to expand their platform and therefore they should be open to appearing with people like Hassan Piker is on its face absurd. Of course, they wouldn't extend that same courtesy to Republicans to show up on far-right, politically incorrect.
Yeah, good thing you guys have always been good thing you guys have always been really considerate of the Democratic wishes, dude. And you always do the that's so funny. Good thing that you guys don't actually align with far-right figures. Like, what do you mean? The entire party's fucking far-right. Randy Fine's in Congress. I mean, half of the people, the person that he literally has on, Chip Roy, says heinous shit, like incredibly racist shit in a brief moment. Here, let's watch.
Podcasts. But it's not just showing up on his platform. Democrats are standing on stage with Piker. One of them is Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed. This is the same candidate who didn't want to comment on Ayatollah Khamenei's death, saying some of his voters might be upset.
I also want to remind you guys that there are a lot of people in Dearborn who are sad today. So, like, I just don't want to comment on Khamenei at all. Like, I don't think it's worth even touching that.
Syed, by the way, also considers the United States to be under a regime.
I'm no apologist for any regime, including our own. And at the end of the day, the question is whether or not a leader focuses on his or her people. Clearly, the Ayatollah did not. And clearly, Donald Trump and this administration is not either.
Joining me now is Texas Congressman and currently running for Texas Attorney General. It is Chip Roy. Congressman, it's great to see you.
Good afternoon, Will.
Glad to have you here in Dallas. So after the 2024 election, I think one of the things that Democrats told themselves is we got to get out there. We got to be on more podcasts. And they're using that excuse to explain their association with people like Hassan Piker.
Well, look, I think what we're seeing with Piker is just an indication of where the Democratic Party is today, where they are currently. I will give at least a little credit to Haley Stevens, who seemed to at least partially distance herself. She's a colleague of mine. But, El-Sayed, who you just talked about, was openly embracing it. And this is, I think, a pretty equal race. I mean, he's certainly polling somewhere around 30% and has a real shot at being, I think, the first Muslim United States senator. This is something we're seeing in the significant march of Islam across the United States.
Insanity. Okay? That's just complete insanity. This is a significant march of Islam across the United States. Imagine saying that about a Jewish candidate, being like, yep, this is the malignant force of Judaism in the United States. Like, you would obviously get fucking yelled at, you know? It's ridiculous. Double standard, once again.
Something that's been concerning to me and a lot of my colleagues is we've created the Sharia Free America Caucus. My friend Keith Self, local congressman from Collin County, just north of here, dealing with Epic City. But also what we've been seeing, obviously, with Mamdani, who you just showed the clip, where Mamdani is sitting there saddling up with Piker. There's no shame here in dealing with someone who literally just said that he wasn't going to be concerned about rapes after October 7th. I mean, what kind of a human being is that? Let's put aside the absurdity of saying that America deserved it on 9/11. He's literally justifying or ignoring rapes.
Remember when you said on election night in New York that you would kill yourself if you were proven liability to Mamdani? They're trying to make you one, so you do it. Don't listen to them because they're scared. Yeah, I'm not going to actually kill myself, dude. The fuck?
In a post-October 7th world. This is something that is fully out of touch with most Americans. But unfortunately, it's very indicative of the move of the Democratic Party towards this side and this radicalization and the March of Islam throughout America.
And not just, I feel like, on the March of Islam, but Hassan Piker represents something else. He is
the entire party that protected Jeffrey Epstein and the president's friendly, familiar relationship with Jeffrey Epstein is now trying to make it seem like I don't care about sexual assault. You are a Republican. The fuck are you talking about? You have no leg to stand on here. We know what your attitude is on this issue. Okay? Obviously, it's also bullshit. Okay. Hello. obviously is bullshit, right? They're you know, chopping up what I was saying. What's up? The response to this is, do you not care about genocide? And the answer is yes, they don't, but they can't say that out loud. Well, some do, but most of them can't say that out loud anymore because it's become a repulsive position to maintain. It was already morally repugnant, but now the majority also finds it to be morally repugnant, so they just turn around and fucking lie about my position. You know? If they actually cared about sexual assault, they'd bring Israel to heel. Israel literally had so much public pressure from international forces that they had to actually prosecute 6 rapists in one of their concentration camps, Sde Taman. What happened afterwards? They had a January 6th that was pro-rape, objectively. They got those guys out. The Israeli government dropped the prosecution. Benjamin Netanyahu paraded the rapists and even apologized for the prosecution that they withstood, presented them as victims and then heroes. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, what do you mean? You can't do that if the Israeli government is saying, like, yeah, rape is actually a sport for our forces, you know? Perfectly valid. I mean, they had a Knesset meeting. They had an emergency Knesset meeting where one of the fucking ministers of the Knesset straight up said, rape is justifiable against Palestinians. Like, the fuck are we talking about? Thank you, Cood Dude, for the 100 gifted subs.
Self-admitted revolutionary communist.
Yeah.
His vision is to have communism through revolutionary mechanisms here in America. And to your point, this is where they are now on the left. This is now where the American Democratic Party is. They are cozying up to a guy who's saying, let's go, communism through revolution.
Yeah, and this is the Red-Green Alliance, right? This is not new. This is something we've been seeing across the entire world.
The Red-Green Alliance, Islamo-communism.
We're seeing it in full display in Paris, full display in London. We have, a massive movement occurring. I just met with a very accomplished Indian American here in Dallas who was talking about their experience in India, their experience in the move of Islam and how that radicalization has hit India. And he was saying, look, we just don't want this to happen to America. So we came here to be free from that. And that Red-Green Alliance, the march of Marxism, combined with it, this is all well-funded. This is one of those things.
It is pretty funny that these guys have no method other than, like, repeating exactly what the Nazis said and did. But they just added the new seasoning, which is, instead of saying it's Judeo-Bolshevism, they say it's Islamo-Bolshevism, Islamo-communism. Is the same exact shit.
That as Attorney General, I want to look at. Open up the books to these NGOs and nonprofits that are all getting funded to advance this radicalization throughout the state. This is something we have the power to do. It's something we should do. It's something.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, open up the books and you will find that I am funded entirely by my community, and that's it. I don't even take corporate sponsorships for the most part. What are you going to find? You're going to find that, I got tier 1 to tier 3 subscribers to the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, baby. That's it. Yeah, sheesh. I know he's an anti-Muslim racist, Chip Roy, but amazing to see him just say out loud, it's bad that we might have a Muslim U.S. senator. Imagine saying this about a Jewish politician or a black politician. The bigotry is off the charts in the GOP and regularly ignored by mainstream media. Yep. Meanwhile, you got liberal forces, right, that are supposed to stand against this from a purely partisan perspective even. The Democrats and the liberal media organizations that are supposed to be attacking this stuff are leaning into it. They're leaning into it over and over again. It's fucking unbelievable. Yeah. This is a big reason behind the 3-week unhinged Hassan Piker smear discourse. We may be living through a major pivot point for U.S.-Israel relations after the Obama-Biden experiences with Bibi, Trump's Iran war, plus the cataclysmic shift in U.S. voter opinion. Democrats won't go back to the way things were. Israel critics are rising on the right, too. They know that this is happening, and they're trying to deflect and distract to performatively lash out, endeavoring in vain to reassert control and force the toothpaste back into the empty tube, but that's not how this works anymore. Can't wait for Big Yahoo to mention my streamer.
Something that I'm talking to
I hope
Secretary
not.
Besson about, something that I'm talking to Todd Blanche about. There's a coordinated effort in Washington, and I'll bring that to Austin and work with them to try to root it out.
Our Vice President J.D. Vance today was in Hungary, and he gave a speech where he got a surprise call from the president. Watch.
And then the rest of this is just lame shit. More, the bottom line with Dagan McDowell and Brian Brenberg. Okay, that's fake. That's not real. We're skipping that one.
Happening right now on the campus of Michigan State University is a senatorial candidate causing Spartan leadership to respond. It's our top story at 5. Thanks for joining us. I'm Jordan.
This is the top story for the local news. That's crazy.
Democratic hopeful Abdul Al-Sayed is at Anthony Hall with U.S. Representative Summer Lee of Pennsylvania and social media commentator Hassan Piker. Piker has come under fire for saying the 2023 attack on Israel by Hamas was a direct consequence of action by the U.S. and Israeli governments. And if Hamas soldiers raped people during the attack, it didn't change the dynamic for him. Here for you now from East Lansing is our Zach Prees. And Zach, what has Al-Sayed and Piker said so far?
Siobhan, Jorma, it is certainly quite lively inside Anthony Hall right here in East Lansing. We got here just about an hour ago, and supporters have been streaming in ever since. Now, unfortunately, we're unable to go live actually inside the building. Security would not allow us to do that, so we are going to be outside today for you guys. We expect Al-Sayed, he's going to be joined tonight by controversial commentator Hassan Piker, who is known for live streaming his far-left political commentary daily on Twitch, which some have called radical, and Pennsylvania Rep Summer Lee. Al-Sayed, who's campaigning for the 2026 Democratic nomination for Senate here in Michigan, previously ran for governor of Michigan in 2018. Some have called out Al-Sayed, like former Republican congressional representative and Senate candidate Mike Rogers, who called him too radical for Michigan. It's important to note that Rogers could actually face Al-Sayed in the election if Sayed does win the nomination.
Damn, bro, I don't think you would have been able to live stream inside of the fucking show either. What is this? Abdul Al-Sayed defends? What the hell is it? All right, we're done. We're done with this. All right, we're going to get back to the situation monitoring in a second. The last two pieces I wanted to show you is that it got to such a point. It got to such a point that they are doing this thing where they tied me to Janet Mills, but like I think it's a perfect example of how stupid these guys are, like how little they care. Because hold on, maybe they're trying to like tie me to a campaign that's going to fail, the Janet Mills campaign, or maybe they just didn't even think about it and they're just trying to associate me with like any politician that I've brought up. But this was very funny. Town Hall, RNC Research, they all did this. Radical spokesman for the Democrats, Hassan Piker, offers his full endorsement of Janet Mills. And it's a compilation of the times where I've like jokingly said I'm Pills Mafia, Janet Pills Mills, I'm all part of the Janet Mills militia, and therefore this kind of stuff doesn't matter to me. Okay, I've already made my most ethical voting decision in Maine. I understand that people can change, but he has not earned the benefit of the doubt. He hasn't properly renounced his service. He hasn't condemned Blackwater. He is Nazi Inc. He needs to show us that he's changed. You don't give people a chance like this as their first, second chance. You don't put them in positions of sweeping political power because there's a chance he's changed. I mean, that's why I feel like a lot of people don't have any argument to when I say, yeah, that's why I'm a Mills Mafia. This is precisely the reason why I am riding with Janet Mills, who has a track record that is clear. If those are the two options on the Democrat front, you know, if we're gonna be serious about it, then what do? Janet Mills all the way. We're all. Yeah, I don't even fucking know. I don't even know what they're trying to do at this point. Like, I feel like they're just like throwing shit at the wall. But it's like very clear that I'm being fucking sarcastic. And yet I guess they either don't understand that, they don't comprehend it. I don't know. This obvious stupidity or just lack of understanding from modern commentators why they're boosting you instead of smearing you? Yeah. It's I guess chatters were right. Yeah, this is funny. Love that you're an anti-Semite according to them, but your audience is also concerned about Nazi Inc. Yeah, none of it makes sense. None of it makes sense at all. And I think it's partially because they just like don't know exactly how to attack me. So they're just throwing shit at a wall, seeing what fucking sticks. Do we have the full Dana Fash hit though? Because I think there was something very interesting in that. So as I was telling you, that's the last thing I'm going to look at before we get back to situation monitoring. Yeah, Dana Fash did a whole piece on me. Hassan Piker tests the limits of the Democratic Party's Big Tent. 7 minutes and 45 seconds.
Now,
okay, 7 whole minutes and 45 whole seconds. We're obviously going to be covering that. I was literally on the plane watching CNN, monitoring the situation when Dana Fash did this piece on me. It is not dissimilar to the one that Jake Tapper had done 2 weeks prior at the beginning of this like Hassan smear campaign. But it's also very interesting.
To the Michigan Senate race, where a Democratic candidate is forging a controversial alliance with a left-wing streamer who has defended Hamas terrorists. Abu al-Sayed campaigned yesterday with 34-year-old Hassan Piker, who has more than 3 million followers on the gaming platform Twitch, as well as YouTube. Here he is at the al-Sayed rally in Ann Arbor.
Every single person in here, and myself included, saw heinous war crimes take place every single day for the past 2.5 years. And we didn't stand idly by, we spoke out. And in the beginning, it was a lot lonelier when we spoke out. They used the same exact heinous smears. They said you're anti-Semitic. They said you are a radical Islamist, you're a radical fundamentalist, but also really woke at the same time. Doesn't really make sense. And back then, I felt a lot lonelier, but I don't feel lonely anymore.
That is Hassan Piker attempting to airbrush his past statements. Here's some of what he actually has said about the depravity of the October 7th terror attack, the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Quote, "It doesn't matter if effing rapes happened on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me. The Palestinian resistance is not perfect."
Dude, one of the craziest parts about this, first of all, thank you for using this cool photo. Okay, I look pretty good. Secondly, classic clip chimp that very, very quickly identifies what my position is. But what's really interesting about it is you'll see, just like with Jake Tapper, it is two things that are very interesting about this. Fox News, when they actually talk about that clip, they show the full context, which allows people to understand what I was saying. Maybe they disagree with it. Maybe they don't. I don't care, right? The reason why CNN doesn't offer the full context is because if CNN were to show the full context, they recognize that their audience will go, wait a minute, he's not saying like rapes are good or whatever. He's not saying it doesn't matter that rapes happen. He's saying that whether rapes happen or not doesn't change the dynamic of Israel's genocide. It doesn't justify genocide. Rapes happening or not doesn't justify Israel's genocide. That is the overwhelming majority position for many Americans, especially liberals, right? So they know that, and that's the reason why they have to clip chimp it further than even what Fox News utilizes. Because for most people at Fox News, like they don't need this kind of clip chimping. Okay? They don't need that. They already go, oh, Hassan against Israel. All right, I'm out, you know?
Now, let that sink in. Hassan Piker is excusing sexual violence by Hamas terrorists. He also claims Hamas is, quote, 1,000 times better than Israel. Hamas is a designated terror organization, not just by the U.S., but by the EU, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, just to name a few. And here's what Piker said about the horrors of September 11th, 2001.
America deserved 9/11, dude. F it, I'm saying it. Like, we fucking totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit. We did. We fucking did.
Now, Piker did later call that comment inappropriate and said he didn't mean Americans deserved to die. Several progressive politicians have appeared with Piker on Twitch, including Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Senator Bernie.
Like, she's so angry. She can't even get her words across, dude. It's the same with Jake Tapper. It's so funny. Like, it's obviously, this is obviously personal, right? She's super pro-Israel. We know that. We already know that. She's very mad that this issue is gone. She's aware of it. It's becoming increasingly more difficult for her to chime in on a strong pro-Israel stance in polite company. So she's just like angrily lashing out. It's not going to work.
Sanders and Congressman Ro Khanna. Other Democrats, including El Sayed's primary opponents in Michigan, Mallory McMorrow and Haley Stevens, not only refuse but both condemn Piker and his comments. My panel is back now. David Chalian?
I just think this is a fascinating bet that Al Sayed is making here. That, like, refusing to back down from his association with Piker, embracing it, standing with him, is...
By the way, this is David Chalian, who's like their Washington bureau chief and their top policy analyst. Okay? Interesting. Very interesting perspective coming from the top policy analyst at CNN on a panel where Dana Bash clearly wants him to say something different. Listen to him and his words here.
Not only refuse, but both condemn Piker and his comments. My panel is back now. David Chalian?
I just think this is a fascinating bet that Al Sayed is making here. That, like, refusing to back down from his association with Piker, embracing it, standing with him, is a political bet. And it doesn't mean, all those comments you went through, that will play a role here too. As you noted, McMorrow and Stevens, his opponents, are going to make this a part of the campaign. But the Sayed operation is betting the Piker popularity with the base is the safer bet in the cost-benefit analysis to make for him. And I just think that that's a really interesting thing to have us watch, because the politics of Israel inside the Democratic Party, especially in a state of Michigan, with a big Arab American population, as we saw in the 24 primary, this is still like a live wire inside the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a state where there were almost 100-something preschoolers almost murdered by a terrorist.
See, she didn't get what she wanted. Like, she wanted condemnation, and that's it, right? Oh, this is devastating. This is bad for the campaign. She didn't get that, so she literally turns around and is like, "Well, there's a terrorist that attacked the synagogue," as though that has anything to do with me. Like, as though that has anything to do with me at all. As though I wouldn't like fucking condemn acts like that. It's so gross. It's so nasty. It's so Islamophobic. It is what it is. It's just a fucking reality.
A live wire inside the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a state where there were almost 100-something preschoolers almost murdered by a terrorist who...
Like, that's her literally contradicting his point, being like, well, don't you think it's still fucked up? Shouldn't we rise above the machine of politics here? And doing that by also conflating me and Abdul, who will become the first Muslim senator, as we saw with what Chip Roy was talking about earlier, inshallah. with an act of terrorism on U.S. soil. It's a very insincere argument. It's a very cynical argument. There's a clear motive here. It's terror jacketing, right?
Was, thank God, stopped from doing it. Piker talked to our colleague Donny O'Sullivan and a couple of weeks ago, and I want to play what he said.
I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that combating anti-Semitism. I've been doxxed, swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism. I just also happen to be an avowed anti-Zionist. I believe Zionism is a very racist ideology. It's an ethno-religious supremacist ideology, and it's the underpinning ideology that has caused the genocide of Palestinians in the hands of Israel and also the United States of America.
Now, just a little bit of sort of fact-checking here and context, because it's important, because these terms are thrown around without, understandably, people.
Yo, lean into your panel, Dana. Why are you commanding the conversation, Dana? You have not one, not two, but three panelists on there, Dana. What's going on? Notice how she played the entire hit where I'm able to speak. All of a sudden, I'm able to convince the CNN audience, which, by the way, I still do respect that they at least show that full quote, right? Because no one, and I mean no one that's a liberal watching CNN is going to see the first half of that and then see what I have to say right there, where it's not like a clip out of context. It's not something that they're quoting, that they claim I'm implying or saying, but me directly. All of a sudden, very different dynamic. All of a sudden, people are going to look at that and go, wait a minute, I don't think this guy's fucking anti-Semitic at all. That's why she has to then turn around and slam additional context to the conversation. Let's take a look.
Really knowing what they mean to,
yeah, I'm just
to a lot
silly.
Of people. First of all, Zionism, what is it actually? It's a nationalist movement, an ideology supporting the notion of a Jewish state, the Jewish people's right to self-determination. He just called that a racist ideology, that the right for Jews to have self-determination. Deborah Lipstadt, who is one of the foremost experts, academic experts, who worked in the State Department on anti-Semitism. I talked to her about this a couple of years ago and many times since. The difference between quote-unquote anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. Here's how she answered that.
Also, Deborah Lipstadt is a perfect demonstration of someone who does actually live that ethno-religious supremacist ideology. Someone who is in a position of power, right? Who was the anti-Semitism czar under the Biden administration, who routinely has been cooked by Isaac Chotiner and numerous others for being openly aligned with Donald Trump's Donald Trump's goals with respect to the allegiance that we have with Israel. Someone who has said that Donald Trump has done a lot of great things, like moving the embassy to Jerusalem, all this stuff. She can't get across the argument that anti-Zionism is actually anti-Semitism. So she has to lean into experts, but the experts that she's leaning into are also known for being racist. Race against Palestinians, race against Arabs, race against Muslims. Do you understand? This is what I mean when I say they can't actually fight against the message, so they have to disparage the messenger. They have to shoot the messenger because they can't tackle the message. Here is Dana messing up and trying to actively disparage the message. It won't work. The moment that you do that, you give the game away. She should have just stuck to the quotes and just been like, he's a bad guy, he's a bad guy, he's a bad guy. Right? But the moment that she has that conversation around my worldview, my values, and why I say the things that I say, all of a sudden, it's a very different dynamic. It's indefensible from Dana Bash's perspective. And this is precisely the reason why Dana could just as easily invite me to a panel and cook me if she wanted to, right? If she had such a strong moral foundation, she could easily ask me to come on the panel. I've been on CNN already. I was on the CNN piece that Donnie conducted, but she can't do that. She has to talk over me. She has to lie about my worldview so she can try and control the way that the audience sees me. And still, in that regard, because it's such a 90-10 issue, it doesn't matter. Most people know exactly what these tactics look like, these smear campaigns look like when someone is a prominent critic of the state of Israel.
Criticism of Israeli policy is not anti-Semitism, but when you question the right of Jews to a national identity, when you question the existence of a Jewish state, you've moved beyond the political.
Yeah, I mean, when you, I think he's sort of intentionally trying to get in the weeds here to maybe shift the spotlight away from some of his past comments, which I think everyone can agree are unacceptable. But this is the broader issue, I think, in this day and age in particular, with everybody being so online, with a ton of younger voters starting to get in the mix on both sides of the aisle. The ultimate question is how far.
Yeah. The only thing that you show that is like fully framed as a question and an answer is actually me moving away from the subject matter. No, you want to stick to choice quotes that you can utilize to disparage what the actual message is. When you hear the actual message, you go, oh, he's just trying to dance around it. It's fucking bullshit.
Do we want to go with this? And one of the reasons that Democrats lost in the last election was because the American people felt like they were too far to the left and they weren't necessarily representing the average American
this part
voter.
is also bullshit. She says the Democrats lost because they went too far to the left. Yeah, really? Yeah, they went too far to the left on Palestine. Really? That's interesting because every single fucking poll right now shows the exact opposite of that reality. Very odd
It's
to
really
even
interesting that you
very odd to even bring that up. It's just like it's just such a ridiculous fucking statement to make.
You have candidates who are teaming up with people who are sort of on the very far left side of it. On the flip side, you have the same issue in the Republican Party where you have fringe folks sort of trying to weasel their way into this quote unquote mainstream orbit. And there's a question with both parties of what do we do with these folks? Should we be going on their podcast? Should we be denouncing them?
Yeah, I mean, it's such an important point. What was before thought of as fringe, here, both sides are definitely sort of moving into the mainstream slowly but surely. On that note, you mentioned it's Michigan, but it's beyond that. Ro Khanna, for example, he said that he has no regrets about appearing on Hassan Piker's show.
It's interesting because going back to the last presidential campaign, you were mentioning the Democrats moving to the left. Another reason they struggled is, they often face criticism on not meeting people where they were, just communication-wise, right? And, Hassan Piker, other influencers, these people have millions of followers, right? And Dems see it as a way to reach a younger, disgruntled base that is losing faith in their political system, right? But the dynamic that you're talking about, what comes with that benefit of reaching those folks? Yes, you had the interview there with Hassan Piker. I think what's even going to be more influential is the questions that are put to the politicians that choose to go on these platforms. They're also going to face the questions of whether or not they defend these statements and these views.
That's it. So two panelists that don't play the game that Dana Bash wants to play. One panelist that tries to lean into it a little bit and makes ridiculous statements in the process. But we're back to Dana Bash actually doing normal. Did you tell chat the boosted tweet is being suppressed 100%? What tweet? Oh, I did see this. Yeah. As politics grows louder, CNN's Dana Bash has become one of Washington's steadiest voices, pressing for answers, rejecting spectacle, and reminding viewers that the news, not the performance around it, still matters. Yeah. But remember, like, Dana is doing that for her own personal goals here. Like, this is when you're Dana Bash, you're one of the top anchors on the network. You're dropping all pretense of impartiality, and you're totally doing this like smear job, and you're failing to do so. But read the comments under that. It didn't go well. I didn't see the, oh, you mean under this, under the PR tweet. Yeah, I know. Everyone was cooking her because everyone knows what she's about.
President Trump announced a 2-week ceasefire with Iran, but this morning that temporary truce is looking fragile at best. Moments ago, an Iranian news agency reported Tehran halted oil tankers' traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. Reopening the strait to commerce, of course, was a key part of the deal the president and his administration says Iran signed on to. Listen to Secretary Hegseth this morning.
What has been agreed to, what's been stated, is the strait is open. Our military is watching. I'm sure their military is watching, but commerce will flow.
One of Iran's demands in exchange was that Israel end its bombardment of Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. The Israelis say they never agreed to that, and the strikes continue today, as you can see here in Beirut.
In terms of this latest news, I mean, obviously the ceasefire has only been live for less than 24 hours, and the fact that Iran can still close the Strait of Hormuz in just a whim is going to strengthen the U.S.'s resolve to ensure that it does not control or retain sort of sole control of the strait going forward. And obviously, when it comes to, if the ceasefire is still ongoing, when it comes to ensuring a permanent deal, both sides are going to be very far apart on that particular issue. Stephen.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The White House spent last night and this morning on a victory lap, declaring that President Donald Trump had pulled off a masterstroke by reopening the Strait of Hormuz. That was somewhat of an absurd claim because the Strait of Hormuz, of course, was open before he launched this war that was opposed by much of the world. But this new apparent closure will undercut the not only the White House claim that Trump has pulled off a massive victory here, and that the Strait of Hormuz issue is not even going to be something that's going to be contentious going forward. I think it shows why a lot of people are arguing that despite all the propaganda coming out of Washington, the United States has absorbed a strategic defeat here, because it shows that going forward, at any moment, even a few hours into a ceasefire, Iran has the capacity to close that strait and create, again, that chokehold on the global economy. So I think it's going to be very irksome to the White House. The question is, how will they respond? Will they try to pretend this isn't happening, that it's just a teething problem? Or at some point, will President Trump's credibility and prestige and red lines again come into play in such a way as he has to take some military action, and then we're back where we were before?
Now we're seeing the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Just talk about how the escalation after the ceasefire last night has only increased.
Yeah, there are multiple sensitivities here. There are multiple narratives, not least what we've heard from Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, not least what we've heard from a whole variety of Iranian officials who both sides claiming victory. So you have that, and it's not clear what precisely has been agreed. Pakistan's ambassador to the UN said that Pakistan's prime minister had sent he didn't describe it as a text on agreement, but an understanding to both the US and Iran, who had agreed to it. He didn't say precisely what was in it. He said that was bounded by secrecy to let the sides work out what are clearly very big differences at the moment. He spoke about the Pakistan's prime minister in his statement having primacy in this situation because it had been accepted by both Iran and the United States. And as you say, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu very clearly
clear that he doesn't see Lebanon as part of that ceasefire agreement, which is a difference with the Pakistani Prime Minister. Indeed, Israel launching its heaviest, by its own statement a few hours ago, its heaviest strike on Hezbollah targets inside of Lebanon, some of them deep inside of Beirut, coordinated against 100 targets. So has that led to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz? It's very hard to say, but it is certainly one of the many threads and strands of the lack of clarity, of the lack of certainty where everyone stands, of the multi-sided nature of what's been happening. Iran has, it appears, sent missiles and drones against a variety of targets in the Gulf today, long after the ceasefire. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said it would take some time, as he said, for the carrier pigeon to get out to some of the remoter Iranian military units who he says have been cut off from communications. But I think when we look at the state of play on Iranian state media, the declarations of victory, the popular support coming out in the street for the regime in Iran, it's hard to imagine that even in the farthest flung corners of Iran, military commanders haven't got the instruction yet to cease and desist. All of this is going to feed into that sort of uncertainty that can unravel what J.D. Vance called his precise words were a sort of an unstable ceasefire, a fragile was his precise word, ceasefire. I think all of that plays into it. And trying to get at which strand specifically is pulled that unravels the next one, very hard to say.
With me now is retired Lieutenant General Ben Hodges. He's the former commander of U.S. Army forces in Europe. So reopening the Strait of Hormuz was part of this deal. Is this ceasefire already broken in your view?
I think what Brett said earlier is correct. There is not really a ceasefire. These are not a couple of angry sergeants out there launching missiles. And I think we're going to have to listen to what the insurance companies say. If they are not willing to insure vessels moving through the Strait of Hormuz, then the strait is in effect still closed. And I think this is why it's also important that the president and others not speak too quickly about things that are so tenuous because it ends up damaging their credibility.
And the president, as you know, has claimed victory here. At the same time, you have these attacks in the region. You have the Strait of Hormuz closed now by the Iranians based on our latest reporting, and things are very active and moving by the minute. That's where things stand right now. There seems to also be confusion between the U.S., Israeli, and Pakistani positions over whether Lebanon was included in the ceasefire agreement. How concerning is that?
Well, very concerning. And this is part of the problem when you don't have world-class professional diplomats handling these kinds of negotiations. The fact, I was skeptical when I first saw that.
No. Because the goals that these guys have are not to actually come to a managed conclusion, a reasonable proposal where both parties actually cease hostilities. No, it's just to express the desires of Israel. So I don't think that's the goal, right? So no, these are the perfect people who are playing that role, the helpers. I obviously, yes, like Kushner and fucking Witkoff are not like real diplomats or real negotiators. They're not, but they're not supposed to be. Just as from Trump's position, he doesn't want like a competent person to lead the Department of War, formerly known as the Department of Defense. He wants a loyalist. He wants an absolute dumbass that will never question his goals. And that's precisely what's happening here too. Emmanuel Macron came out. Wow, turns out he has still some kind of fucking interest here. I've just spoken with the Lebanese President Joseph Aoun and Prime Minister Nawaf Salam. I expressed France's full solidarity in the face of the indiscriminate strikes carried out by Israel in Lebanon today, which resulted in a very high number of civilian casualties. We condemn these strikes in the strongest possible terms. They pose a direct threat to the sustainability of the ceasefire that's been reached. Like, even when they finally fucking speak out against Israel, like, look at how ridiculous this is. Dog, they've been doing this nonstop. The fuck are you talking about? They invaded Lebanon and they're striking further. Like, what do you mean? You should have said this when they actually blew past the ceasefire the first time the ceasefire was supposed to be implemented. That was like, what, 6 months ago? I reiterated the need to preserve Lebanon's territorial integrity and France's determination to support the efforts of the Lebanese authorities to uphold the country's sovereignty and implement Hezbollah disarmament plan. Yeah, a lot of condemnations today of Israel by European leaders for its bombardment of Lebanon. I wonder whether this also would have happened had Iran not made a ceasefire in Lebanon a condition for the larger ceasefire between Iran, U.S., and Israel. I just had a long phone call with the president of Lebanon, General Joseph Aoun, to whom I expressed solidarity with the Italian government for the unjustified and unacceptable attacks he's suffering from Israel. It's totally ridiculous. Yeah, no, they're frustrated that the strait is closed, right? That's probably what it is. They thought for a brief moment they could have a moment of respite. And Iran is saying, nope, strait is going to, continue being closed as long as Israel strikes Lebanon. But it's good. It's a movement in the positive direction, at least. I mean, these guys are all monsters, okay? These European leaders are cowards. They're vassals. And perhaps most importantly, they're monsters, okay? They're monsters. It's clear that the only reason why they're doing this now is because Iran packaged Israel engaging in a cessation of hostilities with Lebanon as a commitment to reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Israel's been doing this shit nonstop in both Gaza, where these people never fucking spoke out against it. You are contradictional when you comment EU statements because America's not handling America is corrupted by Israelis' lobby. EU statement is correct and you cannot figure it out because you're poisoned by Israel's lobby. Yeah, the European Union leadership is certainly not just as poisoned by the influence of the Israeli lobby. And then on top of that, are total fucking vassals to American imperialism and American needs anyway. Europe has an opportunity to chart a different path. I've made that very clear. Okay? They just don't seize it. Iranian told you who is boss. Are you going to be great pawn or on board for Miss Kirk in future? Are you ready to play this game for a future where you going to be on knees? Nice. EU leaders acting like they're at the table and not just vassals. Asian Century update. The entire mediation process for this conflict was managed by Pakistan, China, Turkey, and Egypt with no active input from any European country. Yeah, this is the other side of it as well. I welcome a 2-week ceasefire the U.S. and Iran agreed to last night. It brings much needed de-escalation, says Ursula von der Leyen. I thank Pakistan for its mediation. Pakistan's at the table. Pakistan's in the bod. Okay. Now it's crucial that negotiations for an enduring solution to this conflict continue. We will continue coordinating with our partners to this end, except you didn't do shit. And now you got some condemnations coming in. Condemnations for Lebanon. But like I said, it's a step in the right direction. As long as European leaders remember that as middle powers, especially if they're united, they have tremendous opportunity to apply pressure to America and Israel, then it's good. But of course, do they have the interest in doing so? That's a whole different question. I don't think they do. I don't think they care enough about it. Hopefully, time will prove me wrong.
There was going to be a restriction on any operations in Lebanon or against Iranian proxies. I was pretty sure there was no way that Israel could agree to that. And so again, it's a mistake to claim a victory on something before you can be really sure that it's going to be done. And unfortunately this is a.
I think you're wrong. The Nordic countries are united. The Greenland issue is one example. Dude, buddy, friend. It took them, Donald Trump directly threatening military annexation in direct violation of the principles that NATO exists on, for them to finally fucking come out and be like, what are you saying? Donald Trump literally threatened annexation and invasion of Europe, of a part of the European continent, for them to finally say, okay, you can't do that. And the response to that was literally, yo, you're treating us like we're a brown country. Fucking chill. It was pretty obvious what was going on because they were celebrating the violation of Venezuelan sovereignty with the Maduro kidnapping, with the sham trial that they've set up, right? They loved that. And then Donald Trump turned around and was like, I'm going to do to you what I'm doing to everybody else. He put Europe and the European continent in his rapist crosshairs. And all of a sudden, everyone's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. We loved it when you were doing it to Venezuela. Macron at the time sent private text messages that we now know of to Donald Trump. Do you know what he did? Do you know what he said in those private text messages? He said, don't fuck around with Greenland. What are you doing? It's a European country. We can do wonderful things together in Iran. That's what he said. We can do wonderful things together in Iran. Now we're doing the wonderful things without France in Iran. If you want to understand what these guys' mentality looks like, look no further than statements like that, right?
Consistent problem with the administration of making claims about things that are just not the case, and that only damages us in the long run.
CNN's Anna Kuba joins us live now from London. So, Anna, I mean, listen, just in terms of where oil prices have gone, I mean, obviously after that ceasefire deal was announced just yesterday, we saw Brent crude, that we have it on the screen, and WTI all trading lower. They're roughly around $95 a barrel. Obviously, it's going to take some time, despite technically the fact that even yesterday the Strait of Hormuz was open. We all knew that it would take some time.
Yeah, this guy's really good. Esfandiar. Batman Gilij. That sounds like a Turkic ass last name. Iranified. Probably not. Maybe Batman is actually not a Turkish word. Batman is Batman, but also, oh, it could be Armenian maybe? Or maybe Azeri? I don't know. Anyway, whatever. Iran needs to know that Trump can control Bibi. That is the single most important factor in any kind of durable peace. Forcing Israel to stop hammering Lebanon is the test. If the administration doesn't understand this, there's really no chance that the ceasefire will hold. And he is absolutely right. Oh, here, you want to see the cuckening? You want to see how cucked Europe is? Here's Mark Rutte, NATO chief. Yeah, Trump is daddy. Remember? That's what he said. That's what he said about Donald Trump. Okay, Mark Rutte. Yeah, okay, let's hear what he had to say. Jake Tapper asked him, A good question.
When President Trump threatened to kill the entire Iranian civilization, did that bother you at all as a diplomat?
Well, you know, what I always say when it comes to what leaders are saying, I'm not commenting on everything. What I want you to know is that I support the president, and I know large parts of Europe do, when it comes to taking out the capacity of Iran to export chaos to the region, to Europe, to the whole world. They are one of the main enablers of Russia's war effort in Ukraine. We all know this.
Yeah, all the drones.
With the drones, it is an existential threat to Israel if they would get their hands on a nuclear capability. It is great to try to negotiate it away, but we also always knew that with North Korea, it took too long, and then North Korea had its hand on a nuclear, and then you cannot negotiate any longer, and they have that power. Effectively.
When
Ja. Ja, Mark Rutte. Is daddy. Trump is daddy. When will we be able to get a trim? Hopefully this weekend or before this weekend. Rutte is not German. I mean, yeah, I have like a similar. Dog, I'm Dutch. Imagine having this guy as a minister, president for 12 years and now still having to hear this demon in a higher position. My number one op, Austin Ox, New York Post, trying to smear Hassan saying he's from California when the real dirt is that he's from New Jersey. California influencer embraced by Dems went on racist anti-Asian rant. Viral video reveals. This is so funny. It's like this kind of shit doesn't fucking work, man. Yeah, racist anti-Asian rant, and the rant is me shitting on some fucking crazy MAGA supporter that's like, we need to literally kill immigrants, and Donald Trump is gonna do that. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. You know? Go ahead. Go ahead, dude. Good luck with this. It's like, you're fucking New York Post, man. What is this? Emma Vigeland?
Dubs, if someone dug up my grandma for that, I'd be pretty upset.
Yeah, I wouldn't care.
I
She's
would,
dead.
yeah.
I got dead grandparents.
Yeah, right.
When I die, you can dig me up, Hassan, and fuck me. Sorry. Wrong podcast.
That's what the fuck? I see you avoiding going to New Jersey for Annalie May and Adam Hamawi. We're noticing you won't step back into your homeland. Okay, dude.
I like Hassan specifically. Is gonna,
You can, Hassan, yeah.
Is the first guy you're gonna go to that will fuck your
that
corpse.
was the premise of the whole thing.
No,
I mean, any other
That's where your
schmuck.
mind
I
went.
mean, it better be a Twitch celebrity. Not anybody disrupting my
Somebody with the
eternal
guns
sleep.
to dig 6 feet deep.
Brian's fantasy.
That's insane.
Oh, I hear the.
Don't kink shame me.
Yes.
I hear the soil being removed from my coffin. I'm getting more and more excited.
Honestly, this anti-necrophilia mood
I
on
know.
it's so toxic on the left.
Dig me out, Hassan.
What has the DPRK done since getting a nuke? Did they nuke Seoul yet? Dog, do you think that's the point of getting nukes? Are you fucking stupid? The point of nukes is not to use them. The point of nukes is to never use them. You've greatly misunderstood why countries develop nuclear sovereignty. The fuck? I guess that's, oh, it's sarcasm, Mr. Hassan. Oh, got it. Yeah, the only country that developed nukes to use them is the United States of America, ironically enough. We're the only fucking psychopaths that use nukes on civilian population.
Can someone please clip this and send it to him?
Oh God.
I think he'll get a kick out of
Just
it.
want to say that was the initial I am. Hassan was the example. That's where that reference came from.
Scott Croissant says that's so valid, Brian.
Thank you. I feel seen.
Brian Scorp says, "Come on, Hassan, come find me."
It's cold down here.
They aren't joking. Yeah, they're going to clip this out of context and start attacking them too. All right, let's keep it going.
To sort of recoup the 20% of global oil that was lost during the war. Now that there is this fragile ceasefire and things do appear to be volatile and the strait is closed technically at this point onwards, just walk us through what that means for oil prices going forward, Anna.
Well, you're right. There was an enormous amount of optimism in markets, plunging oil prices, but we're still high. You know, the prices are still high. They're still not what they were before the war. Brent, the global benchmark, was around $73. Now we can see there it's around 94. So there's still a way to go. And the terms of this ceasefire, or the way it's playing out currently, as you've said, are incredibly volatile. We're seeing that because of these strikes in Beirut, Iran is now saying that oil tankers can't get through the strait. And already the terms of the strait reopening as a result of this ceasefire were, causing some really big questions for oil traders and for buyers. And that's because Iran was saying that it was still going to make sure that oil tankers were passing the strait in coordination with its military. And that raises questions as to whether we're going to see a similar dynamic play out, as Iran not allowing ships that have any sort of link to the US or Israel, whether they be insured or owned or crewed by countries that are aligned with Israel or the US. Is that still going to be the situation? And the big question mark about tolls. There were lots of reports around certain ships paying up to $2 million. That was a figure that was being bandied about to pass the strait. And now we've got reporting that says that Iran and Oman are thinking about allowing ships to pass through if they pay a transit fee. So I think that probably explains why we've seen these enormous falls, because of the ceasefire itself, but not really back to where they need to be, which is where they were before the war.
Massive destruction in the heart of Beirut, in the centre and the west of the city, bustling residential and commercial districts, not just the southern suburbs, the Hezbollah strongholds, though they've been hit too. Is anyone in there, a man calls out, hoping for signs of life beneath this rubble, great piles of it. 100 targets hit across Beirut, the eastern Bekaa Valley and the country's south, all in the space of 10 minutes. Israel's largest attack since the start of the war.
Bro, why? Why do you keep saying this? You just keep spamming, hey, Russia, China, and North Korea are prepping for war? Where is this coming from?
And weeks in the planning.
I've said temporary ceasefire with Iran wouldn't include Hezbollah, and we continue to strike them with all our might. Today, we've dealt them the biggest blow suffered since the pages. We have attacked 100 targets in 10 minutes in places they were certain were immune and bulletproof.
And there are significant civilian casualties. How could there not be with this amount of firepower?
Bro, Israel is one speed. That's it. Anytime they don't get their way, they're like a petulant child, but a petulant child armed with nukes and unlimited weapons from the most powerful country on the planet. They literally just go, it's murder time, and they strike with unlimited force at whichever group of people that are seemingly the most defenseless. classic. They did this every single time. They would just hit Gaza extra hard whenever they didn't get their way. Iran would start fucking retaliating after Israel would like blow up an embassy or something, and then they would hit Gaza. Now they're doing it to Lebanon.
And no prior warning. Hundreds
Just can't go
killed,
on.
more than 1,000 wounded.
It's a crime after a crime. They are martyrs. God bless them. What can we do? We are doing our duty. This is a crime. The state has to do something.
This is a separate skirmish, Donald Trump has said, of Israel's fight with Hezbollah, not part of the deal he'd struck. But Iran wanted the guns to stop with this war too, and will be weighing its response. For Israel to hit Lebanon this hard at this point suggests that it is trying to inflict maximum damage on Hezbollah while it still can and before it is forced to stop. We're 10 kilometers from the border here. This is one of those northern communities that has seen its fair share of Hezbollah strikes. And it is...
Why are we... I mean, I know the answer, but it's crazy that they're still literally presenting this as though like there's a real military purpose. Like, no, man, they're not striking against Hezbollah. They're just killing civilians. Okay? That's it. Their goal is not to strike against Hezbollah. They can't strike against Hezbollah. That's why they're killing civilians. Okay? That much is clear. And they did this for months and months. They did this for 2 fucking years almost. They went in. They accomplished 0 military goals against Hezbollah. They got their shit pushed in. They had to retreat. And the only time they made gains against Hezbollah was when they were just like blowing up entire city blocks. That's it.
It's towns like this that Israel has said that it is determined to protect at seemingly any cost.
You are looking at this one.
Okay.
Okay, and we are somewhere else.
Sarit Zehavi runs a center which focuses on the security challenges on Israel's northern border. She thinks Israel is right to press on.
We are tired of wars. We want to make sure that this time something will truly change.
Are you prepared to have the war with Iran ongoing if it means that you can keep fighting Hezbollah?
We are prepared to defend ourselves as much as it takes.
But these don't look much like defensive strikes, whatever Israel says. And Iran is taking note. The Speaker of the Parliament posting that negotiations were unreasonable with 3 of their key conditions unmet: the ceasefire in Lebanon, the entry of a drone into Iranian airspace, and the denial of Iran's right to enrich uranium. This ceasefire deal is already soaked in Lebanese blood, even if there are some miraculous rescues. Israel and Iran both have their fingers on the trigger, ready should the other blink first.
Ceasefire looks like very good news for the global economy. Very good news for anyone filling up at a British petrol station too. But there's expectation and then there's reality. Reality is a bit messy. We'll talk about why that is. But first of all, look, here's the good news. Oil prices. They had been going up, of course, because of this conflict, going up very sharply. They are now going down. They're still higher, way higher than they were before, but at least they are not still going up. And that's the same for gas prices too. They are coming down at the same time. Now, that is because a lot of this relies on passage through the Strait of Hormuz. And here we're going to start talking about the reality. This shows traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. Again, you can see exactly when the war started. That traffic really plunges. That's why it was such a threat to the global economy, to people filling up petrol here and all around the world. So what has been happening since the Strait was declared open? Well, we've been tracking this using marine traffic. And since the ceasefire was announced, in the hours up to that point, we've only seen 2 vessels go through. And look where they've gone through. These are bulk carriers. They've gone through Iranian waters. Actually, one started in Iranian waters before they make their way out. So this isn't perhaps what we might be expecting in terms of global shipping getting moving again. And bear in mind that route. It's really important, close to Iran. So this is the Strait of Hormuz, sort of map form. This is how it usually works. That red line, ships go through there unimpeded. They just go about their normal business, and that means you can get a lot of volume, a lot of stuff in and out. This green dotted line is the Iran-controlled route. We've seen ships taking that throughout this conflict. The fact that even with the Strait open, ships are still taking this route suggests Iran is maintaining control. So what is happening here? If the Strait's open, why aren't ships going through it? Well, there's a lot of uncertainty. A lot of that is down to maybe different statements, different conceptions of what opening the Straits means. We've got Donald Trump on the left, his statement, and Iran's foreign ministry on the right. We don't have to...
I mean, I think it's pretty clear what it is, right? For people who are aware of what's going on, yeah, no, you can... well, in the initial ceasefire proposal, it was very obvious that, like, Iran, as long as you pay a toll to Iran, you can get safe passage. They were most likely going to start processing those payments automatically rather than having them port, like rather than having them go to one of their ports to dock, and instead just go through whatever payment processor that they have, make that payment, go through easily, right? But then obviously Israel struck Lebanon, and Iran was like, all right, fuck you. Strait of Hormuz is closed. Anyway, there's a new statement from Trump. President Trump issued a statement following his meeting with Secretary General Rutte. NATO wasn't there when we needed them, and they won't be there if we need them again. Remember Greenland, that big, poorly run piece of ice. Awesome. I like that he's threatening the European Union and threatening NATO allies by, once again, threatening to invade Greenland militarily. Yeah, that's cool. He's giving the game away, right? I guess after receiving the same blowjob over and over again, you kind of get bored of it, right? You would assume Mark Rutte develop new techniques of sucking him off from the back and maybe, you know, applying pressure to his G-spot or something to like switch it up a little bit. But kind of feels like this time around, Trump was like, you've sucked me the same way. I need a new suck. I need a new suck, Mark. You're not sucking great. You got to put your tongue in it, Mark. Bring in Laura Loomer. She's a free spirit. She will lead the way. And then Politico thought it was crazy to compare him to Hitler. Yeah, I don't think anyone thinks it's crazy to compare him to Hitler. I think it's a controversial enough statement that they're trying to tie back. But again, it's as bad as you make it as the candidate. And I think Abdul dealt with that so well in the moment where he was like, what are you talking about? You just threatened to do genocide. What the fuck do we call that? Another good one you can also say is, oh, wow, the guy I had on the stump called Donald Trump Hitler. Well, so did his vice president and his HHS secretary. So he's not alone in that. You know? Because they did do that. RFK Jr. and J.D. Vance have both called Donald Trump Adolf Hitler. So
read through all of that. But let's see what they said about the Strait. So Donald Trump talked about the complete, immediate and safe opening of the Strait, whereas Iran's foreign minister, he was a little more nuanced, a little more maybe in the reality of this. He said for a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitations. Two really important points. Armed forces, that suggests Iran is in control, at least according to its foreign ministry, and with due consideration of technical limitation. That is putting the brake on it. We're not just going to see traffic moving, even if companies wanted to move. That is suggestion there'll be technical limitations, that it will be slightly throttled. We won't be going back to pre-conflict levels of traffic, and that's before we even consider reports that Iran is going to charge ships to move through this. So the upshot of all that is fuel prices here may remain high for some time. So you've got diesel prices here in black, you've got petrol and green diesel a lot higher, it's increased because we have to import a lot more of it. But both have had that rapid rise. They may stay high for a bit longer. And then the cost of shipping, that also surged with war. It has come down a bit too. Again, there's a bit of expectation there because you're building weeks, months in advance. But this is all contingent on the strait being open as built. At the moment, it doesn't seem like that is the case. And it's the nature of a ceasefire. This isn't the end of a war. This is a ceasefire. There is a lot of uncertainty still to come.
Day 40 of the war could have been apocalypse now, instead of which it feels like apocalypse postponed, because both sides have agreed to a 2-week pause, a ceasefire, while they try to work something out. The Americans have submitted a 15-point set of red lines via Pakistan, which is being considered, and the Iranians have submitted a 10-point series of red lines via Pakistan, which the Americans are thinking about. And President Trump said about this 10-point Iranian series of demands that he thought it was a workable basis for negotiation. That's very curious when you consider some of the things that are in these 10 points. One thing that's in these 10 points is an Iranian demand that the Americans close their bases in the Middle East and withdraw their troops. Now, this is a view of some of the...
Well, perhaps that's a workable solution because those bases have been rendered inoperable. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are they going to do? If anything, they're doing America a favor. So now they don't have to they don't have to go back and rebuild the fucking things when it's clear that they're not really invested in the security of the countries anyway. And who knows what the GCC's attitude will be, when all this is said and done.
Main bases, not all of them by any means, but some of the main bases in the region. There are 40,000 American troops normally in the Middle East, plus the 8,000 or so extra who have arrived there in light of this particular crisis. The chances of the United States withdrawing troops, still less closing bases, which have been open for many years, is absolutely zero. They just won't do it. Another Iranian demand is that they be allowed to maintain their civil nuclear power capacity. And they've always said this. We want to be a civil nuclear power, and they say we have no desire to develop a nuclear weapon. Now, they've been lying about that for the last 20-odd years, and presumably they'll continue lying about it.
Why?
But here's the other issue. In their main nuclear plants, these three were hit.
Why? Why are they lying? This is what's so fucking annoying. It's just automatic. Anyone that says, I don't think that's the case, actually. Let me tell you what the truth actually looks like. Immediately, you're like, oh, here we go. Another IRGC dick rider. Another Islamic Republic defender. No, man, I'm just defending the fucking truth. Why can't we engage in truthful discourse? If you got a fucking biased position against Iran, you can say that you're biased against it. But at least say the truth. It's so fucking annoying.
By the United States, Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, not Bushehr in the south. They were hit last year. And somewhere in the rubble of those three plants, it is believed that the Iranians have got 400 kilos of highly enriched uranium, enriched to about 60%, highly enriched uranium. It may be under the rubble of Isfahan, maybe it's under the rubble of Natanz, maybe it's been split up into two.
You know what's so annoying about it, too? What he just casually said right there, no one agrees with. No one, the International Atomic Energy Agency disagrees with that statement, and they are obviously the most knowledgeable, right? The only people that repeat this lie, or where this lie comes from, is Israel, and also by way of Israel, America. Your own governments don't believe this. It's just so stupid.
2 or 3 tranches, or maybe maybe it is
Yeah, the CIA and the U.S. State Department also don't agree with that sentiment or agree with that assessment either. But at least like American politicians will say it, right? Like they advance that lie. Even if the actual intelligence shows the exact opposite reality, at least there's like American politicians who fucking lie about it, and Israeli politicians who fucking lie about it.
Underneath Pickaxe Mountain, which was built near the Natanz plant, and it's very, very deep, very inaccessible, and it's possible that the Iranians moved their uranium into Pickaxe Mountain before the attack of June last year. Either way, the United States is not going to get its hands on this 400 kilos of highly enriched uranium, whatever it says about Iran's nuclear ambitions for the future.
Yeah.
But of course,
it's so funny because the source that they're using to talk about where the power plants are is the International Atomic Energy Agency, an agency that's supposed to be tasked with like covering the nuclear programs and nuclear arsenal of every one of these countries that has them. And 90% of their work revolves around Iran for some reason, partially because North Korea won't allow them to their facilities. It's not fucking stupid. And also partially because Israel doesn't even admit that they have nukes officially. So it is a spy agency, 100% for the record. And not only that, but there's there's a lot of suspicion that the reason why Israel knew exactly who to kill in the Iranian nuclear program, like civilian scientists, was because they got the data from the International Atomic Energy Agency, for the record. Just another incredible cruelty. Another instance where we have shown our hand, we've shown our real interests, we've shown how fucking violent and barbaric we are, how perfidious we are.
The most immediate issue is the Strait of Hormuz. And Donald Trump has said that these straits will be released as of today, that the straits will immediately become open to shipping. The Iranians have said, well, they will open in the next day or so. But here's the big issue. The normal channel in the Strait of Hormuz goes like that, right around the straits and then along the Iranian side of the Gulf itself. But in the last few days, those ships that they've been allowing through have had to take a different route via the toll booth. And this is where they have to go north of Larak Island and effectively pay their tolls before they get out of the Gulf again. Because in Larak Island, the Iranians can take a good look at them. They could sink them if they wanted to. They can turn them back. And today, so far, day 40, all of the ships that have left the Gulf have been going north of Larak Island. So the Iranians are still operating their restrictive policy so far. If in the coming days they go back to the traditional shipping route, that will be a relief, but it's by no means guaranteed. Donald Trump can make lots of differences in the world. He can influence many things. One thing he can't really influence is Israel's war in Lebanon. The Iranians have said that all fighting must stop, but the Israelis have made it very clear with the most extensive attacks today on Lebanon since the 28th of February that this ceasefire is not to them. They actually will carry on with their war against Hezbollah in Lebanon, whatever happens in the Iran-United States arrangements. Which leaves President Trump claiming victory. He says that we have been completely successful diplomatically on all fronts. Well, if we look at all the things that the president has said over the last few weeks about what America's aims are, and they keep changing, but if we put them all together, the fact is not one of those aims has been unambiguously achieved. And some of them are in a worse state now than they were before he started.
This is the same exact dynamic we watched unfold when biased mainstream resources and legacy publishers that had no investment in telling the truth about what was going on the ground in Gaza would, or the ambitions of Hamas, the ambitions of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the Palestinian resistance, they just misinformed their populations. They misinformed the public. And they're doing the same thing right now. And it's even dumber because at least like in that circumstance, albeit still totally unacceptable. These were non-state actors. Non-state actors that don't have English language communicators, non-state actors who were effectively shut out from developing a line of communication with the rest of the world, right? So it was much easier to disparage them and to refuse to listen to what their demands were. But like doing it to Iran is incredibly stupid because it's a sovereign state. It's a fully fledged country. It has a foreign minister that speaks English perfectly. And it makes it even dumber. To me, it's even dumber that they're trying to do this with Iran, where they're like, oh, what could the ambitions be here? Oh, well, America tried to fucking achieve its military objectives, and there's miscommunication taking place in the back and forth conversation. It's like, no, there isn't. It's confusing to you if you're just not paying attention at all. It's confusing to you if you have a totally distorted framework that you're operating off of. You're totally biased, and your job is not to really look at this stuff and try to interpret it. None of this stuff is strange. And the reason why I'm bringing this up, the reason why I'm maintaining this position, is because you have to look at why this ceasefire took place. Okay? Look at why the ceasefire happened. Because America wanted it to happen. Why did America want it to happen? Because America was looking at the risk calculation, recognizing that they're incapable of reaching their military goals. They'd failed dramatically in achieving any of those military goals. They didn't deteriorate Iran's strike capabilities. They didn't even develop full air superiority over the Iranian airspace. They had no way of extracting this enriched uranium in this like super ambitious military campaign. They recognize that it's virtually impossible for them to overtake Karg Island or any number of different islands without, putting sufficient boots on the ground and developing an area like a cordon sanitaire with drones and with sufficient aerial assets. Like, it's just not going to happen. So they failed on all that. Okay. They recognized they failed on that. They understood that clearly the cards are in Iran's hands. And that's precisely the reason why they were advocating for a ceasefire behind the scenes by way of Pakistan. That's what the reality is. So any kind of conversation around this, like, oh, well, we don't know why America engaged in this. Like, well, we do know why. We know why. It's not dissimilar to the 12-Day War, when the Israeli defense munitions were deteriorated, and America had to literally stop Israel. America had to tell Israel, enough. You don't have enough munitions to defend yourselves. Ironically enough, this time around, it's been much longer than 12 days because they brought in a lot more naval assets. And even then, it's clear that Iranian missiles are striking deep inside of Tel Aviv and potentially even in the Negev desert, where a lot of the Israeli Air Force is. That's where their big air base is. And we don't even know what kind of assets that they've been able to destroy. We've only seen the success on the runways of Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and many other places. We don't know how successfully they've destroyed the Israeli fleets that exist. We only have suspicions. And also on top of that, they are capable of striking industrial areas and whatnot. And it's clear that Israel is getting cooked. But they're so fucking insane that they think, no, we'll get into the suicide pact as long as America is by our side. As long as we can achieve our main objective, which is to destroy Iran, rip it apart piece by piece, without any care or consideration for what happens to the 93 million people that live there. right? They'll do it. Yeah, we'll read this. Nathan Taylor Pemberton wrote, Hassan Piker can stream, but can he stump? I want to see the photos because this guy took so many photos of me throughout the entire day. Okay, these are not bad. These are not bad. Interesting style. Very heavy on the flash, but I do wonder if there's credence to the theory Israel's also trying to degrade America's presence in the Middle East. No, fuck no. No, not at all. There's credence to the theory that Israel is careless and inconsiderate about what happens to the Gulf because a weaker Gulf is good for Israel. That's real. That's a real part of the objective. So the more they hit Iran and the more Iran retaliates to the Gulf, the better it is for Israel. Okay? 100%. Yeah, I saw this is very funny. Hassan standing there like his lawyer. But no, as far as like removing America's influence from the region, no, they don't agree with that at all. As a matter of fact, they still want to maintain American military presence so hard in the Gulf that they have now finally openly admitted that they're willing to turn Israel into a direct American military base. Part of that, I think, also is because, you're just cutting out the middleman there, recognizing that the Gulf is unsustainable to defend, and that America still has a foothold in the region. How is a weaker Gulf good for Israel? What do you mean? Chatter, any country in the region must be weak for Israel. Every country. The Gulf has other allies, not only China, but also Turkey, for example. Israel wants to destroy Turkey. Turkey's next after Iran. They've already Babe Ruth style called out their shot. Okay? That Turkey's next. If they engage in land acquisition or the same stuff that they're doing to Iran, but to Turkey, what do you think the Gulf is going to do? There's Turkish military base in the Gulf, like in Qatar, right? Let's say somehow Israel was able to convince America to pull Turkey out of NATO or something, right? This is hypothetical. It's fucking ridiculous. Not going to happen, most likely, but, that's the explanation for your Israel hate. Buddy, what's really funny about that is I've been far more critical of Turkey for literally aligning with Israel. This is a relatively new phenomenon from the Israeli side. You don't know anything about anything. Turkey is the primary party involved in sending energy to the Israeli grid by way of Azerbaijan, Baku Ceyhan. There's a pipeline that goes from Azerbaijan into Turkey to ports on the southern point of Turkey with Turkish ships, Turkish tankers that take the oil and gas and deliver it to the Haifa port in Israel. Okay? The fleets that do this are owned by Erdogan's son or son-in-law, one or the other. I can't remember. Israel is still threatening to destroy NATO and Turkey because Turkey still has some semblance of sovereignty as a regional actor. America lets it happen because it's a reliable vassal state for American interests in the region, and Israel doesn't like that. Your talking points is anti-EU, even though we agree with you. You are using the same biased viewpoints that Fox News uses against you, against European media perceptions. We hate Trump. Orban is disliked. Vance lands in Hungary and helps him with Orban's election. You get that, right? Buddy, I don't think you understand. I know Europeans I know regular Europeans despise Donald Trump. I'm saying your leadership is cucked. Okay? And it's something you should understand and be sympathetic to because I'm an American citizen and my administration, my government is nowhere near as responsive as European liberal democracies are supposed to be. Okay? At least I know that we don't have a real democratic process. Europe, I believe in. Okay? Especially because Europe is supposed to still be independent. European Union is a powerful force on the planet still. My demand is that European leadership become more responsive to the needs of the population. That is very different than whatever the fucking Trumpian argument against Europe really is. Okay? I've never, as a matter of fact, the reason why I say EU is so cucked is because I am totally aware that the European population wants changes. The European population is demanding changes, sometimes even more aggressively than my countrymen do, right? Look at what's happening in Italy with like strikes at ports and general strikes that take place to make demands of the Italian government to decouple from Israel, right? And yet, why do European leaders refuse to listen to those demands? Why do European leaders place democracy under threat? It's because they're vassals. They're vassals to slaves to both the interests of capital, just as our leadership is slaves to international capital here in America, right? European leaders are no different. But they're also slaves to America and by extension of America to Israel. And that's precisely the reason why the overwhelming majority of European population's demands are never addressed. And instead of leaning into those popular demands, deciding to cut away from the United States of America, deciding to develop sovereignty and dignity for yourselves, for your nations, show the world that middle powers, when aligned with one another, can actually build a powerful coalition. The European Union is already there. Instead of doing that, instead of defending liberal democracy, European leadership, what does European leadership do? Time and time again, they show that they're totally fucking cucked. Fuck every fat American fuck. And the same goes for Mark Carney. Right? Mark Carney is the exact same situation. It's unbearable to watch. I, as an American, hope that one day these middle powers can rise up against America and demand changes. That's what my goal is. I'm saying this as an American. I'm saying show your might. Show your power. Develop dignity. Develop sovereignty. Say no to America so that we are forced to retreat. So that hopefully we'll have more responsive politicians that will focus on American needs rather than advancing the needs of empire that don't help everyday Americans, but instead only help the needs of capital owners.
מדינת ישראל השיגה הישגים אדירים, הישגים שעד לא מזמן היו נראים דמיוניים לגמרי. יש לנו עוד יעדים להשלים.
I hate this fucking asshole every goddamn day, bro. He's like, oh, we are a great power now. We're dominating the world. Look how much I'm fucking up Donald Trump. Look how much I play him like a fiddle in Hebrew. And then in English, he's like, America, we have delivered great sacrifice for your safety and security. We are dying every day confronting head on the dangers of Islamic terrorism. And then in Hebrew, he's like, oh, these Americans are so fucking fat and stupid. I know personally because I lived in Philadelphia and I hate the birds. Okay, I would never say go birds. And also simultaneously, I love dominating American politicians. Isn't it fucking awesome how cuck they are to me? Benjamin Netanyahu. Literally, Benjamin Netanyahu on Hebrew Twitter versus Benjamin Netanyahu on English Twitter is like two different demons. Both are demonic, but very different types of demons on very different timing. Go Birds the kid? No, that was Benjamin Netanyahu. That's why he said he would never say go Birds despite the fact that he's from Philadelphia, you fucking idiots. I'm saying, do you want Benjamin Netanyahu to say go Birds? I, Benjamin Netanyahu, love the Philadelphia Eagles. Is that what you wanted? Here, okay, he says go Birds. God, Philly fans are so fucking they're dude, Philly fans get so Philadelphia sports fans are so dumb, I'm sorry, that you heard me say I would never say go Birds when referencing Benjamin Netanyahu, and you just got so angry that you were like, nah, fuck that, dude. Where's my sock full of batteries? So funny.
ואנחנו נשיג אותם, או בהסכמה, או בחידוש הלחימה. כי אנחנו ערוכים לחזור ללחימה בכל רגע שידרש. האצבע על ההדק. הלילה נכנסה לתוקפה הפסקת אש זמנית בת שבועיים בין ארצות הברית לבין איראן, בתיאום מלא עם ישראל. לא, הם לא הפתיעו אותנו ברגע האחרון. עכשיו אני מבקש להדגיש, זה איננו סיומה של המערכה. זו תחנה בדרך להשגת כל היעדים שלנו. היום הנחתנו על חיזבאללה את המכה הגדולה ביותר שהוא ספג מאז הביפרים. תקפנו 100 מטרות ב10 דקות, במקומות שחיזבאללה היה בטוח שהם חסינים.
Go ahead, yeah. Go.
There seems to be a disagreement about whether Lebanon was included in this proposal. And the
Yeah.
Speaker of the Parliament, who you're going to sit across from the table from Islamabad, has just said that he thinks negotiations will be unreasonable while that war is ongoing. So would you ask Israel to hold off strikes to allow some to respond?
Well, first of all, I know there's been some conversations between the Israelis and the leadership of our country today. I haven't been involved in that because I've been busy doing stuff in Hungary. I'm actually supposed to get an update when I get on the plane. But let me say a couple things. First of all, I actually think, and there's a lot of bad faith negotiation and a lot of bad faith, propaganda going on. I think this comes from a legitimate misunderstanding. I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise. We never indicated that was going to be the case. What we said is that the ceasefire would be focused on Iran, and the ceasefire would be focused on America's allies, both Israel and the Gulf Arab states. Now, that said, the Israelis, as I understand it, again, I'm supposed to get a fuller report when I get on the plane, have actually offered to be, frankly, to check themselves a little bit in Lebanon because they want to make sure that our negotiation is successful. That's not because that is part of the ceasefire. I think that's the Israelis trying to set us up for success, and we'll, of course, see how that unfolds in the next few days. But look, if Iran wants to let this negotiation fall apart in a conflict where they were getting hammered over Lebanon, which has nothing to do with them and which the United States never once said was part of the ceasefire, that's ultimately their choice. We think that would be dumb, but that's their choice.
Iran's foreign minister says the bowl is
so cucked. This is the guy that Iran wanted to deal with, by the way. So funny. Cucked. For an ESL lad, you always surprise me with the slang that you conjure up, e.g., where's my sock full of batteries? Dude, I'm a marabou. How do you not understand? What? Why won't he condemn you? Tide shift, tide shift? Yeah, I know. Yeah, also, remember when these guys used to make it seem like they're killing human shields? And now they just openly say we are targeting non-combatant family members. They're like, it's crazy. It's crazy, dude. Like they're just flexing. The more we have allowed them, the more we've given them this allowance, the more we refuse to punish them, the more intense they get, the more belligerent they get. It's ridiculous. Both France and Macron and Spain, Sanchez says Lebanon must be part of the ceasefire agreement, while Turkey harshly criticized Israel for its bombing there. That's three major U.S. allies effectively siding with Iran on this question. Not surprising if Trump Vance's position of insisting Israel be allowed to indefinitely destroy and occupy Lebanon for some reason becomes an increasingly isolated one. Washington bizarrely clinging on to a globally reviled war criminal who just lied to the U.S. president himself, who just lied to the U.S. president himself into war. Yeah. Did you just see this?
That President Trump has set 8 p.m., has threatened to destroy a civilization. How does an investor process that? Is it a bigger upside risk or downside risk?
Oh my God. Oh my God. That's perfect, dude. That is unironic. That's perfect. That's the demonic timing that we're on. Demon time. Bro, she dead ass gave herself whiplash. No, she's not even aware what she's doing. Glenn Greenwald is defending me again, becoming my strongest soldier. It's kind of crazy. We're in the middle of our most dangerous war in at least 2 decades, fueled by her precious Israel. And CNN's Dana Ruth Schwartz-Bash is still prattling on about Hassan Piker and his supposed insensitivity towards Israel and the suffering of her people. Ironically, one of the things that is annoying me about Hassan is how constantly he goes out of his way to condemn anti-Semitism and talk about its evils, even when it's not relevant to his point, and even when its existence is dubious. I get why he does it, but this insanely stupid 2-week lynch mob proves that even that if you're an influential critic of Israel, you'll be widely branded an anti-Semite, no matter how much you not only avoid anti-Semitism, but aggressively denounce it as he does. I don't think people understand this, though. Like, Glenn's Jewish. I mean, he's been fucking yelled at nonstop. But I think because Glenn's Jewish, doesn't understand, like, a part of this is racism baked into Zionism, right? Zionism is racist. It's Islamophobic. It's anti-Muslim. It's anti-Arab. It's anti-everything, right? And for that reason, like, no matter how hard I make my position be known that I have always combated anti-Semitism. No, it is a really good defense of me. It is really solid, but I'm just explaining why I do it beyond the fact that I also, care about bigotry and combating bigotry. Because, like, yes, it is heavy-handed. I do actually fucking go above and beyond. Like, not every single conversation I have about Israel has to also be fucking packaged with anti-Semitism. But, that's part of the reason why I've been a little bit restrained about, like, yelling at Zoran, right? Because no matter what happens, like, Zoran is a Muslim guy. He's brown, right? Same with Abdul. Like, you have to be you have to go above and beyond to, like, overcome that fucking racist trope, that Islamophobic trope. No, it doesn't even matter, though. It just, like, doesn't even fucking matter. Yeah. I don't necessarily think any of these people give a shit, though, about the truth. All right,
is
let's
in Washington's court over whether or not the ceasefire deal holds. In a post on X, Abbas Araghchi says the Iran-US ceasefire terms are clear and explicit. The US must choose ceasefire or continued war via Israel. It cannot have both. The world sees the massacres in Lebanon. The ball is in the US court, and the world is watching whether it will act on its commitments. We're going to bring in Tawhid Asadi, joining us now live from Tehran. Iran already warning of ceasefire violations just in the first few hours of this ceasefire, and using some very strong language, particularly from the Revolutionary Guard, about how it might respond.
Yes, indeed. We hear this strong message from the Iranian side, warning about the repercussion of the breach of the ceasefire agreement. And obviously, Lebanon and the situation there seems to be critically important, as you mentioned, from the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and also from the Speaker of the Parliament. And added to that, now we hear from the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian during his phone call with his French counterpart Emmanuel Macron. He came out to say that the ceasefire in Lebanon is one of the pivotal conditions when it comes to the 10-point Iranian proposal directed to the United States. And obviously, this is not the only factor that runs the risk of further escalation and a potentiality of maybe Iran's withdrawal from the ceasefire agreement. But also we know that in addition to that, Iranians are now talking about the attacks that happened in Lavan Island. Also, they are talking about the downing of a drone in central areas of the country. And obviously, all in all, we can say that we're dealing with a very, I would say, brittle and fragile situation as Iran and the United States are heading towards a meeting on Friday scheduled in Istanbul, in Islamabad, my apologies, to pave the way.
That's crazy. You see? He forgot. Turkey is no longer at the table. Turkey is no longer the table. Pakistan is now the table. Pakistan is now at the table. He said, Istanbul, sorry, Islamabad. Because normally in these conversations, it's always Turkey at the table, you know? Oh, how far we have fallen.
For a diplomatic settlement to settle down the issues, but still we know that even when it comes to that meeting, Iran says it's going to take part. Iranian president as well as the National Security Council of the country confirmed that, but the context is surrounded by this cloud of mistrust when it comes to Iranian perspective towards any rapprochement with the United States. And obviously, that's coming from the very fact that they've already tried the trajectory of negotiation and diplomatic engagement, not once but twice over the past 10 months. I think all sides are pretty much aware of how high the stakes are, but it's still Iranian side is talking about a preparedness, a full readiness for any confrontational scenario down the road. This is what we hear from the IRGC, the military sources here, that it seems in a sense they are not that much positive that there's going to be a sustained peace, even though the country is trying the trajectory of diplomatic engagement.
Tawhid Asadi there talking to us from Tehran. Thank you very much indeed.
Ambassador, thank you.
What was that? Oh, here's Nathan Pemberton's article on the New York Times. Hassan Piker can stream, but can he stump? The progressive popular Tush rumor is controversial with some Democrats test his political influence on the 2022 campaign trail. Let's take a look. All right. Finally, I assume, some decent press coverage. Deep inside the sprawling campus acreage of Michigan State University, leftist political pundit and streamer Sam Piker stood before a packed lecture hall, taking in a rapturous welcome. Crowd about 400 people, many wearing hoodies and headphones, plus the occasional keffiyeh scarf, had waited hours outside of a frigid Tuesday afternoon to see Mr. Piker and Dr. Abdul El-Sayed, a progressive Muslim candidate, running for U.S. Senate in Michigan's tightly contested Democratic primary. For the last 2.5 years, they smeared people like myself and people like yourselves, Mr. Piker said, pointing a finger towards his listeners. They claimed we were radical, said that we were wrong, and yet we persevered because we understood the violence that was taking place. The implied they here wasn't Mr. Piker's normal opposition on the right, but instead his critics within the Democratic Party. In recent weeks, they have dredged up streamers' past comments about the Hamas-led October 7th attack on Israel, which he has called a direct consequence of Israeli and U.S. actions, and the September 11 attacks, which he once said America deserved, though he later apologized. Is a charge amplified by the founders of the center-left think tank Third Way, which wrote a Wall Street Journal opinion piece last month urging the Democratic Party to break ties with Mr. Piker for his, in air quotes, Jew hate. On stage, the avowed socialist said, but one short response to his distractors. Screw him, Mr. Piker said. Well, I said fuck him. Though he opted for a four-letter word that shattered the crowd's attentive silence into a roar of defiant approval. This anti-establishment rebel, who has professed his love for things like streetwear, anti-imperialist politics, and marathon streaming sessions, is now at the center of white-hot debate among some in the Democratic Party during his professional turn on the stump. In recent months, Mr. Piker's stream has featured a number of prominent Democratic politicians, including Mayor Zohran Mamdani of New York, Representative Ro Khanna, Democrat of California, and Shoykat Chakrabarti, progressive candidate running to fill Representative Nancy Pelosi's seat. With the approaching midterm primary elections, Democrats seem to want what Piker has, a devoted audience of young voters, mostly male, yet will not embrace the 34-year-old commentator. Despite the party's well-documented struggles with winning over highly online young voters, some Democrats representing the party's establishment, pro-Israeli flank, are making a coordinated push to drive Mr. Piker out of the coalition. CNN and Fox News have made Mr. Piker the subject of roundtables, political surveyed Democratic politicians about the so-called Piker pickle. And now Mr. Piker's primary antagonist, Third Way, has begun to circulate a letter demanding that Dr. El-Sayed disavow Mr. Piker over his past comments. The website Jewish Insider has imitated his tactic to pressure Democrats who have received even a whiff of support from Mr. Piker, as in the case of Senator John Ossoff of Georgia, to publicly condemn the streamer. Mr. Ossoff's Senate re-election campaign has so far ignored the group's inquiry. Ahead of the rally, Mr. Piker's planned appearance has also drawn attacks from Dr. El-Sayed's primary rivals. It's a debate that many of the students at the Michigan State rally found laughable. I just don't think it sounds anti-Semitic at all, said Colin Smith, 20, who was taking a selfie with the stage in view as Mr. Piker was introduced. Mr. Smith, a student at nearby Western Michigan University in Kalamazoo, like many at the event, first came to watch Mr. Piker stream as a teenager during the pandemic years. He's also a supporter of Dr. El-Sayed, whom he discovered through Senator Bernie Sanders during a fighting oligarchy event in the state. Mr. Smith felt that much of the criticism was motivated by a religious bias given Mr. Piker's Muslim identity. He's done so much for the Jewish community, constantly pushing back against actual anti-Semites like Nick Fuentes, Mr. Smith said, referring to the 27-year-old white nationalist streamer. Mr. Piker likes to describe himself as a megaphone for his ability to call out the failures of the Democratic establishment and, in turn, lure back disaffected young men, some of whom have drifted to the right or dropped out of the political process entirely. Nick Serafinoff, a 29-year-old project manager who had traveled from Detroit to attend the rally, described himself as one of those disillusioned young men. After Mr. Sanders' exit from the presidential primary in 2016, he stopped voting, a decision he now regrets. He credits Mr. Piker for bringing him back into the fold after learning about Dr. El-Sayed on the nightly stream. Like many of the young voters who listen to Mr. Piker, Mr. Serafinoff is frustrated by the Democratic Party's refusal to condemn the war in Gaza. There has to be a willingness to meet people where they are, he said. Earlier that day, Mr. Piker, in an interview with the New York Times, described the criticism of him as boomer desperation. During the conversation, Mr. Piker said his opponents in the Democratic Party had little understanding of the new media landscape. He then began the day's live stream commenting on the President Trump's threat to destroy Iran's entire civilization. For the next 9 hours, Mr. Piker's every move could be followed on Twitch as he traversed green rooms and campaign vans, press gaggles, and auditorium stages, accompanied all the while by a shaggy-haired cameraman named Mauricio Miranda. Oh, shit. Mauricio mentioned. Hey, yo. The stream, which held steady at about 35,000 viewers throughout the day, seemed to exist as a parallel universe. The chat furiously commented on Mr. Piker's surroundings in a thread that moved too fast to follow. Students thronged around Mr. Piker, asking the streamer for selfies. At Michigan State, one student asked Mr. Piker to autograph a copy of the Labor Manifesto, Secrets of Successful Organizing. Obviously, he's tapped the nerve for a lot of folks who do not trust traditional media to sift through our politics, Dr. El-Sayed said in an interview. Dr. Al Sayed, who lost his bid to be the Michigan governor in 2018, appeared alongside Mr. Piker last summer as the two men traveled to Dearborn, home to one of the largest Muslim communities in the country. They met locals and indulged in manosphere-style recreation, working out, and eating kebabs. Dr. Al Sayed, a former health director in Wayne County, has stood by Mr. Piker during a fraught moment, refusing calls to disavow the streamer's past comments. He told reporters on Tuesday at Michigan State that these efforts amount to cancel culture. While speaking with the Times, Dr. Al Sayed, who was a practicing Muslim, stopped short of describing himself as anti-Zionist as Mr. Piker does. Do I believe that Palestinians deserve equal rights to things like dignity, self-determination, and peace? He said, yes, I do. And if that makes me anti-something, I don't know. I guess I'm just more pro-something. For Muslim Americans like Dr. Al Sayed, the memories of the 2024 presidential election are still painful, he said, partly because of what he sees as the Democratic Party's refusal to engage with pro-Palestinian activists. At the time, Dr. Al Sayed supported the Uncommitted Movement, an Arab American-led push for Democratic candidates to back a ceasefire in Gaza. The Cloverfield, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Ali Alam, 21, a senior at the University of Michigan and a chair of the Muslim Coalition on campus, pointed out that in 2024, Kamala Harris had campaigned alongside the Republican former Congresswoman Liz Cheney, a political figure he considered to be far more contentious than Mr. Piker. She literally helped architect mass murder overseas, said Mr. Alam, referring to Ms. Cheney's support for the Iraq War. But we didn't hear any of the backlash we're seeing now for a Twitch streamer. In a brightly lit classroom, Mr. Piker and Dr. Al Sayed wrapped up the final interviews of the day as weary campaign staff members collapsed onto chairs. It's different, Mr. Piker said, of his experience on a campaign trail. His live stream after 9 consecutive hours had finally come to an end. You're thinking about how the things you might say might negatively impact the candidate. It's hard to dial it back for me, but I think I did it. Nathan Taylor Pemberton is a reporter covering politics and culture for The Times. Who was the journalist at the second location that Abdul told he wouldn't answer a question that couldn't be defined? And what did that person ask? I couldn't hear it at the time. It was my favorite stalker from the Free Press, Olivia Reingold, who recently wrote an article about how she's an October 8 Jew. There's also another good Guardian article from Bhaskar Sunkara, which is, why do elite Democrats fear Hassan Piker? I don't even know this photo existed, by the way. The party establishment rushed to condemn the Twitch streamer after news of his alliance with the Michigan State candidate. Gas has topped $4 a gallon for the first time since 2022. The president's approval rating fell below 40%. The war in Iran is entering a 6th week with thousands dead and no end in sight. The Strait of Hormuz is blockaded, food prices are climbing, and U.S. households are staring down hundreds of dollars in added living expenses. So naturally, the Democratic Party has found something truly urgent to focus on: a Twitch streamer. The latest intra-party panic was triggered by Abdul Al Sayed, a progressive running in Michigan's competitive Democratic Senate primary, who announced that Hassan Piker would appear at 2 campaign rallies alongside him. The response from the party establishment was swift. Representative Brad Schneider branded Piker an unapologetic anti-Semite. Michigan's own Senator Elise Slotkin, a former Pentagon official, weighed in with her condemnation, as did Representative Haley Stevens, one of Sayed's primary rivals. Another opponent, Mallory McMorrow, who is enthusiastically went as far as to liken Piker to Nick Fuentes, a white supremacist who has enthusiastically praised Adolf Hitler on camera. When Politico came calling, both Cory Booker and Ruben Gallego rushed to declare they would refuse an invitation to appear on Piker's stream. It was quite the pile-on. But who is Hassan Piker, and why have some Democratic Party elites branded him enemy number one? Piker is one of the most watched political streamers in the country. His audience skews young and male, exactly the demographic that deserted Democrats in historic numbers in 2024. He's a socialist who talks about class politics, foreign policy, and the failures of the American system with a directness that clearly resonates with millions. Last month, he joined a solidarity convoy bringing humanitarian aid to Cuba. He's also the guy who turned down $500,000 to play poker on stream and who walked away from $1 million offer from Polymarket for his 2024 election night coverage. At a time when surveys show nearly 40% of young men admit to betting more than they can afford, that consistency is worth something. It also puts Piker on a higher plane than some establishment figures. Stephanie Cutter, Obama's former deputy campaign manager, announced just days ago that she's excited to be advising Kalshi, one of Polymarket's prediction market competitors. Guess who else is also getting paid by Kalshi? CNN. Just, so you guys understand where I'm at with my consistency as a singular force that could be considered a media entity versus fucking CNN and Fox News. One of Polymarket's prediction market competitors, the establishment's moral compass, is conveniently selective. As Piker said things that are offensive, of course, he's a streamer or broadcast for hours a day. The medium almost guarantees it. But the specific charges being recycled against him are years old. A 2019 remark that America deserved 9/11, which he has since walked back as hyperbolic critique of U.S. foreign policy, forceful criticism of Israel and its crimes in Gaza, and the time he called ultra-Orthodox Jews inbred. Inbred is an unfortunate but standard piece of American insult vernacular. This is a British paper, so they're explaining it. Piker himself uses it freely against white nationalists, neo-Nazis, and anyone else he dislikes. He has said he regrets applying it to Jewish people specifically and will not do so again. None of this is new, and none of it makes Mick Morrow's comparison of Piker to Nick Fuentes, an actual Holocaust denier, anything but ludicrous. None of it was a problem for establishment Democrats until the day El Sayed announced his rally. The framing of Piker as a threat to all that is decent is nothing but a campaign tactic designed to kneecap a progressive challenger in a primary race. It's worth reflecting on the power of the respective sides of this controversy. Cory Booker, for example, is a United States senator. Sam Piker is a guy with a laptop and an audience. Booker supports a bill that would unconstitutionally ban boycotts of Israel and has repeatedly voted to arm a country that has killed tens of thousands and leveled the Gaza Strip. But a streamer who says strident things about it from his living room is somehow beyond the pale. The double standard tells you everything about what the establishment considers dangerous, not the exercise of actual state power, but the existence of a popular voice they can't control. On Pod Save America, Booker said he had never even heard of Piker before this past week. This is revealing in a way Booker probably didn't intend. A senator who aspires to lead the party can't be bothered to know who commands the attention of millions of the young voters he claims to want back, but he can be mobilized overnight to condemn the guy. His priority clearly isn't engaging with the audience, though he does find time to text message back and forth like teenagers with the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. God damn. After 2024, Democrats conducted an anguished post-mortem about why young men were abandoning the party. Pundits filled columns wondering where the party's Joe Rogan was, someone with actual cultural reach who could talk to disaffected young men on their own terms. As Ryan Zickgraf pointed out, they got one, and the party's first instinct was to try to cancel him. What this episode makes painfully clear is that for too many leading Democrats, the priority is defeating progressives within their own ranks and triangulating their way back to power behind a well-heeled professional base. Palestine has become a populist issue among young Americans in a way that the Democratic mainstream still refuses to comprehend, not just in Brooklyn and Ann Arbor, but in rural and working class communities where people are angry and where anger at the human cost of U.S. foreign policy doesn't break neatly along the lines the party expects. We are living through an era of extremes, a war in Iran that almost no one asked for, an economy that's squeezing ordinary people, and a president whose approval is cratering. The old playbook of moderating and scolding isn't just uninspiring, it's a proven loser. Abdul al-Sayed understands that you can't meet this moment by hiding from the people who are actually reaching the voters you lost. The Democratic establishment's problem isn't Sam Piker. It's that they've run out of ideas and they'd rather police who progressives talk to than offer the country something worth voting for. Bhaskar Sunkar is the president of The Nation, the founding editor of Jacobin, and the author of the Socialist Manifesto, the case for radical politics in an era of extreme inequalities. I want to see the comments. W article, by the way. It's not that complicated. Twitch and its attention-based ecosystem rewards outrage and edgy commentary to the establishment who represents the milquetoast moderate center, where you still find 80% of the electorate are afraid that the moderates will be offended by the edgy stuff. Again, 44 articles read, confirmed article head, true. This is the same commentators that 9/11 was.
Bruh. I almost was too late to go pick up my prescription. Huh. Is Beedle. Hi. Hi.
And on Ilham
We'll
Ali,
have to go grab her real quick.
Issues that resonate with the crucial constituency in Michigan and that also ought to engage the constituent conscience of
I
every
got my
person.
fucking heart rate from getting up that quick. Jesus.
Why should uniting the left include picking and choosing among which genocides to condemn? What the fuck is this guy saying?
Bruh.
Wait, is he, when he says seemingly equivocal stance on the Armenian genocide, he means like, I actually equivocally condemned the Armenian genocide as well, right?
Bruh.
As I condemn the y'all are so brainwashed by a rich motherfucker trying to act like he cares about anyone but himself. Lamau.
Okay, I will be right back. Once again. Me.
There's a CBS one. Oh yeah. Okay. We read how would you feel about the next US president pulling all support from Israel? Huh. Huh. Oh baby. These are all good answers, but I feel like we need to stop and take inventory of the fact that CBS News of Murrow and Cronkite fame now is a full-time staffer whose job is to stalk a Twitch streamer and ask rambling, unlettered gotcha questions to whoever he's standing next to. Oh yeah, this was the Olivia Reingold situation.
Follow up on the answer you just gave there. How is that not an equivocation? Because the logic, if you extend the logic there, that would be like if after October 7th, someone went to a mosque and was upset, you know, did something awful there. How is that logic? How does that not translate?
Well, after October 7th, there was a whole genocide against Palestinians.
They blew up a lot of mosques in Gaza. I don't know if Free Press reported on that. Sorry.
So no, I just look at the end of the day, we can play this rhetorical game where we pretend that all actions stand on their own without a context, or we can try and have an adult conversation about context that exists in the world. Because at the end of the day, we all live in the same confined world. The things that happen one place in the world can affect what happens somewhere else in the world. And if we're serious about preventing bad things from happening in the world, we also have to be serious about the context in which they're created. And I'm trying to be serious about that context. So I can both say that the attack on Temple Israel was anti-Semitic and wrong. And I can also say that the circumstances that created that, it didn't happen in a vacuum. And that those circumstances that created that are important to stand up against as well.
She's so embarrassingly stupid every time she shows up. She just ends up getting made fun of for a couple days. I know.
So the notion that somehow...
Isn't it weird? I feel... is it weird that I feel a little bit bad? Is that fucked up? I don't know what it is. Like, it's just... I mean, she's not a good person. Like, her output is like really fucking devastating, really awful. But in some ways, I'm just like, I don't know. I feel kind of bad about it.
I cannot condemn a war that killed a little boy and a little girl in Lebanon because of an attack on Temple Israel. Seems to me inconsistent with the way the world actually works. And I'd like to live in a world where we stand up against...
I drew this of Olivia stalking you the night of the Zoran victory party.
Understanding that wars that we should not be fighting.
Yeah, I think it's secondhand embarrassment. Yeah. No, Chatter is right. This is funny. I saw this. This is so stupid. Look at this. They're clapping for him, ma'am. Another rare Tim Miller W. Yeah, Tim Miller's been impressive lately.
Understanding that there really is a connection between the two of them, however much the rhetorical games that people try to play tell us that there somehow is not.
We're going to take two more questions. I'm sorry, we're going to have to move on to the next person. I'm sorry, Olivia. As a Jewish state. Olivia, we're going to have to
I'd love to take the
move on.
question. I'd love to take the question, actually. What do you mean by Jewish state?
I feel like
if you can't define the question, I'm not going to answer your question.
Damn.
We're going to move on to the next.
He just fucking snapped back. That was great. That was great. Yeah, I think the Free Press knows it's going to happen. They just send her anyway. This is funny. Is this a lady who writes about not having friends all the time? Girl, put down the Zionism and join a kickball league. Tim Miller genuinely wants the Dems to win. It seems like, yeah. Breaking, Trump administration considering plan to punish members of NATO who were unhelpful to the U.S. and Israel during Iran war and possibly moving U.S. troops out of those countries and stationing them in countries that were more supportive. Move every single U.S. troop in the world to Israel. Oh, that's so... Oh my God. Fuck it, dude. Oh, amazing. I mean, it literally is helpful for everybody. Imagine taking the Marines out of Okinawa and South Korea, where they're wreaking havoc on the fucking streets, getting drunk driving, killing families, you know, and instead just slamming them into Israel, the size of New Jersey. What? Israel is a small nation. Yeah, put them all in there, dude. Drunk driving rate in Haifa will rise by 3,000%. Yeah. Where are they going to put all the troops? Hungary and Israel. Yeah, where's the Tim Miller quote? Where is it? We got it. Oh, here it is. This is crazy. This is an 8-minute convo between Josh Buttheimer, one of my least favorite, alongside Moskowitz. Buttheimer and Moskowitz are like the two worst Democrats on Israel. Straight up. Like there's the actual, the Palestine tracker shows it. I think it's like Henry Cuellar, Gottheimer, and Moskowitz, I think. Anyway, he was questioned about this, right? He was questioned about his lack of opposition to the war in Iran.
Why not just oppose this? I don't understand why there'd be.
I mean, Buttheimer is bad on everything. It's not just Israel. He's like one of the more conservative, which is crazy.
Any interest from a Democratic member in a war when we don't know what the objectives are, can't trust the people running it.
Knowing what kind of threat Iran poses, I believe the importance of stopping that threat is critical. But there's different ways to stop a threat, right?
Sure.
And especially, I don't believe regime change right now, for instance, is something that you could do unless you're going to put troops on the ground, and I don't support that. That doesn't mean that I don't still believe it's a threat.
So I guess I'm just confused. So do you want him to keep going? Like, what do you want to happen? Would you like him to say, we're pulling out of this, we're going to try to do a face-saving deal, or do you want them to keep pressing forward?
What I'd like is to find out we get a deal, which is going to reopen the straits, is going to make sure that we can get gas prices down, some commitments on their nuclear program and their drone and ballistic missile program, understand what we're going to do financially to contain their terror proxy program.
Isn't that where we were 6 weeks ago? And the strait was open 6 weeks ago. They had bombed the nuclear facilities last year.
If we massively...
Yeah, that's...
We're in a war with them again, and I think that China and Russia could replenish them. Russia's replenishing them now, obviously. That's how they shut down our plane. Now they know they can control the strait, so we've given them more power and leverage. We've alienated...
Tim Miller not giving credit to the indigenous weapons manufacturing industry of Iran. Okay, that's fine.
Our European allies and our Asian allies, and people in America who had no idea what the purpose was of this war, who did not feel at all threatened by their ballistic missile capabilities, are going to suffer major economic consequences. We pushed it back their capabilities 2 years to screw over our own people. That feels like a terrible deal.
Do you think them having a nuclear weapon would be a disaster?
Sure, but they've been on the cusp of having a nuclear weapon for a long time. We had a deal with them under the Obama administration that Trump had taken us out of. There were other potential options.
We did nothing to diminish their terror program.
It seems to me.
Yes, no, that's not true. The JCPOA was good. That is actually, in my opinion, the lack of mention of Obama's legacy on this issue is what gives the game away for me. Because I am a critic of Obama, right? I'm a critic of Joe Biden, but I defend Joe Biden's decision to courageously pull out of Afghanistan, right? And I'm a critic of I was gonna say Biden. I'm a critic of Obama, but I have always defended JCPOA because it was good. I call balls and strikes, okay? And the fact that like every Democrat is not constantly yelling about the fact that Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA, which is supposed to be one of the signature accomplishments of the most popular former Democratic president, one of the most popular alive Democrats, kind of gives the game away. It gives the game away. Democrats didn't like it either. Many of them didn't like it either. Maybe some of them are still operating with the, oh, you don't want to be in opposition of the Afghanistan war mentality, right? Where they're like, oh, we'll look weak. It'll be, they'll pepper us with like attack ads and shit like that. But it's bullshit. It's total fucking bullshit. The fact that people are not constantly yelling about how there was a successful initiative. If denuclearization was the goal, there was a successful initiative. And Trump got us out in the first term and Biden didn't bring it back. And since then, you know, things have fallen apart. I guess to be fair to Donald Trump, JD Pondon, he did actually achieve a much better deal for Iran than Barack Obama, if we're thinking about it from the perspective of like letting Iran exist as a sovereign nation. It just came at an incalculable cost, a death toll in Iran over 4,000, and also, you know, almost $100 billion of American assets that were destroyed in the process, and also the global energy markets falling apart. Having said that, in the aftermath of all of that, the art of the deal is real. Now Iran gets to enrich uranium as they see fit, according to their expectations from the 10-point plan that Donald Trump said yes to. And they also get to control the Strait of Hormuz and toll it, you know, generating a fuck ton of revenue for the Iranian government, for the Iranian people, that you can basically take as reparations for what we've done to Iran. You know? So I guess Trump was actually a lot nicer. I mean, that's sanctions relief that's coming up too, right? Iran had to fight like hell to achieve it, but it turns out it was achievable. Donald Trump did the damn thing. He was like, Obama's JCPOA didn't go far enough. We want to defend the dignity and sovereignty of Iran. The spirit of the Iranian revolution lives on in my heart, he said. He is a Taqiyya doing secret Shia, I think. Not only is he a Maoist, but also he is actually practicing Taqiyya. Turns out Donald Trump is actually the real Dr. Jihad. I mean, he did pose praise be to Allah. So you never know. Policy Tancer says, what do we have learned so far? Here's 5 most important. Everyone keeps posting this. 1, the most important discovery is that Iran is a great power. There's a real discovery that was not known to Iranians themselves. Specifically, they could not be sure in advance that a strategic victory over the U.S. was achievable. It is a fundamental discovery about the polarity of the system. There are now 4 great powers in the world, and this structure will have very important consequences going forward. I don't think Iran is a great power. It emerges as a great power out of this, but maybe I'm wrong. The idea that you can secure strategic objectives with the air weapon due to the precision strike revolution has been debunked. The combined arms orthodoxy has been vindicated, and proponents of strategic air war have again been proven wrong. We have learned that Warden's decapitation idea does not work against highly institutionalized states. This was always the position of serious scholars, but recent Israeli successes had sown some doubt about the thesis. The doubts have now vanished. We have learned that a mature precision strike regime is defense dominant. Specifically, we have learned that a great power can deny global maritime power access to its near abroad, curtailing the latter's ability to project power. As a corollary of the above, the U.S. command of the global commons is gone. The U.S. is no longer a maritime hegemon that can guarantee access to even the most important choke point in the system. This is a development of great significance in the history of capitalism. Okay, that's that. The last couple of No, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. It's true. It's real. It is absolutely correct. I think that that is the most consequential aspect of this, because like the great bargain of allowing America to be the world police, the imperial hegemon, the superpower that dominates the world, is that America will always allow free commerce to take place on the seas. Okay. That's the reason why we have 13 fucking aircraft carriers, right? We can be anywhere all at once. We're in all the seas, and we can deploy naval assets and our troops in a matter of weeks to dominate any country that we choose to dominate. Okay, that's huge. That also plays a major role in the dollar being the global reserve currency. It's beyond force projection. It's like the most consequential aspect of like people leaning into the American economy, because America is the great stabilizing force. I know why you say it. It seems not compatible on how many areas Iran doesn't have great power, but I think it's now proven efficient military production capacity and oil price dominance kind of prove that they are a superpower as long as the world runs on oil. Bombing isn't enough. Decapitation doesn't work, and America sucks. Got it. I mean, it's true though. The first two we knew already, right? The first two we knew already. There's never been an instance where an aerial bombing campaign alone has effectively led to regime change. You need popular forces on the ground. The only time you can point to that, the only instance where you point to that is Japan. And even then, it technically, I guess it wasn't really a regime change. And on top of that, there was the threat of a ground invasion that played a big role in this by the USSR anyway, right? And it was also a once in a lifetime. It was a nuke. It was a world-changing incident. And that's it. Venezuela? Buddy, what part of Venezuela was just an aerial bombing campaign? Venezuela was a very efficient and very swift military strike. We objectively put boots on the ground of Venezuela to extract the president. What do you think? They fucking teleported Maduro? They just like flew over with a spaceship and were like, whoop, and then they sucked him up into the air? No, they went in. Also, the regime didn't change in Venezuela. Actually, I was thinking about this. Donald Trump keeps doing this, bro. His Afghan plan was swapping out the Taliban with the Taliban. And that was at the tail end of a 20-plus year project. At least now he's more swift. With Venezuela, he took a Chavista out and kept a Chavista in. And that was like a couple week long process with like, posturing around the Venezuelan coastline for a little bit, and then just like a one nighttime mission. And this time it's even more efficient than Afghanistan. He literally went in, bombed the living shit out of Iran, replaced Ayatollah Khamenei with Khamenei Jr., and he did it in such an efficient way. He did it in a spectacularly efficient way. And it didn't take 20 years, right? Obviously, the Taliban also hardened its position over Afghanistan in the process of the last 20 plus years. And the same thing happened with both the IRGC and the government of Iran. Like, he actually was capable of breathing life back in to the Islamic Republic. A couple years prior to this, the Islamic Republic is at its weakest point, okay? So weak that it can't even fucking fight back with all of its axis of resistance forces that has been funneling money to for decades. When October 7 happened, look at Iran now. You have opposition figures, dissidents, people who have been jailed in the past, in the Iranian government, by the Iranian government, going out and sitting outside of fucking power plants to be like, our people are strong. We're going to defend this country. There was a total rallying around the flag effect. Donald Trump, the great nation builder, not just for China, but for everybody else, it seems. Just not for America, you know? JD Pondom, baby. Turns out, accelerating all of our worst tendencies and leaning into our excesses was going to inevitably lead to failure after failure, also in an accelerated manner. Yeah, he's destroying a civilization. It's just ours. And I feel a sense of shame calling what we have a civilization. Let's be real. We're a very young country overall. Agreed. I'm skeptical that Iran can impose a permanent peacetime tolling system on the Strait of Hormuz. This will ultimately have to find a stable modus vivendi with its neighbors. The Strait is not like the Suez Canal, which Egypt can charge a toll upon, since it is acting as a service provider for a constructed waterway. However, inasmuch as Iran has shown it has the ability to permanently shut the Strait of Hormuz, it could trade this new leverage for sanctions relief and reintegration into the global economy. That in itself would be a significant improvement of its position, as prior to the war, its efforts to remove sanctions had seemingly reached a final dead end. Aaron Bastani says, agreed. The development of a threshold nuclear technology was also about leverage and having a chip to end decades of sanctions. Ability to choose Hormuz with conventional, close Hormuz with conventional weapons is probably better in that regard. I still think they need to have nukes, though. As long as a nuclear Israel, or any Israel really, exists in the region, Iran has to get nukes. Okay? Because as long as Israel exists, they're going to fuck with Iran. They're going to keep doing this. I mean, it's obvious. Japanese TV explaining what taco means. Oh, I saw this.
Trump always chickens out.
Trump. Yeah, Moshtaba is also pro-nukes, is what people were saying. Turkey charges for Bosphorus transit. Who cares that it is a natural waterway? True. Ben Rhodes says, best case scenario, Trump struck a deal to reopen a strait that was open before the pointless war he started, with the IRGC demonstrating its control over the strait and potentially extracting fees plus sanctions relief. Thousands of innocents, including hundreds of children, dead in Lebanon and Iran for no reason. U.S. troops killed and wounded. U.S. embassies based in the Middle East badly damaged. U.S. standing in the world obliterated. Okay, everyone's saying bless you. It's science you. It's science you. U.S. munitions badly depleted. Hundreds of billions spent. Prices up everywhere. More global economic fallout to come. Putin strengthened and enriched. Just a catastrophic situation, even in the best of circumstances. A profoundly shameful episode in American history, no matter what happens next. Oh, a Georgia voter was asked about Donald Trump's insane statement that morning, and it's a very awesome video. We got to watch this.
It's giving war crime. You can't do that. We don't just annihilate people because we can and, you know, make a grab for the money and the oil. And that's what we've done in Venezuela, and that's what we're doing in Iran.
It's giving war crime. I love that. This is what happens when you don't sell the war, okay? Not to give any advice to war criminals of the future, but there was a point to why even the most rabid neocons felt the need to talk about how we were going to liberalize Iraq, about how we're going to bring democracy to Iraq. We're going to liberate Iraq from the barbaric Saddam Hussein. Okay? There's a reason for it. Americans want to feel like while we're doing maximum violence, there's a good purpose for it. And for years and years, America obviously fucking kept it together. Okay? Hard to overstate how much centrist goodwill Israel has burned. A silver lining to this insane war. I saw those and they all seem sus, especially since they were all posted within 24 hours of each other. Yeah. Well, Jon Favreau is not. I wouldn't even say he's got a centrist approach to this. But Josh Barrow, because Jon Favreau's been there for a minute. Okay? He's been there for a minute. Josh Barrow, on the other hand, that's surprising. The Israelis should be punished for this, and there's no reason for a Democratic presidential candidate to suggest we will lift one fucking finger for them after the shit they have pulled, boosting the Republicans and then inducing our idiot president into launching their war. Could we please differentiate the government from the people? Josh Barrow says, no, the people elect this government over and over. Yo. These are the guys that were literally talking about like everything that I was saying after, October 8th, being like, oh, your cause is dead. Oh, the left is dead. The left is dead. They're fucking barbaric, Islamist monsters. Yeah, you done fucked up now. Oh my God, brother. Oh my God. Look at this. Noah Smith. Eat a dick, Noah. Fuck you, Noah. Oh my God. One of the worst, one of the most annoying versions of ultra-Zionism and unlimited defense of Israel came from Noah Smith. I put him in the same column as Brianna Wu, okay? Guy who didn't fucking know shit about Israel, but after October 7 became like a mouthpiece, like a Hasbara guy out of nowhere. And just like with Brianna Wu, he had some of the funniest responses. Like he would work. He first of all invented boycott, divestment, and sanctions from first principles after reading one Isaac Chodener article from a settler. Okay, he just straight up was like, "Oh my God, these people are monsters. Like we should probably boycott them." Right? That was funny. Who could forget one of his first ever articles that he wrote, which was a 2-state solution. How about a 5-state solution? Okay. Americans as a whole realize that Israel is not a good ally. 60% is a solid majority, and it's only going to grow. A breakup of some kind is coming. Matt Iglesias, obviously, this war has been like a precision strike to take out pro-Israel Democrats, and if it drags on longer, it will eliminate the pro-Israel Republicans too. Oh. Yeah. Incredible. It's getting to a point. Listen. These guys they're assholes. Okay? They're assholes. They don't have any fucking reliable, consistent positions. They don't have any backbone. Oh my God, this guy too. These numbers are abysmal and isn't just sustainable for Israel in the long term. This guy's like straight up paid, I thought. I mean, these are some of the biggest grifters, dude. These are some of the biggest fucking grifters. Oh my God. It's getting to a point where the only people that will defend Israel are just like some of the most rabid ultra-Zionists around. Okay? Oh my God. These are people who've spent the last 2.5 years making my life fucking miserable, coming after me nonstop. Holy moly. Incredible. Other pro-Israel accounts is the main reason. I give Palestine activists a lot of shit, But pro-Israel guys are some of the pissiest, most arrogant people on this website. They think they can bully everyone into being pro-Israel, and it just backfires again and again. Oh, my Lord. Even our biggest haters are admitting defeat on this issue. I mean, you got to carry that. You got to carry that moment of vindication and the success that we were able to achieve on this issue into all of these other positions that we have moral clarity on, you know? That's it. If we could genuinely push back and successfully defeat the massively well-funded, multi-decade long Israel lobby and its influence on American politics, its influence on organs of propaganda, I mean, sky's the fucking limit, dude. Seriously. Like, that's why I think like Cuba is small fry in comparison. The Cuban lobby is tailored off of AIPAC for sure, but it's nowhere near as powerful as like Israel's pervasive influences over American politics. I believe we can achieve anything.
All right, sorry about that.
Honestly,
I'm back.
Editor-in-chief of JD Forward sat down with
patient.
Mahmoud Khalil and had an extended interview.
He might spank him next year or tomorrow.
Who see his Free Palestine movement as an existential threat. His message: take it or leave it. I want to liberate everyone.
Hello, comments. I'm back. Sorry for. Thank you for.
My question is, when is he leaving?
Thank you for allowing me a nap on the clock.
This is actual issues. You oppose any two-state
Sorry
solution?
about the random F's and stuff.
Israel. Does that sound like Jewish liberation?
I might do a demonstration of GP.
You're advocating for fascism.
I return with Vyvanse
Preserving
and Celsius.
the Jewish majority in Israel. That's a fascist.
And I'm fucking ready.
That's fascist
I'm
ideology.
fucking ready. Yeah, Kat, I hope you're okay.
Because when Americans say we have to preserve a white majority in the United States of America,
Got to feeling like,
everybody understands that's a fucking fascist talking.
They came in
okay?
so fast and so hard, and these guys knew exactly what to. Let's go, come on, get in, let's go, pwah. They came one right after another, not at the same time. They don't want to come at the same time. They had to come right after each other. They didn't have any room.
Wow.
Someone else's fucking land. Like, people were living there. Jews were living there too, but you know, a lot of non-Jews were living there, and we just have to kill them. Sorry, we have to push them aside. Like, that's a ridiculous argument.
Oh. I haven't had a sip of water in like 6 hours.
Oh God. Anyway, U.S.
I'm still in the Discord
warns
call, right?
Iran not to lie or cheat as fragile truce holds. I love that JD thinks he has a say in this process just because, like, Iran was like, we want to talk to JD Vance. You know? Summer Lee says she condemns all forms of hate while defending controversial decision to appear with Hassan Piker.
What?
Michigan Senate candidate El Sayed declines to disavow Hassan Piker's
Is there a gold? Is there a gold melter?
McMorrow is so.
Isn't that the shock that got his dog? I'm pretty sure that's the shock who got his dog.
Love to write policy specifically tailored towards that massive demographic we can all aspire to be in. Black women, bank CEOs. Wait, what?
No, I was calling you a nappy baby. Oh.
I don't get it. Like, Mallory McMorrow is such a classic case of like.
Now I'm gonna pop a Vyvanse. I'm gonna pop a chalky milk at a ridiculous time of night.
She is.
I'll never sleep again.
Like 20.
We're done with that. We don't do that on this side.
Hillary Rodham Clinton.
I should be just the one who carries it forward.
Yeah.
We don't do 50-50 on this side.
Is when I met Mallory.
He doesn't want to provide for you, love. What does he want to be?
I said.
Wow, I literally hit that. The toes.
And I said, there's
what does he want to be to you, love?
People think that like Graham Plattner is John Fetterman, but like this is a Central Committee is right. This is the most obvious Fetter woman of all time. Is so right.
Fetter woman? Wait, they're literally talking about John Fetterman out there. It's been stuck in my head since they all were making the Fetterman jokes yesterday.
They literally like they have reasonable scrutiny over certain candidates. That's fine, but what they fail to comprehend is like there's Fettermans all around. Okay,
Got a bald head, John Fetterman.
analog here would literally be Marie Concentration Camp Perez. Okay, I think Mallory McMorrow.
Idiot unavailable. Fuck you.
Maybe not as aggressive as
The 9 p.m. 5 minutes to sleep your schedule. Chalky milk. It's a chalky milk. Popping a chalky milk will reverse my actions.
So I'm popping a chalky milk. Popping a chalky milk will rewind my action.
Of animals that she's annoyed by in the same way that Concentration Camp Perez has. But it's like pretty obvious. Like she is.
Why can't I find this song anymore?
Is like trying to tailor her message to be somewhat progressive, but also at the same time not too scary, right? There's nothing there. People like this are just mere vessels for corporate interests and whatever the fuck the Democratic Party is going to want to do. Okay? You have a real opportunity to vote for someone to change the direction of the party.
Why? You know, and she said, because what else happens if we don't? And I said, well, why is the people that are there not doing anything? And she said to me, because they're afraid.
So I'm popping a chalky milk.
You remember that? And I said, why are you not afraid? And she said, I kind of am, but then what, right? Like, and that's just it. Unless
What the hell is this?
is going to let this be.
John Fetterman was on Joe Rogan? Bro, ew.
To do something, right? And it can be these conversations. When you have policymakers and legislatures, and I go to DC and I'm advocating for CDFIs all the time. This is rare.
YouTube music, bro. What is this?
Nuclear energy. I mean, I don't give a shit about that. That's irrelevant.
And even when you
if he was a lobbyist for
Why is it so hard to find this? It used to just pop up in my feed every fucking day.
they're not listening, right? They're really not listening. This is just a check mark. This is I have to do this. This was very different, right?
Bought a church in Pennsylvania. Off his family drug. You like 6'8". White man can't jump to this day. All your advice is dead dirt. My samples of dope make you dance break. We still trafficking through PA. My dogs in Philly got switches for days.
It's obvious that the Democrats are not always dropping the ball. Like there are obviously races that they care about, and immediately we're able to prop up like a reliable spoiler again.
Got a bald head, John Fetterman. Walk in, get lit at a Democrat party. Get a bitch pregnant at a Republican party. Call Fetterman, dad got fentanyl Miley. Who the fuck you think you is? Who the hell you thought you was? Nigga bought a church in Pennsylvania off his family drugs. Nigga, you like 6'8". White man can't jump to this day. All your advice is dead dirt. My samples that don't make you dance break. We still trafficking through PA. My dogs in Philly got switches for days. I feel like Neff Ketterman. I feel like Neff Fetty Wap Man. I feel like Neff Slitherman. My dope hit like Rob Van Dam. All Auntie said was God damn. Tell Fetterman he can suck my dick. I take that back. I don't want him to do that. I'ma turn Mexican and jump the border. I'ma buy an eighth, turn it to a quarter. Fetterman Neff for traffic your daughter. It's a ransom. Free food stamps. She my type. OnlyFans and food stamps. Treat my trap like a boot camp. This random dope we don't do stamps. Got a BBL, that shit stank. Hit it once, set on top rank. Off the Remy, they ain't have my drink. Neff Fetterman doing what they can't. Got a bald head, John Fetterman. Walk in, get lit at a Democrat party. Get a bitch pregnant at a Republican party. Call Fetterman, dad got fentanyl Miley. Who the fuck you think you is? Who the hell you thought you was? Nigga bought a church in Pennsylvania off his family drugs. Nigga, you like 6'8". White man can't jump to this day. All your advice is dead dirt. My samples that don't make you dance break. We still trafficking through PA. My dogs in Philly got switches for days. I feel like Neff Ketterman. I feel like Neff Fetty Wap Man.
Legendary.
We shouldn't be going for the
Legendary.
like the bare minimum change candidate. Okay, that's the problem at the heart of the Democratic Party. We should be going for bold, radical change.
Do I want to watch two Neanderthals talk to each other? It's gonna be like one of those CGI recreations from National Geographic.
Moving America.
Oh shit! Now that I think about it, I feel like I have seen clips. I think Hassan has played clips from Joe Rogan on, or John Fetterman on Joe Rogan. Boss went to Vegas for the day, so I'm gonna urgent care tomorrow to see if they can help. Tried hydrogen said it
about D versus
a bunch of times, but it hasn't worked. This
is a moment that is about our country.
I'm sorry, Elmi.
This is a moment for people to just stand up and to decide who they are actually for. Are they for the Constitution? Are they
I
for
hope you feel better, man.
Are they for Americans? Are they for Michigan?
That sucks.
Are they for Donald Trump?
Your infection with hot flashes on top of it is. Your infection on top of hot flashes is fucking crazy.
Oh my god.
Oh, I feel bad. I'm sorry, man. I hope you feel better.
Flat for me because it is flat because you can tell when someone is just saying shit because
I might be joining you with the ear infection considering how much beer I dumped into my ear.
Okay.
I must have had just the perfect pour. Must have had the perfect pour to just funnel a metric fuck ton of beer into my ear.
Straight up, just
so I might join you in a day or two.
Fight against Trump. You know, we got to put people first against Donald Trump. Like, where are some
No, it feels fine.
like, where do you stand?
I'm just kidding.
Issues. What will you do for the people? Okay.
All right, bye, Hassan. Bye-bye. Can like feel the pain in my jaw at this point, dude. Oh, I hate that. I mean, it's yeah. As somebody who like feels that part of my face a lot, but from the other way around, not from like my ear like getting so congested that I feel it in my jaw, but from my jaw getting so like tight and like the muscles being all tense and locked up that like most times when I like if I move my mouth like that, I can hear it like pop up but underneath my ear. Like I hear it like kind of like break free. Makes like a little click. But like that area is like that doesn't feel good. And if that area was like congested, oh my god, I know that feeling. I fucking hate that, dude. When you've reached just like giga congestion. Yo, that makes me want to literally like cry like a baby when that feeling is like fucking terrible. I don't remember what I did the last time I had an ear infection. I know for a while I had this like soft tipped syringe thingy for cleaning your ears that I don't think helped. I'm gonna be honest. Yep, now that I remember, I think that just made it worse. I don't remember if I just did like some kind of saline solution to flush it or peroxide or whatever. Yeah, give me that mil-spec 800 milligram ibuprofen. Yeah, man. Man. Poor cat. Orb. Oh, well. No. I just twitched. It did it again. I lied about the... Why is my eye twitching like this? I'm gonna freak out. I'm gonna fucking freak out. Can somebody just rip this skin off of my fucking eyelid, please? Because it's literally just like... when I was laying down to nap, I was like feeling it. And it's not just like twitching. It's like twitching. It doesn't just like twitch occasionally. I only feel it occasionally. It's like rumbling all the time. It's like doing it like the tiniest spasm. And these are like really small muscles right here. It's just doing the tiniest little rumbling like right above my eyelid, tucked underneath my eyebrow. Or like this little ridge. And then so it's like tight, and like every so often, like it just like wiggles enough to like be distracting as shit. I'm gonna have to wait a second for it to fucking... It's gonna glitch out again in a second to reconnect. I literally do need a face shot. Yeah, no, that's real as fuck. Because I also get like a lot of tension in the top of my forehead right here. Or like above my eye right here. I don't know when it cut me off, but I was reading Carter's message. Shooting pain instead of congestion. It's fucking horrifying. Crowed, dude. Crowed. Is it doing it again already? Alright, I just gotta trust that it's working. But also, why is on-screen comments not showing up? I literally do. I think I need just like a face massage. Well, well, well. That's a deep and wet subject. Ah! Look what the cat dragged in. Quick, do what subject? Do 10 more of those. Do 10 more of that type of expression. Well, well, well. This is annoying, the way that my eye is twitching like this. I might get a fucking goddamn clothespin. Ah! Churro, I explained earlier, don't worry. Because we watched the Kermit video again, and I saw how much of this you had to literally draw, because Kermit didn't stay in frame when he fell. A labor of love, indeed. Where are on-screen comments? I'm so confused. Ah! I literally don't understand why it's not doing it. It's never done this. Okay, so for these comments, I gotta go to stream elements, and then the YouTube ones, I gotta go to stream labs. Bought a church in Pennsylvania. You like 6'8". White man can't jump to this day. Twitch account has expired or been revoked. Eat a dick. No, it hasn't. I just gotta reauthorize it. We're talking like every 6 seconds, my eyelid is twitching. Like right in this area underneath my eyebrow. It's like the inside of my eye. Just like... I want y'all to see it. I'm gonna sit here and just stare at myself until it does it. 6 sevens. Looking at the mirror, kiss my face. I'm too conceited. I don't fuck with drugs. Popping X for the first time. That shit kicked in like a 2-time world champ. Booted up, that shit out up and down just like a skate ramp. She vaping in my room, that shit lit up like a glow lamp. Who wants smoke? Okay, cool, let's stay whole camp. Waiting. It's like this muscle here just goes like, it like moves. It's like so it's like if your eyebrow started to move, but only because of these tiny muscles underneath here, but right here, not like all of these muscles, just like this part right here, just going like it, because it like gets lifted. It's like there's bigger muscles that are just getting like bench pressed by this tiny muscle underneath my eye or underneath my eyebrow. Go neutral. Hold on, I'm trying. Did you see it? Just did it again as I was blinking. It's so weird. I think my face muscles are fucking cooked. I'll be totally honest. Trying not to laugh. Alright, dashboard, activity feed, streaming tools. I gotta fix the on-screen chat. Comments, I mean. Wait, are the emotes bouncing either? No, they probably wouldn't. What is going on? It just did it right then. It was like, Oh yeah, no, those are all separate. Oh wait, you mean the emote works? Yeah. If you type it in anywhere, if you type it in YouTube comments or Twitch comments, if the file with 3 A's, it'll work. 5 works because it's part of. Were you here when I set it up to you? 5 works because the voice control log, when I say fa, most of the time it thinks it's 5. So I had to make a command for it to trigger fa when I say 5. Sometimes it thinks I say full. Sometimes it thinks I say afa, which I don't know what that is. Sometimes it thinks I'm saying fall of. Sometimes it thinks I'm saying fa, f like fa dash. Change that to be anywhere. So yeah, if any of these are anywhere in a message, it should work. I wonder if like fully. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, if we can see what it thinks my Elden Ring character is screaming when it gets hit, like if we just look at, if we connect my mic, if we connect the We connect the desktop audio like a microphone, right? And then we check the log every time my Elden Ring character gets hit. And then we just make commands for whatever it thinks that is, or whatever it often logs it as. We could just change it to Kermit. We could just make it so every time, it would be like a second or two delayed, but every time my character gets hit, it would just make the Kermit sound. That's crazy. Yeah, so we got full of. Then we have yaha, yeppers. I never thought to add here. It's probably going to get annoying. I just did the thing. Core commands, core voice control, dictation. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Year. Yeah. Yeah. It's so dumb. This thing is like the worst voice fucking control ever. We're just gonna make it year. Yeah. Yeah. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Huh? Okay. Does it know Kermit? It does know Kermit. It knows Kermit, guys. Okay, hold on. Kermit anywhere? Now if anybody types Kermit, it's just gonna make the oh sound. Actions, add, name, Kermit, trigger, or voice control, dictation, term, Twitch chat, chat messages to these all YouTube messages, sub actions, core, sounds, play sound, trimmer. Did I already download the Kermit thing? Kermit from bookmarks bar. I wonder if this website works. I don't know if that. Insta free. Too fast. I'm fucking. The Vyvanse is kicking in. And the caffeine. Insane cat. On Sundays, we work on our aim. Every month on the 13th, I'm popping out with a new chain. Download audio. Hold on, I gotta get it set. Trimmer. Real audio.
To the people who keep saying this.
Ah, that was fucking loud. Oh, that was fucking loud.
To the people who keep saying this water bottle is too big for me, there's well. It's perfectly sized. To the people who keep saying
We got the thud in there too. Amazing. Drop. Download. My eyes twitching. Drop the volume a little bit. On file to play. DLs will be right here. What? It was right there. The shit? Stop it! My fucking eye keeps twitching. I can like feel it fucking pulling the skin down. My eye skin flap, please. Oh, not by name. Date modified. Uh, 1 second file. I4 skin? The thud is perfect for death, yeah. Wonder if there is any. Operations, voice mod. Wait. I wonder if there's something we could do with the Elden Ring bot. The Elden Ring death counter. Let me see here. For triggers. Oh, you could. I think Kermit will work now. Kermit? It's lovely. See what kind of options we have here. Voice control. File tail changed. What does that mean? File IO. Timed actions, cooldown. File. Oh, I can! File folder watcher change. So every time that the deaths.txt changes, it could fucking work. Create a file watcher. Well, maybe the folder filter as JSON subdirectory. Oh, that's not you paste. App data roaming Elden Ring. Okay. User app data roaming Elden Ring file change the type of change changed, created, deleted. Changed only values. Checked. The file will try to be loaded. Bet? Okay, maybe it works. We have to try it real quick. I'm uncertain if this will work. Then we'll go back into Far Cry maybe. No, we'll probably just start playing Elden Ring. I'll probably get distracted and lock in. Steam cloud error. Oh, I clicked play on Steam. It might do every single time. We might be about to get fucking spammed by Kermits. It might be every single time there is any change in any of the folders in Elden Ring. I think that was it updating the cloud save. Hopefully it's just something in that folder. No, it probably was. It was probably the cloud save was updating to my... We'll see. I'm opening it right now. Every time it's doing this, it's just because it's like, yeah, the trigger is now a file watcher. So change, deleted, or fucking whatever. Anything in that folder. I wonder, because when I click load, it's probably going to continue. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, But even the file, it might do it for more than just deaths. It might do it every single time the file is like saved. Because the death counter, oh no, yeah, I gotta pick deaths.txt. No, you're right. Set. Okay. Yeah, you're right. That's a quick fix. There's file watchers. Create file watchers. The same thing. User. App data. Roaming. Elden Ring. Death counter. Deathcounter.txt. Deaths.txt is indeed in there. I'll make a new folder for it, and I named it wrong. New folder. That should still work. And then there we go. Now only when deaths.txt is updated. Well, after I delete the other one. Or ideally. Ideally. Elden Ring loading. I'll click my link. Oh, right. We gotta do always top for comments. You know that new sound you're looking for? Well, listen to this. Sounded like a fucking an A&R in a goddamn cigar-filled studio in the 60s. You know the new wave you're looking for? Well, I got it for you here. Look like you're about to pitch me Elvis Presley.
Smoking on your top 5 tonight. I'm smoking on your what's the name tonight. Smoking on your shows ain't tonight. I am the
Monaco mixed with. Wait, where's your TO? That's fucking amazing.
Omega, PG Lane Rolly Game.
Don't you address me unless it's with 4 letters. I thought you known better. I've been ducking up.
Social gimmicks, I've been ducking the overnight activist. Yeah, I'm not a trending topic. I'm a hold on, y'all niggas playing with me, man. I am the Omega, PG Lane Rolly Game. That's like he don't you address me unless it's with 4 letters.
This is amazing.
I thought you known better. I've been ducking the pandemic. I've been ducking the social gimmicks. I've been ducking the overnight activist. Yeah,
I'm not a trending topic. I'm a prophet.
To Metatron, Nick Gabrielle. Bitch, looking for a better me. I am a legacy. I come from the 70s.
I'll green North bring guns in the melody. The big shot wrist song cryotherapy.
Soon as I press that button, nigga better get right like the emblem's coming. Us two when I like he ain't been through nothing. Day free, got at least 1 B in the oven. I'm tripping, I'm jigging my mental.
Amazing, brother. Pop off only on occasion, brother.
Rich nigga, mama know I made it, brother. Go figure, never caught cases, brother. Face it, brother. Gracious, brother. New flows coming, be patient, brother.
Show my ass and take out a class like a multitask like Megan, brother.
2021 ain't taking no prisoner. Last year y'all fucked up all the listener. Who went platinum? I call that a visitor. Who the fuck backing them? All been falsified. The facts mean this is a vaccine and the game need me to survive. The Elohim, the rebirth.
Before you get to the father, you gotta holla at me first, bitch.
Smoking on top 5. Motherfuck that album, fuck that single, burn that hard drive. Burn that shit. Ain't nobody safe when I come up killing everybody that's outside. Who you with? Yeah, Kanye changed his life, but me, I'm still an old school Gemini. Bitch. Let me jump in this bitch.
2 phones, but I only bring 1 in this bitch.
One daughter, but they all my sons in this bitch. No hoes
ain't shit getting done in this bitch.
I got a gun in this bitch. Smoking on top 5s.
Stop playing, I'm that guy.
Number 2 DM in my bitch. That's cool, that's why.
Monka.
Damn, baby.
Monka.
I like it. Damn. Hey now, say now, mother by my end. Big Facebook, big about piece full of bin. Send the kites to all my dirties in the pin. Let the honorary walk for the win, for the win.
The YouTube comments should work out too.
Break the back, boy. I got friends hoping that they make the tabloids. You know the last one figure, he was Magneto. You play God, you gon' get what you asked for. We got the same 24, what you mad for? I put a square on his back like I'm Jack Dorsey. It's high beams if I make a public appearance. Go back to hiding cause I'm not too 2004. The black
no, I just strangled me a gold.
I walked in with a therapeutic flow, put a few hundred up.
Let him go, let him go.
Hey now, say now. Hey now, say now. Hey now, say now. Hey now, say now. Hey now, say now, mother by my end. Big face, booty, get my piece from within. Sending crates to all my dirties in the pen. Let the honorary walk for the win, for the win. Hey now, say now.
This is gas.
Hey now, say now. Hey now, say now. Hey now, say now. Hey now, say now. I just slid on they back street. Heavy on the Parmesan, everyday tax season.
What the fuck you wearing, bro? It's tacky.
Niggas laying on their deathbed trying to match me. Oh my god, I'm about to do the fool. They be screaming out P, but they resume is boof. Switch both lanes, the engine sound like the zoo. Need a
feed just to breathe.
I can talk to you.
It's the big frame murderer. Miss, I ain't heard of you.
Strings back to back, flying through the turbulence. Who is he? Free lunch, craft
services.
Throw your ass out this rental with
I smell nervousness.
Hey now, say now, let me pop my shit. Water down my wrist, I'm around my bitch. It's a green light, don't get out of bounds, I'm a blitz.
It's a bird, it's a plane, no, it's all blue strips.
Hey now, say now. Hey now, say now. Hey now, say now. Hey now, say now. I'm way too important. I'm way too important. I'm way too important to ever let you slide on me again.
Starting to see spaceships on Rosecrans. Oh, this is really cool. I seen the aliens around. They wanna see me do my dance. I let them watch me do my dance.
Who the fuck I feel like Joker. Harley Quinn up in the cut with a blower.
I shake it spooky, 8th day in October. My torpedo even jumped out on smokers.
She make mugging niggas dirty too important. If they talk about playing ball, me and my team gon' get scored.
If they talk about playing ball, they could take it up with Jordan. If ball heads in the heckler for all endorsements.
Kitty me, my mom tryna tag a nigga toe. I'm aggressive on the beat and real life, niggas know. Hey, I turned it up, I body it up 10, level 4. Hey, I sharpened up a knife and came home to a blow. My bitch gets to tweaking like she playing with her nose. Lil' Brody about to crash, man.
I've never listened to a full Bad Bunny album.
Trophy, baby girl, rose gold. Me and Doc get the slide and put him in the chokehold. Bitches acting like some niggas acting like some hoes. Hey, I jumped out that pen, then I jumped up in the ghost. I'm the hottest topic, nigga, see my face, then he froze. All that said, he was talking, found dirty, not that bold. Okay, this here like 40, that's a double kill, let's add it up. Baby ass fat, can you do it, can you back it up? Kick flip a nigga, I got tech that. And it ain't shit for me to call to get your chin checked. Tell him Dirty did that.
Wicked. Okay, both YouTube comments and normal comments should be back working on screen. Listen to the leftist one and the last one. Taking more pictures. Wait, what do you... Oh, buh. Oh, I'm mouse and keyboarding. Alright, I have to get killed. I don't know if I have runes. I probably don't. I definitely don't. Hey, can y'all kill me real quick? Hey, can you and your blood boy kill me real quick, please? A little inflamed thing inside my lip. Oh no. Let's see if it Kermits. Let's see if it Kermits. It didn't Kermit, did it? Oh. Oh, it's because I closed streamer bot. It would have worked. Oh. Gringoids is crazy. Churro, have you ever called us Gringoids? That feels new. I feel like I haven't heard that one before. Okay, so every time it saves to the file, it's watching the file. It's supposed to... It looks like I can't, unless it just didn't save right. Actions, Kermit. Create file watcher. Subdirectory filter. Only one. Okay, so it updates that.txt too much. Anyways, you can still make Kermit. Yeah, you can still Kermit it up. One second, please. Say that you were a lesbian girl, me too. Why is it Kermiting? It shouldn't be Kermiting anymore. Kermit? Oh, it's anytime somebody does a message, right? Real, okay. Like add. Kermit. Twitch. There we go. Okay, that's better, that's better, that's better. Commands. There we go, that's better. Yeah, we'll be right back. What are you trying to pop? What is that emo called? Blood Trail. Oh. Oh. Okay, well, I did kind of just want to see the death counter, but let's see if I can. I feel like woefully underleveled for most of these things here. maybe not. Maybe I'm just bad. Also, my mouse and keyboarding. Stop that, Jakob. Stop that. So I just have to get through the castle, I guess, right? I know there's bosses and stuff too. Okay, the Kermit thing didn't end up working. I had to turn it off. It edits the death.txt file more often than I thought. Evidently not just on deaths. Or more or less, I don't know how to set it to specifically like only do it when it changes. Mainly because I didn't read the thing. It explained how in StreamerBot. I just didn't read it. I was kind of just rushing. I didn't know how to. I gotta just set it to like only do Kermit when it changes the file, not when it like reads the file or opens it or modifies it in some other way. Because I think that's what was happening. So like every time it was that thing was scanning the file. Even if I murk everything down there. My iPad's over there. Fuck. Ow. Ow. Oh. Let me grab the iPad. Also. Bro, why am I so sore? Can my body, like, just forget it did work? Yeah, real. Yeah, when I get sore from physical, like, exertion and stuff, I sleep like a fucking baby. I say chronically on mine, Andy. Like, I don't feel that often, but when I do, I'm always just like, Jesus, this is the best way to, like, regulate energy levels. It's to, like, when you're laying in bed, to be, like, just, like, eyes closed, eep. Like, boom, simple. Whereas most of the time, you know, just doesn't feel as good to lay down. Karate kidded yourself. You taught yourself discipline and shit. God damn it, my phone's gonna die. This shit is on 1%. It's fine, I don't need it. Yeet it. I got the papers. The papers. My eye is still twitching. Plenty of stuff I can do. Plenty of stuff I can do if I don't want to go through the castle. But I do. Yeah, okay, because we can worry about. I think all that stuff respawns anyways. Maybe not all the guards down there. Yeah, huh? But one way or the other, I think I should just try to make it all the way through the castle. And get to a grace. I should just like farm unlocking the map. Sounds commensurate. I know I gained weight for sure because I feel heavier and deaf stronger from loading my wife's books. Nice, nice. How many books does she have? Half a fucking truck. Dude, this eye twitch thing is so annoying. I thought I saw an item over here. No, it's in a stack of TNT barrels over here. Of this. What happened? Wait, did we just start dropping frames again? Yikes. Banished Night Helm altered. Okay, I need that right this moment. My iPad on. I gotta go up the ladder, I think. iPad on low power mode. Wi-Fi off. From a 15-foot U-Haul, I want to say that there were at least 40 medium-sized boxes of just books. You want to know what I also wonder? Is why would one not throw away a book when they're done reading it? Giving away the game that I don't read books, and I don't believe in the concept of reading even. After you've read a book, why would you... Books are heavy. Why would you still keep the book? Just throw it away. What are you gonna do? Read it again? You're gonna read every book? You're gonna read every book you have a second time? I bet you 100% you're not gonna do that. Stole someone's ice cube and iced it for a minute? What do you mean you stole someone's ice cube? How did you even do that? That feels like it would be so much work. Would you just like stick your fingers in someone's drink? In a few thousand books? What? But they're so heavy. Books should be disposable. You should be able to get a new one if you want to read it again. I'm running. I've reread a bunch of them. Raph, I'm just not a believer in the concept of reading. Oh my god. I just think that reading was like a bad idea. I don't know that we need it. I don't see like a place for it in a civilized society. I don't know why one would read. Went into the freezer, saw an ice tray that wasn't mine, and took an ice cube. That's very Austin show coded, I'm not gonna lie. You're giving Austin show right now. That bird's definitely coming in here. Maybe it's not. I feel like I do only buy books. I think I'll reread or are special. Since I got a Kindle when I was younger, I think I was like, other than like the tactile like feel of holding a book and reading it and stuff. If it were something really special to me. Fuck you. I just couldn't imagine. I just couldn't imagine like wanting the physical book. It's a pretty neat castle, bro. I had a lip thing that takes precedent over somebody owning ice cubes. Said your ownership of these ice cubes in this ice tray in your freezer is secondary. This is a national security emergency. Okay. So like I have a special illustrated edition of The Stranger. Wait, what's The Stranger? Just need to touch that book to need to reopen it and start reading it again. Interesting, interesting. In honor of this conversation, I'm going to try to destroy all these books. It didn't work. I failed. This eye twitch thingy is really fucking with me, so if you see my face doing some random shit, which is probably not unusual, that's why. The tiny muscle underneath my, the ridge of my eye here, that's just like, it's just endlessly tight and like...
Oh, hello there.
Oh, hey.
Good to see you.
Yeah. I think the stimmies are making it a little... Stimmies and caffeine and shit are making it a little bit worse. Shit gets spooky 8th day in October. Think dog readers, calculation of volume. You want us to read a damn math book? You want us to be reading math books? What, do you hate us? What, do you want us to be sad? You want us to be unhappy? Yeah, do math one time, you're gonna look like this guy. That's gonna be you. Oh, it's a time loop book. Oh. Oh. Did you get stuck in the same day? I spend a good deal of time in the same day sometimes. It certainly has happened before. Not sure if anyone else can relate to that. I took a nap. Hi. Hi. How was your nap? I also took a nap. I think you knew that. I was nab. The Groundhog Day, but if the person stuck in a Groundhog Day was just like a normie. I've never seen Groundhog Day. Am I sneaking past these birches? Is that right? Hi, Mumblecat. Mumble, you'll never guess what I got from the pharmacy. Devin watched it. I'm about to get clapped in the goofiest way. Okay, thank you. Why am I one-handing also? My eye will not stop twitching. This is fucking annoying. I'm just gonna Robert De Niro my face for the next 2 hours. I walked straight back to where I came from. Your bi vans, my bisexual, my bisexual white vans, yes. My bisexual Daniel 26s. Mm-hmm. Damn, Daniel. FBI keep bringing them all white vans through. I got my bi vans. But I have a twitch underneath my eye here that's been happening for like, I don't know, it feels like maybe since your bi vans. I think it feels like it's been happening since you and I hung out like 2 weeks ago, or like roughly around that time. So maybe I'm sick, but with something spooky and mysterious. But like these muscles right underneath my eyebrow are just like kind of like quivering. They're just like spasming, like very lightly, but then every like, depending on the frequency or if I'm like drinking a lot of caffeine or whatever, like the frequency kind of changes. And like right now, every like couple seconds, it's just like twitching so much that it's like, it's like very, very like noticeable. Twitch.i/Jacob Johns. Real. Still debating on whether I should try to reapply. Well, I should apply for reinstatement right away or wait. Because I was essentially talking to Google Grok I was checking its sources and it was basically nothing. I think it was just floundering and asking like about the process of reinstatement. Because I mean, I couldn't find any resources on Reddit, and the things it was sorting were the same things that I had clicked already that weren't giving me any information. And it was saying a whole bunch of shit. Like, I don't know, people report better luck if they wait longer than the period of time that needed to be eligible for reinstatement, and this and like that and a bunch of nonsense. So like, I don't really believe it, but at the same time, I'll probably just take my time with it. Come up with a good Mona has a voodoo doll of you that she left on the vent. It keeps blowing in your eyelid. Yeah, Mona put my spirit in a fucking Labubu, and it's just sitting in front of a vent. But so basically, I guess I'll just like, I'm not in like a rush to do it right away. I don't know. I don't believe Google Grok at all. Google Grok is like the stupidest AI I have ever used in my life. Supposedly, it's like, I mean, because it's Google. What's the metric? It's like, tokens per whatever the fuck. It has like an incredible memory and can search a lot of things very, very quickly, but that doesn't stop it from being the dumbest AI I have ever encountered ever. Like, it's so stupid. At least ChatGPT sucks you off while it lies to you, is all I'll say, you know? Like, at least you get some head with ChatGPT. Google Grok just straight up says shit that is wrong and very, very confidently will cite sources that completely invalidate what it's saying. Which it feels like it does it way more often than like ChatGPT does, which is odd. But anyways, GPT at least knows when you're speaking in a different context immediately. Yeah, Google does not seem to understand that shit at all. And like you get to, when you use Google Grok, you can like see it struggling basically, you know? Because you'll watch it have clicked and like cite the same link that you already clicked, but then misinterpret the context of what you're saying completely, and then just confidently answer. Like, it was like something so stupid yesterday. It was like, what? It's like I asked it a question about Elden Ring or whatever, and it literally just like, and I like specified something specifically, and it just ignored that entire part and gave me an answer that was utterly useless. I feel like, no, stop. Unknow that, please, before you answer me again. Just unknow this. But so yeah, again, I'm not extra worried about it. We've already gotten in the swing of YouTube streaming. We're growing. Everything's fine over here. I get to do the thing I love to do. We're monetized. It's fine. It's all good. So I'm not gonna be tight about it either way. Rest assured. I was telling Mona this when we were hanging out last too, but like a thing that kind of helped me, a thing that really helped me kind of like put my own like put like streaming into a very helpful perspective and framing for me was going to that strip club that I've been going to lately a lot, and realizing just my brain doing the like find parallels in things in different like forms of entertainment work and shit like that. And like it's not a huge strip club, right? So it's like low-key. Yeah, I explained this to Mona. Streaming is stripping. Is that like this it's like a dive bar, cigar bar, strip club combo, right? So like at most anytime I'm in there, there's maybe 30 people. Sound familiar? You know, 30 people-ish, something like that. And like throughout the entirety of 5 to 3 in the morning, all of these dancers just like rotate on and off. And like sometimes it's slow. Sometimes there's not a lot of people in there. Sometimes there are a lot of people and one person gets dollars thrown to them and another person doesn't. And like they handle it in stride. And they have like one way or the other, they like, you know, for the most part seem to be like it evens out in terms of, you know, a lot of different like things that are kind of parallel to streaming in a way. But most importantly, the thing that helped me put into framing a little bit of my like pity party that I was having is that like these girls are doing a thing way more just hanging out with have a stripper mindset, right? Well, yeah, it's stripper mindset, but doing it to be like I sit here and people get some enjoyment out of that and I get some enjoyment out of that, and that's it. That's like perfect. That's you know, that is my expectation, and that is a thing that is like sustainable, and we got that on YouTube, and there's nothing I should really be sad about. But also like they're doing something way more like vulnerable, number one, and sometimes encounter the same things. So, you know, like I guess the comparison would be me sitting here streaming and feeling bad about myself the way I kind of was in the last few months and whatever, because everything's like, you know, kind of like different than it was on Twitch, and there are less people and this and that. Like just comparing that to, you know, like one of these dancers going up on stage and it being a really slow night and nobody then like walking off the stage without like a single dollar, like that's it, and they still do it though, you know what I mean? Like I don't know, hopefully that framing that like I kind of like stumbled onto, or like that my brain, while I was kind of taking a break from streaming as often, and my brain was sort of making these parallels, hopefully that makes sense. But like high key, it literally has been incredibly helpful for me, and it's kind of stuck into my brain that like, yeah, no, this is what entertainment is, and this is the nature of these types of things. And you're literally, the LB saying, weak chaff will not survive the winter if you're like letting stuff like that kind of get to you, you know? Now I just want to visit so I can give a bunch of strippers money to make them feel better about their gerbs. It's very fun. It feels just like gifting subs, I'm not gonna lie. It feels just like it felt when I was an active oiler on Twitch. It's very, very nice. And you like remind people, like you give people that little boost and whatever to like know that like what they're doing is appreciated, and like that like full circle of kind of gratifying activity. But yeah, one way or the other, it's entertainment is entertainment, and like there are a lot of parallels to sitting in a strip club with, you know, 20 to 30 people, 15 to 30 people, and watching a bunch of people perform, and you know, the varying ways of, most importantly, the thing that really stuck though is that like, yeah, there's like, it fluctuates. The fluctuation is a part of the thing. That's the real thing that you got to be able to tank if you want to do something like this. You're like, I realized that streaming is like titty, and I thought you meant it was like being a patron at a bar and not a worker at the bar. It's both. You gave me a year worth of corn emotes to actual Jake? And then Turnip's called. Yeah, this was a conversation Mona and I had in a Korean grocery store. That's amazing. Now beacon corn. Wicked. But yeah, hopefully not, you know. Yeah. Hopefully not out of nowhere, but that's just, yeah, that was the combo that Mona and I had, and like a thing that I had been thinking about for a while. That kind of helped me in my my gaining perspective from stream. With this whole, you know, it was kind of the final step that made me be like, you know what, dude, everything is fucking fine. You have a stage, you know how to dance, do the thing. Things fluctuate. It's fine. It's not a reflection of you. It's how things work. You like, you know, as long as it's a thing that you like get some kind of fulfillment in, then fucking don't just run with it and don't look back, and don't stop to question whether or not, you know, It was a very helpful little last push. Oh, I think she noticed. She's corning again. B is definitely corning up a storm. She's corn praying. I don't think I've seen the corn jiggle yet, and I would like to. It's corn with big lump with knobs. It's got the juice. What is that? I got the juice. I got the juice. Thirsty, thirsty, try the juice. I mean, I know I'm pretty cool. Yeah, but I wasn't awake. What in the early YouTube? This is a YouTube jacket?
I really like cone.
What do you like about corn?
It's cone. A big lumpy knobs. It has the juice. I got money.
You know, I've never had a corn on the cob. That's not going to shock any of y'all. But it is true. I've never had a corn on the cob. I wish there were an easier way to ignore this little eye twitching thing, but it's like it's very like startling. It's like distracting. Like if I'm in the middle of a sentence and you feel like the top of your eyelid right under your eyebrow just like quiver in the tiniest little place, like it's like genuinely distracting. Would you try it? Probably. Corn is, look, you've heard me talk shit about fruits and vegetables as like low calorie subprimal beta foods that I don't really have time for because I have to eat like massive amounts of carbs in order to live. You know what I mean? Whereas like the same amount of, same like by volume or like by weight amount of fruit and vegetable would literally not do dick for me. They're like, it's like garnishes. Fruit and vegetable are like garnishes to my body's needs. Like there's just no fucking reason for them. Obviously the nutrients and stuff like that, but also I gotta pop chalky multivitamins anyways to live because vegan. So like I'm gonna be getting those things elsewhere, and it's not like, you know, those aren't main material for getting nutrients. If in a perfect world, yeah, I'd be eating enough fruits and veggies that I wouldn't be as pressed to be taking like a multi. But y'all have heard how I talk about fruits and vegetables as like kind of useless in comparison to 1,800 calories worth of bread in the form of 6 flatbreads that are doused in canola oil and olive oil. But corn on top of that, like that position on that stance on corn on top of that stance on vegetables and fruit is like extra fucking useless. And quinoa is an incredible fiber that literally kind of passes through you in the same exact way that corn does. So like, you know, there's literally no reason. There's no reason for me to eat corn. And it's kind of mid if we're being fucking honest. Don't let me know I said that. I mean, I know I'm pretty cool. Not me in 2012 hearing Chance the Rapper perform that song and being like, who the fuck is this guy? Hearing him perform that song live at Outer Harbor and be like, who the fuck is this? You haven't had it, you can't say. I mean, I've had corn before, and corn is just kind of dumb. Corn is kind of dumb. Popcorn, good. Normal corn, I just don't know what anybody's doing with that. So what does your body do? Just like rip all the yellow off? And then you shit out... Did you just extract the yellow and then shit out shit out the vehicle for the yellow? The vehicle that the yellow came in on? Like what are we getting out of this? Corn cakes? On the cob, it gives you a carnivore feeling? Oh, I see. Also, give some to a cat. Just because you just get to like gnaw at like a thing that came out the ground. If it's not clear, I don't really know where the fuck to go. I really should just like keep my eyebrows raised like this. Careful shitting on yellow. Stop doing xenophobia, Mona. With great power comes great responsibility to not... to not do self-racisms. I'm sorry. Yellow is my favorite vegetable. England is my city. Yellow is my favorite vegetable. Why are you afraid of movies? Movies? Mona afraid of movie? Xenophobia is wild. Yeah, Mona, why are you afraid of movies? Would you like to tell us? Corn products are good though? Like tortillas? Like tortillas? You talking about tortillas? Hi, Combustible Lemon. Plus on YouTube, you get to hang out with the comments here. The comment! The one comment! And it's you, Lemon! There's no S, it's you! Until you start banging on the walls like, I'm the only one here, please! Please come over here! Hang out with me over here, I'm all alone! Some Jack the Ripper shit, Lemon. Trying to bait people into a quiet, empty comments. What are you doing in there? You can go through all my comments now if you want. Why would I? Stream thumb. Oh, okay. So Lemon, the stream thumbnail was made by Churro, and the lore behind it is that when Kermit falls in that video, there is not nearly as much of him as you see in that emote and in the thumbnail. Oh, it's an emote now, by the way, too. So Kermit had to redraw Churro. So Churro had to redraw the parts of Kermit that are like out of frame. And a good deal of that, like a healthy 30, 35, maybe 40% of the Kermit in the thumbnail was redrawn by Churro, like seamlessly. And now when we say Kermit, that happens. I don't know if you were here when that happened. Late onset pink eye. Maybe though. What was the thing Hassan said earlier? Oh, he was making fun of Ted Cruz. Watch a little pornorino. Oh, no. What did he say? Oh, fuck. Why are you afraid of vegetables? I'm not afraid of them. I just look down on them. I think they're second-class foods compared to other foods. Not food for second-class people. Just, you know, in the hierarchy of food. In the marketplace of food, I think they're like... I think other foods are more worthy of respect and appreciation. Write an essay about how much you love copyright. Yeah. That's what I was saying before too, is that I'm not gonna rush doing the thing, and I am gonna make sure. And I'll check with like you guys, I'll check with Mona to see if she would hit the cut it in half button on... Offered you a piece of mushroom. Mushroom not vegetable. Mushroom not vegetable. But I am scared of mushroom, I'm not gonna lie. Mushroom genuinely does freak me out a little bit because I have no idea what that like texture cooked in food would be like, other than having munched a couple dry mushrooms sometimes and had been still a little freaked out, but been like it's for a good cause. You know, psychedelically. Psychedelically speaking, Asa. But yeah, I'll check with you guys. Truthfully, I'll probably check with a chat GPT or something. That's not a good idea. I'll just like take my time with it is the sentiment I'm trying to express. Is like I'll make sure that I like I'm doing my best effort to like, you know, say the things that need to be said for them to reinstate the account. Or like, you know, whatever it is that they're looking for in terms of like rehabilitation, in terms of like as a Twitch account, like I'll just make sure I'm not just like, hey, can I have my account back, please? Please? Please! I was gonna play Far Cry 6, but I'm tired, so I'm just gonna tuck in and hang out until I fall asleep. EP tuck comfy time. want to say I respect your diet and your autonomy as it pertains to that, and I would never be judgy because of your versions. You are valid. Thank you, Lemon. I respect your skibbityness, your lemonness, and also your 6'7"ness. Your 6'7"hood. Why you make me southern, though? That's a good question. Give you a southern accent like the people in Montana. I sat down at the Grace and now the birds are back. The bugs are back. I need to dig them out with a screwdriver. But yeah, so corn definitely rests in a category of like less than useful in terms of like a food that I would like spend my definitely would never spend my time preparing it. For the mushroom mycelium steak are like the Polar Express Uncanny Valley of steak. Oh, they're like, it's like a vegan alt. They are good though, but they're way too tender to be real meat. Oh, I see. So it's got just like a different bite profile to it, different mouth feel. And they look like Tom Hanks, like the weird soft and round faces of characters, and they all look like Tom Hanks. Tim Honks. I have been waffling about I don't think this is where I need to go. Pathetic swings. Pretty bad. It's pretty bad, I'm not gonna lie. Why is he hip thrusting on me like that? What the fuck was that? If KN, what does if KN mean? It's like the 5th time you've said that in the last while. What does that mean? But yeah, shocking to no one, I've never had a corn on the cob. Oh, I know where to go. Nope, I'm on the wrong side though. But do I? We're farming graces, right? We're just farming, unlocking the map in this area. And if I made the jump over... Oh, no, I'm falling. Was the typo when I typed it earlier? When I was memeing about being pressed? Oh, it meant to be I know. Oh, I see. I don't think I need to go this way, to be honest. This would take me upward, but then doesn't it bring me right back to a place I've already been? Yeah, the room with the knight here. Panic rolling, panic rolling, panic rolling. Get me out. Can you climb up that? And I got fresh corn from outside of Vancouver that was cooked at our Airbnb, we cooked at our Airbnb, which was good. Fresh corn, like it just growed. Like it had just spawned. Is this a ladder? First off, up. Oh. Why do I feel like this would just be a place I've been already? Fresh corn. Server reset corn? Just dropped, just dropped? Oh dear. He thought I was dead. Could this be the item? There's no item there. How did you bait me with? We didn't pick it ourselves. That makes sense, yeah. Oh, I didn't know you could depth from above bonk people in the head. That's crazy. Huh. Door. Hey. He totally didn't see me. That knight is still chasing me. Bro, give it up. Whoa. That's enough damage to kill him. Pickled turtleneck. Ew. Sword key. Map menu. How do you do the, oh, there is no map of the specific area, I don't think. Anyways, mushrooms are vegetable because that's a culinary term. Uh-oh. We're at the what are nuts, what are fruits, and what are vegetables, and what are fungi conversation again. This convo melted my brain last time. If you don't want me to do... I know you don't want me to do what is fruit discovered. No, I don't really care. I do find it a bit fascinating, but also horribly infuriating. The ways that some things are and aren't fruits. Alright, just gotta run. But not mad at you, just mad. That was not a high enough jump to lose my stamina. I absolutely refuse to believe that. That's some bullshit. Alright, onward. We gotta get to another grace. There's probably a billion ways I could have done this without aggroing every single thing here. But that's okay. Ow. Or you just killed your own dog. By a fucking bird. Now my eye is really twitching, bro. Oh. Wait. It's right there. No, that's a tree. Well. And there's another one here too. Run it out. Run it out. Bob and weave. Go. 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 Oh, there's a shortcut door, not a, to get to this thing, isn't there? Not a grace. Oh, I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. Can things get through that doorway? Let's see. Oh, wait, there is a grace right there. What am I talking about? Specifically, what is berry? Right. Yes! Easy clap. Okay. Because we're just trying to unlock the map so we can, like, you know, we can utilize the kata papers and all the locations of stuff to get ahead. I said that earlier, Lemon, that I'm thinking about just getting like a clothespin. Pastime, flasks. My watch is low battery, my phone's almost definitely dead. Memorize spell. Oh, I don't have any more incantations. That's what it's supposed to be. Enough for now. Come out of a plant, it is plant. I don't care, I eat it. If it tastes good, no one died. Real enough? Vegetarian life. Portable. Can I? I don't see a reason why I couldn't put stuff on this. Can you two-hand these? I did pick up my JD Advance, yeah. It's the only reason I have any energy right now, high key. And because I slept, but... Put both of these on for fuck's sake. I'm gonna be not naked anymore. So I need a little more dex, but two-handing I can use these for sure. And then let's see if I can put any Ash of War on these. Let me imbue these. I can. Okay. Determination. What's this one do again? Skill Determination. A knightly skill. Hold the flat of your armament to your face and pledge your resolve, powering your next attack. I probably won't want to do that. One of the skills channels. Tempest of Stormveil. Stomp hard on the ground to kick up a momentary storm. This one. Quality changes strength from E to D. So I'm not really scaling either of these things. It's not ideal, I guess. Because the two-handed greatsword has sacred and does scale very weakly with faith. A, B, C, D, E. Oh, what? How far do the letters go? Is A, B, C, D, E? Is E as far as they go? You know what? Fuck it. Let me do faster attacks. I think that my JD Vivance fetter me. Map-wise. Do I push through the rest of the castle? Oh, I maybe have to fight that thing to get the fuck out of here, don't I? Does this give an Ash of War? Get back here. It's not doing a ton of damage, is it? Was I not supposed to hit the pots? Is that why they're attacking me? Sword. Why don't I just use this instead? Let's go redo that. Yes, just as a reminder to anybody, for every $10 that you donate to help Machine Gun Kitty's friend who was injured in a base jumping accident, I will dump up your mat for your entertainment. It's just a little bonus for doing a good thing. I can put this on. Okay. And sacred. Bet. And I can actually use this one one-handed. And it does similar damage one-handed, it would appear, to the one that I need to do two-handed to even make it work. I can parry and all that. Can I sneak up on this thing? Where are its eyes? Rat you, son of a bitch. Rat bastard. Pots won't aggro me unless I hit them, right? Get back here. They are, like, kind of everywhere. And, of course, I hit the biggest pot of all of them. Ash of War Stormcrawler. bet you that makes it so I can call a storm. I bet you that's what that does. I'm thinking, I'm using my noggin. Determination Stormcaller. One of the skills that channels the Tempest of Storm Veil, spin armament to create storming winds. No, so we still want this one. Cause sacred, cause faith, cause slight scaling. Do I have to beat this boss to get out of here? I believe I do. Well, to continue forward. This was definitely a boss that Kitty helped me with. Well, this is Godric. Right?
Mighty dragon. Thou the true born heir.
We're so back.
Strength, O kindred.
I'm gonna have to bear witness.
Deliver me unto greater heights. Well.
We got one bear witness. Any other bear witnesses? Whew. You're lowly tarnished. Fuck you.
Plain as a lord. I command thee.
No. No, I won't do that.
I am the lord of all that is golden.
I am the golden god. Hold on, I just have to tongue fuck this Zin into the corner of my lip. One time I popped the Zin and it had like opened and there was just powder. I was just like pushing powder into the parts of my lip that absorb the most. Ah. Okay, so I gotta learn its moveset. And then we gotta learn how to parry again. Yep, Coke. Is that what's inside Zin's? Fucking transformer looking roll. Send this storm up. How did I? Oh, I already healed. Kind of hurt. About to use that arm as a ball scratcher. Oh god. Just so we can maybe first try. He wasn't even aiming for them. they didn't even exist yet. Maybe he was. Maybe he was just quick with it. Don't you dare double tap them, though. He double tapped them. It's at least second stage first time. I feel like that would make Katha proud. Is there a second one coming from that? So the roll is defensive, but then sometimes it launches this, like a little storm thingy. AoE is some fucking horse shit, yeah. Damn, that was a little greedy. She's gonna throw that at me, right? Panic rolling right now. Y'all can see that. Very clear. Oh, I have a shield too. Just remembered that. Let's go back to the sword. You're gonna throw that at me, right? Ah, that kind of hurt. Pure greed. Pure greed. Pure fucking greed. Alright, let's try a parry or two. Oh, have a good eat breath. You get nicotine high? Well, not high, it just makes you feel sick. Just got sick. Got Nick sick. I'm just standing here letting him kill me. This is not parrying. This ain't what parrying is. Is that second stage? That's second stage. Let's go. Kato will be proud. Bro is a little bit extra with it, I'm not gonna lie. Bro's arm sounds like one of those fountains you'd throw a penny in at the mall.
Truest of dragons.
True.
Lend me thy strength.
Bro, you have issues. It's very not vegan. Oh, it's alive. That's fine. Have a smoothie and go to bed. Don't forget to brush your teeth. Alright, I'm bearing witness. I'm 100% dead here, but that's okay. Sometimes I sound like that when I wake up. Not bad though. Not bad though. What you mean from peeing, Mona? when you wake up and pee? The fountain thing or the ripping arm off thing? Why am I rolling this way? The hell, yo? Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Loud ass stretcher. I think my physic gives me half health and a little more endurance. So let's try the parries and stuff. Oh.
Slowly tarnished.
Let's watch a video real quick.
Fit even to graft.
So maybe get a grip, firm up on the audio cues and stuff like that. This is Godric, right? Godric parry guide, and then we're gonna have to find one without where's parry buckler Elden Ring, without commentary, hopefully. See which ones we can parry, which ones we can't. You like Kermit every time you stretch in the morning. $1080p, but the bitrate is dookie. Most of Google Grok. Most of Godric the Grafted's attacks cannot be parried. Oh, can focus on dodging his melee swipes and punishing his heavy attacks. Okay, so we're just dodging. Avoid parrying. Most users report that even with perfect timing, Godric cannot be parried, often resulting in only partial parries. Okay, so I can block, I guess, if I have to. So we're blocking and we're rolling jump heavy attacks since I don't have those. I mean, I guess I have those. How do you know what is the what type of improvement does stuff do? Like, is there a jumping attack like buff? How much more damage would it do? Because I guess I can jump an attack with this sword, but I don't really know what that does. kind of meta. So it's just like this. No, I want to do it heavy. Not as much as full charged heavy, but way faster and lower commitment. I see. Yeah, because that is faster than wah, but it's still a heavy attack. It's still a pwah. Okay. Well, I'll go in. I'll try just like spamming him with the fire. That's why I like allocated, or I did more blue juice than heals. It's probably a silly idea, but the fire does a fuck ton of damage. So I'll just try it a couple times. That's actually kind of low-key. Feels like less of a mental load. Hey yo, less of a brain nut to just be dodging. Just have to worry about dodging and stuff. This is not the one. Wasted. Wow. It was like way more damage than standard light attack. Oh, so you just do those. You get used to doing those when you get a chance, like trying to get those in when you get your little openings instead of the other ones. They don't want to come at the same time. Practice those, I suppose. Well, I gotta practice the dodging anyway, so I'll just try to do as much damage as I can here. 2, 3, good enough. The AoE starts to do damage. 2 is enough, 2 is enough. Stop swinging, stop swinging. He's gonna throw that at me. Three is fine. Get away. So that's the range I gotta stay outside of. Gonna throw something at me? What the hell are you doing? Oh, okay, that feels like it's a little excessive, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, now I'm AoE'd. I'm in the AoE range. Oh, yep, that's the same one he got me with before. Absurd range. He's gotta kill me. Blue juice, skellies. Push to second phase. Dink donk, dink donk. I'm out of heals though. Leave them alone. Oh, he's doing. Oh no, he is vulnerable for a second there, isn't he? Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ, dude. Dramatic ass motherfucker. Ow! Fire hurts. Also, I can heal. I gotta remember that too. Why am I swinging instead of switching? This poor skeleton. Crazy. I was about to try the jump attack. There's a bolt to try. Anyways. Ow. Oh, Lemon, did I tell you that it... Come on, let's... Did I tell you that it did turn into $6-7 for the prescription? It wasn't 68, it was 67. That was really bad timing that I somehow just did perfectly.
Slowly tarnished. Though
Slowly tarnished. Meant to be. Meant to be. Wah. 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 We'll get those in when we get those in. Also, I can use my thingy thing. Let's do blue juice heals. Let's get in the habit of that. Okay. It's gonna take longer, but I do want to get into the habit of doing like the heal incantation. Like just getting good at the switch to the heal incantation, because I gotta switch weapons, make sure it's out, and then be ready to do it. What? Oh, I'm drinking blue juice and not healing. Fuck. You chuckle internally, but maintain an outward appearance of, yes, I'm an old fart who hates fun like you guys. The pharmacist was my age. So I'm sure I smiled. I'm sure I smiled. Sure I let my old miserable guard down. Alright, we keep these out and then we switch weapons and heal. But when we attack, we do that. Wah, we do pwah. I'm not gonna get first attack on him, am I? I guess I could. He's doing AoE. He's rolling, he's jumping. Jump. 58. That did 58 damage. That's not great. It's not great. Oh, I don't have the dexterity. I have to two-hand this. Okay. So we're not blocking or parrying anyways. It's probably fine, Loki. So let's get a good dodge. Jump. Ow. Practice the heal. Okay. Are you impervious, or was that just some kind of glitch? What am I doing? Up, switching back. I have to switch back and then two-hand. That's crazy. If I take the shield out of my hand, will I automatically be two-handing? $65 with two-hand jump. So I think we're talking about maybe 52 if I'm one-handing it. 52 if I'm one-handing it. 56. 52 if I'm one-handing it doing light attack. 58 if I'm two-hand jumping. Oh no, I didn't try the two-hand jump. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. That was 62. 98? Okay, no, we can work with that for sure. That one did 65. Maybe that was just a normal heavy attack that I did there. We're doing 28s for the light attacks. Okay. That did not heal me a lot. All right. $102 for the full heavy. I see. So I think the jump heavy. I don't know how I got it to do 98 that one time. the extra long. Also gotta be careful because my heavy attack button, my heavy attack button is the sticky one on my controller. I'm remembering a bit of this moveset or the timing for this. Forgot to dodge. There's a third part to that, gotta remember that. Call these bad boys in. We're out of heals. Yo, let my skeletons breathe, bro. Let their nuts hang, please. Bicycle belting is so extra, it really is. Wow, he double tapped them too. Stupid fucking AoE. Get a second one off. I got a assuredly blue juice. Just a little bit of bad timing. A little bit of bad timing. But are you supposed to be impervious while you're doing that? It's the second time that's happened now. Ah! The fourth and a fifth part of that attack? Are you fucking serious? Oh, I'm healing instead of... Fuck. Alright. By the way, this is another boss that's super weak to just walking around counter. Okay, counterclockwise is the way to go. Did he just try to jump? Oh no, he's doing the other thing. I thought he just tried to jump, but like couldn't get off the ground. Is he still? I gotta remember that. Well, he's... Oh. No, I'm dead and also in the second phase. Yes. Classic. And you just want his attack. Wait, what? Just went under your attack because he's crouching? Oh. Do the same thing with emotes? That's kind of crazy. Let's reallocate stuff. It'd be easier for the, easier to just have. Probably best. Also, I gotta rethink this too, right? Okay, so this I have the, I have the stats to use, right? Oh, this does so much more, and I also have the stats to use it. Okay. So I'll imbue this with the thing. With the thing on the thing. He takes much less damage. Okay. So maybe use it to, if I need to flask, don't try to greed. If I need to heal, I gotta pop the chalky instead of try to get damage off, unless I got a free second to do it. Definitely wouldn't waste spells. Okay, cool. Okay, good night, bud. Imagine taking Liz dexterity Fetterman's and not having dexterity for Elden Rossi boss. Crowd, I don't need to imagine, it's happening. Also, jump heavies deal mega stagger damage. I'll try it with this thing, but I mean, it was doing like 7 damage more than my heavy attack. Is stagger damage like a different thing? Is it like a secondary like stat of damage that I'm inflicting? health bar and posture bar. Oh, the posture bar is invisible, right? Posture bar reaches 0, you get clit. Red wine goes straight to the clit. To the quit, sorry. Thanks, Levitt. Also regen depending on health level of the boss. I see. Got you. Alright. The flame. Keep the flame. We'll carry the flame still. Carrying it. Locking back in. Well, I'll use the flames first. Because they are doing a fuck ton of damage. Put the shield away because there's no fucking reason to have it out. Whoa. That time. I could still have the sword out. But you can two-hand the fingies? I didn't realize that. Those are a little delayed. Oh god. Is it gonna do more damage? I was just outside of those. Jesus fuck. I gotta learn how to dodge that. One.
Not unfit even to graft.
Not even fit to graft. That's crazy. Wait, is it? Does it actually do more damage? Does the two-handed fingies do more damage? You're getting hit by his actual axe there. Really? Not the AoE? That's sad. Let's just throw these guys in the mix. But should I be two-handing? I just did a heavy punch. Just don't stand under his axe. That sounds like a good idea. Oh, it's not doing more damage. I gotta pull his aggro. No, don't hit them again. Don't hit them again. There's a fourth and a fifth part to that one, right? That's the 5-piece. 9-piece. Straight 8-ball. Oh, I didn't take the juice yet. Thirsty, try the juice. I mean, I know I'm pretty cool. Stop, don't hit them! Is there gravity behind me? He's hitting me with the 5-piece. He's hitting me with the 5-piece.
Only tarnished. Not unfit even to graft.
So I'm not gonna two-hand these. Just walk into and around him counterclockwise when he does that. Oh, okay. Make him have to change directions for it. Ah. It's reminding me of that big dog in the school's attack. I'm not doing the thing you just said to do. So he's right from your perspective. Okay. Okay, so that's 1, 2, and then I got a lot of time to attack here. Bro, stop calling me slurs. Killing me is bad enough. Why do you gotta call me slurs? Like, that's really not chill. I'm gonna be honest with you. Super duper not chill. You can jump. Oh, smart. Okay, got it. And what can I block? Can I block any of these things? Is there even any purpose, really? I almost fucked up. Forgot about the second one. I gotta remember to roll at him. Yeah, but your shield is shit. Okay. Is he gonna throw that thing at me? It's charged up. I'm charged up. Did some charity today for the kids, but I'm used to it. It's all y'all charity cases, all y'all stare in my face. I hope you could be the replacement. Still can't believe Drake and Meek Mill got into an extended rap beef over Nicki Minaj, who is now doing press conference appearances with Donald Trump and Kevin O'Leary. That did not work out for me. He's gonna kill all three of us at the same time. He's going to effectively double tap all of us. Yikes. Yikes.
Not unfit even to craft.
Okay. This is literally another glorified bridge troll, right? Yeah, so we have to get past him to get out of here. I wasn't thinking about giving up by any means, but just remembering what we're doing this for. We're doing this because he's being a bridge troll. You don't like that. Oop. I just take those. I just take those. I just take those. I'm not even worried about it. You can walk around his castle, but you came here for him. I know. You know, bridge troll, he's a big bet, but he's guarding a bridge. I mean, arguably more than Margit. Like, I'm sure the people in the castle actually know him. Like, I'm sure the people that work here, like, know of him. Unlike Margit, who literally nobody knows. Literally nobody knows. Maybe weak to fire, dragon arm. Oh, I see. I did come here for him. I don't want to come at the same time as him, but I think fire may be weak against him. Oh, what? Weak to fire. Oh, I see. I see. Fire is a weak. I mean, I'm doing 155, which is the kind of what I've been doing. Bad timing. Yikes. Fire may be weak against him. So you're saying when he gets into physical altercations with the phenomenon known as fire, he does a lot of damage. That thing is bullshit. I mean, it's just hard to keep track of when that's coming at you. Doesn't take a lot of damage. You know, I get what you're saying. Wait, but like, why is my fire Do you mean like his stagger damage or like because my fire thing seems to be doing the same amount that it normally does. Gotta roll away the direction he's angling. Ah. So like at his, I see, right? Because the general logic, I guess, like you kind of feel it when you get like, you kind of get in the zone, like you want to like be going, you want to angle into the direction of the attacks, right? So that you force him to then turn around and you get like those extra couple seconds / extra frames to be able to hit. I guess I have been doing less damage overall, but maybe he isn't. Okay. Right, so it's like it's a bit of a dance. It's a bit of a dance. That's the 5-piece. That's the 5-piece. That's a 5-piece. I'm fucking drinking a Celsius. What time is it? Ding donk. Ooh, lucky. I just got lucky. Katza said she wasn't feeling great today. But she'll be proud when she knows that I beat the shit out of this guy. Okay. All he needed was one. He was one. He was one. He's coming. He's coming. He's about to pois. He's about to pois. I'm gonna kill this guy. I'm going to turn this op into a motherfucking painting. Yeah, send Kat to you good vibes. Ah!
Dragons.
It's a good first phase though, for sure. Thank you for your help though, 2 gold. Appreciate you. Do you think Elden Ring is the most backseated game of all time in the history of gaming? Do you think there has ever been anything that has been backseated more in like many times wanted ways, but like I've never seen a person play Elden Ring not get backseated in some way, unless I guess they were already like a Souls-like. Minecraft? How do you backseat Minecraft? Just get my bearings again. I'm close to him while he's... What's he doing? What's he doing? I'm close to him while he's doing the fire. Am I remembering correctly that that's like a good time to be doing attacks? Is this the 5-piece? This is a new one for the second phase. It's just swinging both arms, kind of windmilling. Well, I didn't need to take that. It gives me a little endurance buff, but that's fine. I guess maybe time I take this thing out. Oof. Fuck that up, reset. heavies, jump heavies, jump heavies. What's he going for? 118, that's not bad. We want to get those jump heavies so we can stagger him, because that'll be a very nice chunk. No, I just randomly flasked. I just hit both of them. I hit my last 2 flasks while I had full fucking health. What? Oh, oh. I just noticed that that AoE is largely in front of him, and that there's like a gap behind him. Just trying to get away from him right now. I'm not gonna lie. I might be able to heal. Oh, my skelly's gone too. Okay. We're learning. I swear to God I pressed roll. I swear to God I pressed roll, it just didn't do anything. Button stuck.
Godfrey, didst thou witness?
God, I love this game. I used to always say it when Katha was helping me the first time, but like there's something so like neurotic, like the neuroticism of keeping on trying over and over again and doing shit like this. It just like feeds a part of my brain that like it scratches like an itch that I didn't know existed before this game, and like it's quite lovely, to be honest. If you hadn't used 3 heals without any need to, you... Yeah, that was 3 back to back. I took 1, and then while I was saying it, spammed the button 2 more times, all with full health the entire time. Yes. There's like a masochistic, neurotic, like, lovely feeling that this game gives you, even to fail over and over again. There's a sweet release of the failure that the failure enables. Second one coming. So he just kind of like it's like he doesn't thrust a second time. I gotta watch for that second part, because he just kind of like that second part would be like the Mormon equivalent of is that soaking? It'd be like the bed shaking. You know, he doesn't fully thrust. He just kind of like it's like a half thrust. Right. That'd be like when they shake the bed. It just, the force is applied without leverage, you know. No leverage is no potential energy is built up for the thrust. It just thrusts. Little quarter thrust. It was a very unnecessary way to describe that. Yeah, this little spot behind him. This little sweet spot right behind him there. As I'm putting fire in his butthole. It's cool. Didn't take me a crazy long time to remember his moveset, which is nice. That gave us a nice... Feeling comfy with it. You gonna throw those at me? I knew that as soon as I dodged it. The timing was... Were those good dodges? Strike like a match, knock him out his hat. Knife to a gunfight, this ain't none of that. Had to cut her off, she got too attached. I ain't wasting time that I'm never getting back. Taking less L's, making more M's. Well, not that last one. Skating through this album like a Montreal Canadian. The way that I ran shit, you'd think I was Iranian. just hopped on top of that fucking battle axe thing and got scooped up. Oh, that's a Devon emote. I only saw the you died part. Nope, go right to left. Right. I had it for a little bit there. When he's, especially when he's coming at me like charged up like that one. Terrible timing, but like I went the right direction, right? Oh, I just acted like I was dead. Dude, one day if I ever get good enough to do like no-hit runs or like no-hit fucking attempts at bosses and shit. Again, like that does like just fit a certain like very neat thing in my. I'm gonna have a lot of fun with it. Cause like it reminds me of when I was younger with like Splinter Cell, when I could like easily beat a mission, but instead I did the same one over and over and over again, and would just reload my save if I like did something in some way that was like not super clean and stealthy, you know. Like I would be like, I'd have my own win condition for like an area where I just had to learn all of the guard patterns and then like knock every single guard out, not be detected, this and that. Those last two just completely missed. That's such a waste. It kind of makes me mad. I'm just gonna let him kill me. Click on Mona's link. Oh. At the oily part of my cycle? I'm always at that part. I don't think I can background route right now, but I definitely want to watch this. So I'm gonna leave it open. And with my headphones on, I won't be able to. You know what? Maybe background route is good. Let me try it.